welcome back to the Virtual Endurance Championships, first race at Daytona in 11 years, and the first 12-hour race in 4 years. It's a number of records being broken here today, and very much enjoying your company here this afternoon, going in towards this evening. The sun has gone down below the horizon here in Florida, and we're coming up to the halfway point in this race. And at the end of this one, we'll be at the halfway point of the Virtual Endurance Championship season. This season 15 now have 6 hours remaining of the 12 hours of Daytona. My name is Ewan O'Leary. I'm alongside Zach Sweeney for the next hour. It's been a good race so far, good first half to this race here, Zach, and still a close margin for the lead. Although I do have to bring you back with bad news of Herman Stocky off the road in a big way for Moradis E-Stars.
That is, salt in the wound, really. Moradis E-Stars have been doing so well, and unfortunately have had a fairly sizable off. I think they're okay in the sense that damage-wise, they didn't, touch a barrier or anything, but stopped now at the side of the circuit, waiting for a clear avenue through, but they're still waiting a long time. Doesn't really want to rejoin at the wrong point, and the longer they sit stationary, the more time that they're going to be losing to those around them, which is a big heartache for a team that honestly could have been tipped to be contending for a podium at the very least, and now dropping to the back end of the top 10, and honestly another victim of Daytona. It's proven to be very much a race of attrition.
Well, this is just bizarre now. That on the road, going nowhere, just before the kink at turn 4, and for some reason, no idea why, they just sat there. We'll get a ride on board here with Ryan Walker just to show you where he is, because it's kind of hard to grasp from that angle, and he's clearly not waiting for a bit of clear road. He is just sat there. We're on board with Walker now. There he is on the right hand side, so he's not really near the road, but he's not getting back onto the road either for some bizarre reason.
I don't know. I've never seen this before in my life, so I don't know. Why would he be stopped there? I mean, he's not necessarily lost drive. The engine's still going, the lights are still on, everything like that. He can physically move, but for whatever reason, he's just not. And there goes Yannick Place in the Juice Motorsport Club, and we're going to take another look as to how it happened, riding on board with the Aston Martin into the International Horseshoe. Is it a case of contact? Is it a hardware issue? Just putting over 100%. Maybe it's got to be. I mean, just right hand down. That's got to be a wheel disconnect, surely.
It doesn't actually look like it now, because he does look like he could turn left as well, but clearly something wrong. And now he's gone back to the garage. By the looks of it, he has. Herman Stocky, one of only a few drivers to do so now.
Screen freeze.
Yeah, looks like it. Looks like screen freeze. Henry Sinnick, yeah, just confirming that for us. Sinnick did a lot of the driving earlier on, of course, and he'll be really disappointed with that one, of course, to see his work undone in a matter of moments. So a real shame for Moradis E-Stars, and maybe a real big dent in their championship aspirations as well, because they were third coming into this race, but they'll drop down as a result of that now.
Big shame, big shame, and again, it's another sort of sour end to the first half of the season for yet another very strong team. It's as I said before the break, the whole thing that it's a milestone in the season halfway, and it's a turning point for some to maybe recover from their woes of maybe a poor first half, to really inspire them with confidence going into the next half. And now they've really got to regroup themselves, but always some positives to take. Yes, granted, there was a screen freeze. Maybe they can get themselves back out on circuit. Granted, maybe not fighting for the same positions they once were or want to be, shoulda, coulda, woulda in that sense. But the positives to take is that Henry Sinnick was mightily quick. The entire team was mightily quick, and surely that's got to at least give them something, and to at least make this a bittersweet ending as opposed to just a bitter ending to the Daytona 12 hour.
We are hearing that they are going to rejoin. Henry Sinnick confirming that they are rejoining right now. even though they are going to find themselves down the order. They're going to find themselves near to Go Team Racing and or Ramada Motorsport, both of whom are back out on the circuit again. It's especially good to see from Ramada Motorsport, who had that big damage as a result of the incident down into the bus stop chicane. Closest battle on the circuit, though, now goes to this one for 6th place in GTE. Yannick Place at the wheel of the leading car in this one. And I have to say, Zach, not a driver I've seen before. I don't know why or where Juice's Motorsport Club have got him. And there is Herman Stocky making his way back onto the road. But yeah, Yannick Place may well be a new driver, although I could be wrong.
I've never seen him before. I didn't recognise the name, but he's impressing. Let's say that much. I mean, new or not, he's driving well, so who cares, really? I mean, for Juice Motorsport Club, a team that's at the moment leading the race, leading the championship as it stands, going out of Daytona. I mean, yeah, he's definitely impressing, whether it's his debut, but yeah, it's something that I definitely don't recognise. But I mean, hey, if he can drive the car quick, he can drive the car quick, and I think at the moment he might have NeedRacing.com, Christian McCall, knocking at his doorstep for that fight for 6th.
Yeah, and Christian McCall, of course, a very good driver in his own right as well. Yeah, he is new for this season, apparently, I'm being told. So yeah, I'm sure he will be doing the business for Juice's Motorsport Club, because they don't ever pick slow drivers by the looks of it, or at least in my experience of Juice's Motorsport Club. Anyway, they do find these drivers and put them in there, and it seems to work. It seems to click quite well. Closing in on DX Droids as well here for 5th, as well as Christian McCall coming in from 7th place here. We could have a nice little free car battle possibly in GTE, but that Porsche is going to be difficult for these Ferraris to get near, really, based on what we saw earlier.
Yeah, I mean, that Juice's Motorsport Club car, though, don't count it out. It's quick in a straight line, so you can see the closing speed. Actually, Yannick Place is closing the gap to the Porsche just in front of them there of DX Droids, but again, maybe not quite close enough, and pulling out to the left-hand side, actually. It might be an easier fare than we once thought. Inside line, maybe. Backing out of it probably for good measure, trying to maximise the run off of the Le Mans chicane. But the interesting thing is, unfortunately for Place, is the looking forwards and backwards in this 3-car fight, which is probably the worst position of the 3.
It is, really. You never want to be doing that, ideally. Christian McCall closing in, the 2 Ferraris. Going to be pretty even, and there's going to be the Visceral car just in behind as well here. They're trying to recover from some issues earlier on in the day. Serge Bakker makes his way around the outside of everybody. Christian McCall going to try and use him as a bit of a pick to go around the outside here at turn 1. Late on the brakes from him. He's going to be pushed out relatively wide, but Place has done a good job to hold on to his place, if you like, into 6th place and maybe into 5th here, inside line. Not quite. Christian McCall on the outside. This is getting very restless between the 3.
It very much is, and now looking to the outside of the King, Christian McCall trying to follow Yannick Place through. Now inside for the Western Horseshoe is the other Ferrari, going to try and follow him through. Use the gap created from the Juice's Motorsport Cup car. Very, very intelligent racing. Outside line for DX Droids, emerges them side by side with NeedRacing.com as they approach turn number 6, and ahead now by a nose is the very red NeedRacing.com Ferrari. I mean, it was a great move from Yannick Place, but arguably even better racecraft from Christian McCall to be able to get ahead of DX Droids, who are definitely going to be kicking themselves to lose 2 places in the span of 1 corner.
I reckon Avanoa might be on old tyres here, because he certainly wasn't that slow in the last stint. A 1:45.4 does not indicate someone on new tyres. So I reckon they're coming to the end of their life there. Christian McCall down the inside into the bus stop chicane. He's got it done as well on Yannick Place. So McCall through as well on the Juice's Motorsport Club car. There's a number of prototypes make their way through. This is the recovery for NeedRacing.com. I'm not sure what issues they had earlier on, Zach, but they certainly did have some, and they found themselves out of position and fighting their way through for the 2nd round in a row.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they just got off to a slow start, because NeedRacing.com, I think it's first and 10th for them so far this season. So definitely, very, very quick. And a really good team to field, and some great drivers, as Christian McCullers has very much just proven there to be able to get himself inside the top 5 in the span of a lap. But yeah, whatever's happened, whatever woes have struck their way over the last couple of races, they're doing their best to bounce back from, which I think really does, sort of forge a champion in that regard, to be able to say, okay, today's not really our day. What are we going to do about it? Are we going to, whine and play victim, or are we going to try and bounce back and do our best to continue forward and get inside the top 5? And that's exactly what they're doing, particularly on a day where their closest championship rival, the 74 Juicers Motorsport Cup car, is leading the way in this race. So even more incentive for NeedRacing.com to sort of suck it up and carry on.
Certainly. They're going to be losing 12 points as things stand right now on NeedRacing.com, and they've got a 12-point lead. They will be dead even going into the second half of the season if things were to stay as they are, but they won't. I can assure you of that right now. Christian McCullers has got João Asensio to close in on next. It does seem, though, that the podium positions are fairly secure right now, but this battle for 4th is really quite congested, both with these three who are on your screen right now, and also Asensio, who is up the road a little bit. There are, in GTE especially, these little pockets of battles really cropping up everywhere. Not necessarily for the podium places, but in the midfield, it's really quite congested on occasion. It certainly has been for the last few hours.
No complaints, in all honesty. I think it's given us some awesome action, but yeah, an interesting dynamic that in the midfield, that it is really, really tight and very competitive. I mean, even is the case for the entire GTE field. A couple of hours ago, we saw, constantly changing amongst the podium places. Now it's sort of settled itself for 4th, but yeah, very, very tight. Even, over halfway into this 12-hour race, we're seeing so many cars so close, and I think that's even, only going to sort of improve as the race goes on, as the strategies sort of find themselves out in the sort of the coming hours. Hopefully that is going to be the case. Hopefully it's not the exact opposite, where they sort of spread themselves out even more. But yeah, so far no complaints in terms of action, because we've always had it, whether it's a fight for the podium among everyone. And well, interestingly, Michi Hoyer actually in the top of your screen for the Best Esports, getting themselves a penalty. They were one of the only DPIs not to have one drafted over from Laguna Seca, but they picked themselves up one now.
Considering they are, he's going to take it right now. Considering they're just coming out of the Le Mans chicane there, Zach, I'm going to guess that's cut tracks, and they're going to have to do a drive-through. They're just over 6 hours in, so I guess they have kind of done it, made sure they're only going to get one penalty, but it might be one more penalty than those around them. So this is going to be quite hurtful. They're going to drop behind Seawolf. Simframe are going to get quite close to them as well. Hoyer really would have rather avoided that. Especially if the others managed to avoid a drive-through penalty a little bit later. This is actually going to be closer than I thought. I thought Seawolf were going to roar on past, and they might well still do that, but and they will. But Hoyer is very, very close. We could have a battle for 2nd developing soon.
Well, it's turned into something interesting. Seawolf Net Race being sort of handed 2nd place on a silver platter, but obviously at the expense of Burst Esports, who unfortunately, taken a little bit too much in terms of track limits incursions. I mean, naturally, they are going to happen. You're not going to go through the whole 12 hours of not extending the track at a single point. And I think it's not necessarily a case of, not getting a penalty full stop, more so just limiting the amount that you do get relative to those around you. And Burst Esports, unfortunately, have had their sort of their progress dragged back just a little bit, but it's not all over at all. Still just under half of the race left to go, and still very much they can see the position they were just in. It's literally right in front of them. I mean, granted it is a little bit dark, but they should still be able to see the rear end of the Seawolf Net Race car, and only 1.6 seconds in front. Michi Hoyer, a very, very capable driver, so I'm sure we're going to see that gap close in the coming laps.
Might well do. 1.8 seconds is the gap between Jan Katau and Michi Hoyer, the German pairing. As they're both in, they come in at the same lap anyway, so it seems that Hoyer did that on low fuel towards the end of his stint there, maybe struggling on his tyres a little bit as well. These two, by the way, don't pit anywhere near each other in terms of their actual boxes, so they're not going to hit each other, you'll be glad to know. Unlike the LMP2 leaders that do tend to get rather close for comfort. This is a battle a lot further down the order in GTE, by the way. 10th position right now. Ruben Carrera-Alves, who we of course know well, is trying to hold back Bert Knops, Scuderia Leone and Sim Racing for Holland. This battle could be, well placed back in the season 9, season 8. These two teams around for so long, as we've mentioned many times in the past, but Bert Knops closed up to the back of Carrera-Alves very quickly, and it looks like he's going through pretty quickly as well.
Yeah, trying to have a bit of a look now to the outside of the Le Mans chicane, but able to hang on at least for now. And continuing on is the 93 Ruben Carrera-Alves, just ahead of the fellow Corvette. The only two Corvettes fielded for the GTEs this season, so they're having their own sort of intercar fight. And obviously for the top 10 position as well, they're going to want to continue on and make sure they can get themselves inside the top 10. Still side by side, the Sim Racing for Holland car pulls out to the left-hand side of the shot. The right-hand side of the circuit will be the outside for turn number 1. Got to be very bold and brave as one of the LMP2s, the Visceral car, saws its way through the very tight gap, and around the outside goes the Sim Racing for Holland car, Bert Knops, able to get themselves inside the top 10, and not too hard fought from the Scuderia Leone car of Ruben Carrera-Alves.
I think realised what was going on there and decided that fighting at that stage was not the best thing to do. Battle between Jan Katau and Michi Hoyer has just doubled in size, the gap between them, and it's now gone down to third as the two of them exited the pit lane. You may have seen it at the bottom of your screen. It's now a battle for third place in the overall standings. First Esport third in the championship. Seawolf Net Race are in fourth, so it fits quite well. But even though Seawolf are fourth in the standings, they're still only 15 points off the championship lead. It's really, really close. Valley Esports only 19 points away in fifth place. It's looking very, very tasty, this championship fight this season.
All three of them are. I think I was talking with Vida a little bit earlier on how the biggest gap between first and fifth in all three of them is the GTEs with and the LMP2s tied on 22 between P1 and P5. 22 points between 5 teams. That's nothing. Absolutely nothing. And very quickly we could have any of them sort of take charge at any point. So I think this is really gearing up to be such a fantastic season from now until the end. Really, now we're at the halfway mark, you can start to make a picture of the championship standings for sort of the first couple of rounds. It's more a novelty than sort of a thing of major importance. Yes, it helps to get those results, but it's only now that you start to think that, hey, actually, we're in a pretty good position here. We need to start sort of backing up our ideas and focusing on making sure we string up those good results. And when it's as competitive as this between such a stacked field of talent all the way through the DPIs, the LMP2s and the GTEs, we're in for such a good season here for season 15, in the sense that it's not sheerly dominated, at least for now, of course, touch wood, that no one's going to run away with it from now until the end. But the fact that it's so incredibly close means that race in, race out, there's something that's going to change in terms of the championship dynamic.
Certainly is, as the LMP2 battle between Simframe Esports and GoTeam Racing flip-flops again. Mikel Leroux now at the wheel of the 37 after a fairly long stint. Oh no! Joe Asensio hits the inside wall at turn 1 for GTC Race Centre. Completely unforced error there, really, from the Portuguese driver. He just clipped the inside wall, spun around in a big way, and that is surely going to be damage to that Ferrari. He's sort of edging away gingerly from that incident. All does not look well with that Ferrari, and it's not a big surprise.
Yeah, that was a big one, a scary one, and unfortunately I think that might well be a trip down the pit lane as the ditch droids car. Oh my word, bit of contact there, probably a little bit unneeded. That's the GoTeam Racing Ferrari. I do apologise, working their way past the GTC Race Centre, not for position, but claiming yet another lap back, and I think with that Ferrari's bit of damage, that might well become maybe another lap or two extra on top of that. But João Asensio is definitely going to be driving his way down pit lane to recover some damage and an unfortunate off, and well, again, claims another victim to Daytona. It's really, really shaping up to be, an endurance race, funny enough.
Funny that. These things tend to happen. A couple of seconds between Michi Hoyer and Jan Katau at this stage in the race. Colin Sporker's held on to a big lead now ahead of Lorenzo Arisi. He's got half a minute over Arisi and over a minute ahead of these two. But the two Germans fighting it out for third place right now. And there's 2 laps back to Team Rookie Monsters and Valley Esports, Extroys. They're all on the same lap. There's a minute between Rookie Monsters and Stavros Mudzadis, who is trying to chase down Stone Prans at the moment. So it's an interesting race we've got going on right now, but for now, Race Clutch are dominating, Colin Sporker dominating. But then again, we saw at Monza that Race Clutch and Valley Esports were very much 1-2. They were fighting between themselves. They were the teams to beat, and neither of them won that race. I don't think either of them finished on the podium in that one. No, they didn't. So it just shows that 6 hours is nothing, and 5.5 hours is going to change a lot in the course of this race.
100%. I think, yeah, everything is to take with a pinch of salt. Again, things bite back. Motor racing, indiscriminate. Doesn't matter how dominant you are, how good you've been, how much of an underdog story you are, how much the fans love you. It does not care at all. It will say, okay, no, you're doing really well. Okay, now you're going to crash or something like that. Motorsport is very, very harsh and will be very, very strict on everyone. And well, that's the sort of the game you play when you take to the track. And well, I'm sure that anything can happen to anyone at any time. I mean, Race Clutch and Simframe at the moment seem fairly secure in the top 2 places of the DPIs, but again, touch wood, anything can happen. The same misfortune that struck the likes of RHE Esports or Blackhawk Sancho or anyone along those lines could very easily still strike the race leaders in this 12 hours of Daytona as it stands. So yeah, definitely still a lot to unfold and still anyone's game really, as long as you can keep it clean, keep your nose clean and stay on the circuit, minimizing your mistakes.
Yeah, certainly. It is all about that, staying on the road and keeping things clean. Sven Gehor getting at the wheel of the Team Iris LMP2, and Luca Fabro at the wheel now for Arm Cyber. Ron Zook still in the pit lane for Simframe Esports in the 34. He's returning. He's back in the garage. I have a feeling that might be our 4th retirement of the day, and that doesn't look good for returning from the box, I'm afraid. And we might well see another LMP2 retirement. It would be a real shame. I think another victim of the bus stop, weren't they? I can't remember for Roland Zooks.
I think so. Yeah, maybe. I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to think because I remember them driving around 3 and 4 on the apron, so it must have been the Le Mans chicane, surely, and understandably so. I mean, it's a tricky corner, as Henry Sinek would tell you. It's very much a gamble every time you go through it, and it is very, very unfortunate for everyone involved. But yeah, again, it's taken away from a moment's notice. They've gone into that chicane for now however many laps they've done, countless laps, and been through just fine for the most part. And then one time everything changes. It doesn't take much at all for things to go drastically wrong. And well, for Simframe, that's at least one of their cars out of contention. But I don't think it was the championship leading one of the 2.
No, it wasn't. No, the championship leading one's still very much up there. Still second right now, over a minute off Martin Mergley for Pasquarello, but half a minute in front of Go Team Racing. Those 3 also in a leading battle. That's going to be one of those you just have to wait until the end of the race to figure out quite what on earth is going on. João Asensio still out there, by the way. We saw his incident earlier. Well, just as I said that, of course he would come in the pit lane, wouldn't he? Just to make sure I look like a bit of a baboon. He's got in.
I mean, you're northern, to be fair.
Well, that's really rude. Into the pit lane for João Asensio, and that might well be a bit of a repair now. He did clip it quite significantly with the rear there, and I'm surprised he carried on as long as he did. Really, he managed to do a 150 on the next lap. That's it's too far off the pace to continue. Really,
it is better to just cut your losses, come in, because you're better off spending, even if it's a minute and a half repairing your car, you're going to gain that back, or well, not necessarily gain it back, but you're going to lose less doing that than you would losing a good sort of 3, 4, 5 seconds a lap by just staying it out. So better to come in, get it repaired, get back out there and be able to race fresh and try and minimize your mistakes. Race leader in the GTEs then, Michael Sedlacek, who's been at the wheel of that Juices Motorsport Club, the number 74, the provisionally championship leading one as it stands going into actually no, it's quite close actually now with Need Racing in P4. So they've been dominating the race lead at this stage, championship contending 74 Juices Motorsport Club car, but as it stands, they've seemed very much unfazed, just sort of driving their own race out in front.
Yeah, if the race were to end right now, from the 4 races, the 2 teams would have exactly the same results. Not in the same order, of course, because you can't come in the same position at the same race, but in a different order, they will have come in exactly the same positions, which is really remarkable. First 2 wins went to needracing.com, and the win at Laguna Seca went to this car, and the lead currently is going to them as well. With Scuderia Leone joining them on the podium for the first and only time so far this season. Joining more of the Z-Stars, by the way, that was on the podium. But yeah, that is very, very rare. And then I'm not sure how you'd split them really, because their race wins are the same. Their other positions are the same. I don't know, fastest laps? I don't know.
Fastest, I don't know. What is the
average of the fastest laps? I don't really. I would need to really dig through the rules for that, and I can't really do that while trying to talk. So we'll just hope that doesn't happen by the end of the season. Is you know that's my main hope. Surely by the end, you know, we've got another 4 rounds to go, including one of those at 1.5 times scale points. So 45 points for a win and so on. So it shouldn't happen, but if it does, then well, we're going to have a headache at the end of Le Mans, which is really not nice.
Well, are we, or is Jimmy? I mean, to call it live, I guess we've got the headache, but in terms of the rule book, yeah, race controller got a little bit of an awkward affair, but that's surely that can't happen. If it does, then season 15 even more memorable than it's already proven to be, I suppose.
Absolutely, we saw some very, very close ones in season 40. I'm sure you remember from last season, the first ever time in the Virtual Endurance Championships history that a championship has been tied between 2 in terms of points. The more race wins went to Wavefront Esports, so they beat Go Team Racing, who at the time still hadn't won a race, as far as I'm aware. They still hadn't won a race. They finished second, third, had a bad race, and then second again, but it still wasn't enough to win them the title. I'm so glad. I said this a couple of hours ago, Zach, but I'm so glad for that team, for Go Team Racing. Maybe I seem like their biggest fan when I commentate sometimes.
You got the shot on.
But I am going to say it again. I'm so glad they finally got their race win, because they've had so many podiums and they do deserve it. They've got close so many times and they finally managed it in Laguna Seca.
It's a long time coming. I mean, for a team like them to contend for a championship, I mean, the fact that they did so well without winning a race, I think maybe says more about them than the race win itself. The fact that they can contend for a championship without having to win a race to do it, it's, you know, it says a lot about them and their consistency and their ability. But to be so close to that race win, it's frustrating. No matter how good you are, you want to win, and you know, for them to finally be able to get it and to tick off that as an accomplishment means that, you know, maybe now that they might see it more often. You know, you wait long enough for one bus and 2 come at once. So maybe for Go Team, it's onwards and upwards from that first race win, getting over that first hurdle, and then smooth sailing from then on in. And they're already proving it now with 3rd place provisionally at the 12 Hours of Daytona. They're just a phenomenal team and have a phenomenal lineup.
And chasing down this team right now, Simframe Esports, reigning champions in LMP2, and 2 seasons ago, champions in GTE, trying to complete the set in the top category, but trying to go back-to-back in LMP2. I need to do a little bit of digging as well with regards to 2 teams taking 2 titles in 2 different categories in the same season. Because I don't believe it's happened before, and if it has, certainly not for a very long time. I'm going to go out and say it has never happened before. and Simfream Esports looking to make history. Simfream Esports, by the way, the same as Wavefream Esports, just with a slightly different name. So it is very much almost exactly the same team. Just the livery, I guess, is the only different thing about it. And by the way, they did win that championship on countback as a result of their Le Mans win. Their only one win in the season was the countback that they won it by. 3 teams separated by 6 points at the end of the LMP2 season last time. Amazing stuff. Burst Esport, the reigning champions, by the way, in DPI, in case you're not up to speed with the Virtual Endurance Championship. They were called Bicoles Burst Esport at the time. They're now, and they were the number 4, as Bicoles run in real life. They're now the number 1 team as the reigning champions. And they're going to have tougher competition, I think, this season here. I mean, it was tough last season, of course, but they did win the championship by quite a few points in the end. And it always looked likely. I think even as we came off air after 6 hours, like, it was looking fairly likely. With still 18 hours to go, and it certainly was almost nailed on by the time we came back on air with 6 hours to go. But this is going to be a real fight this season. 5 teams separated by 19 points. The overall VEC Championship is going to be a real fight in season 15.
Oh yeah, I can't wait, and I'm so glad that we finally got a good string of races once every 4 weeks. And I mean, round 1 was all the way back in August, and now, you know, we're at round 4 and it's February of the next year. So, you know, we've had a bit of a spaced out calendar so far, but now, you know, every 4 weeks we get to go to another one, and really looking forward to seeing how the season develops and changes over the next few races, particularly, as we say, in such a close and competitive championship. I mean, you know, Burst Esports are renowned in rFactor 2 and across sims, in all fairness. They've always been sort of at the top flight of everything. Same too with Race Clutch and etc. They've, you know, they're big names in sim racing, and to all come together in one championship is phenomenal. And well, to be so close and so competitive throughout, it means it could be very much anyone's game. So Burst Esports, reigning champions, of course, are looking to defend that title, but as we very much said, I mean, they've got the likes of Race Clutch, Simfream, they've got, you know, Seawolf, Net Race, Valley Esports, Team Rick Monsters. They've got a stacked DPI field, all trying to contend with them. And I mean, again, don't just look at the DPIs. The LMP2s, 22 points separate the 1st to 5th, and of course the GTEs as well, 22 points separate 1st to 5th. Stacked in terms of talent, and so competitive. I mean, yeah, I mean, we saw it last season in the GTEs, Red Bull Racing versus Jean Lacey for a good part of this season. I think Jean Lacey actually ended up finishing 3rd that year. Did they not? I'm pretty sure, but in the end, I think Red Bull Racing just sort of had the measure for the final final half of the season, was able to sort of consolidate that championship fairly easy. So this season, to not only have a championship fight at hand, but to have it between more than 2 teams, I think is really something to look forward to.
It was about for the race win between Red Bull Racing Esports and John Lacey Esports Academy at Le Mans, and that's where the real interest came in the last 6 hours of the race. In our broadcast, Varga Sim Racing were the other team contending for the championship, but didn't have a very good race at Le Mans, really. They fell way down, unfortunately. So it did look comfortable by the end for Red Bull Racing Esports, and it looked very similar in DPI as well, because the team that eventually finished 2nd, Seawolf Net Race, DNF'd at Le Mans. But top 4 in this race right now are top 4 in the DPI Championship, and all 4 of the teams have won a Virtual Endurance Championship title in the past, just to kind of further go towards your point about the quality of this field. Meanwhile, in LMP2, we are seeing quite the race right now, because we've got Martin Bergley and Rick Van Earl absolutely together as things stand in this race. They're nose to tail. Rick Van Earl just behind, and Michael Leroux on slightly newer tyres, by the way, now down to 23 seconds adrift from the 2 in front. So it's looking very good for an interesting race there. I'm trying to find where they are at the circuit, just out of the West Horseshoe at the moment. We're just going to have a quick reset of things behind the scenes, but no need to worry on the stream. You can stay where you are. It'll be absolutely fine. So we'll keep an eye on the leading battle in LMP2 for you as of right now, even if you can't quite see it. So Martin Mergley still leading by a second, but he is being caught by Rick Vanneau. And it's always difficult coming out the pit lane as well for Martin Mergley, because he's fresh out. And he can see the battle now in LMP2. Fresh out the pit lane, drops straight into a battle like this.
Yeah, I mean, straight into the deep end, really. I mean, you'd hope that you get at least a lap or two just to settle into things, as opposed to just straight out of the pit lane and bam, here you go. Is a good old battle for you to sink your teeth into. Really forces you to get back into the rhythm, because if you don't, you are very much going to sink as opposed to swim. And finally, we've got the behind-the-scenes stuff getting itself back up and sorted and running to deliver you the best production possible. But following on board with the 26 machine, the Pascalaro Esports machine, doing their best job possible in LMP2. And I'll be honest, me and Vida are actually having a conversation. Is this a new entry, or is they've been around for quite a while? I actually don't remember the name of Pascalaro.
Who?
I don't know. I can't pronounce it. Is it
Pescarolo?
That one.
On the team. Well, it's got a lot of recognisable names to the order, but I don't believe the team itself has actually got. It is. I think it could be new. Daniel Visner, Robert Purn, Sharbakis, and Martin Mergley, some of which are Mugen Sim Racing guys. What I do know is the real life Pescarolo team used to compete at Le Mans. Used to be a car manufacturer competing at Le Mans. I think they got closest to a Le Mans win in 2005 or so, around there, when they were. They had an issue early on. They were fastest car on the track for a while. Were closing on the famously strong Audis at that time, and but never quite got there. They had another issue, and I think they finished second or third. Don't think they ever won Le Mans in the end. But they are, very strong team, and I don't know how long they've been around for, but they have been competing at Le Mans Virtual as well. And they do have recognisable names behind the wheel as well. So I'm not entirely sure on the history of the actual team, if that's what we're asking. But yes, they are certainly new in the VEC as that name. And Pescarolo is certainly not a new manufacturer in the real world. But these are the kind of things in sim racing now. These facts and stats are becoming less clear as the more sim racing history is sort of made, and it becomes further and further away. But yeah, they are a new VEC team with recognisable drivers behind the wheel.
Well, whatever they're doing it right. So, I mean, at least there's that, in all fairness, and doing a very, very good job, it must be said, and pushing the absolute limits of as to what they can do. And the drivers they're fielding, very, very impressive talent as well. Rick Vanneau in pursuit, 1.5 seconds back off the 26 machine, and trying to reclose that gap to take the race lead for Sim Freem Esports coming into this race as championship leaders, and doing their best to extend that. I'm pretty sure that this team haven't finished outside the top two. Yeah, P2 in Monza, P1 in Spa, then P2 once again at Laguna Seca. They're trying to keep that good old record up, and maybe trying to make it 2 wins and 2 P2s. That would definitely be a nice even way to round off the first half of the season.
Certainly would be. Rick Vanneau down towards turn number 1. Late on the brakes, of course, as well. The Sim Racing Holland car just in the way. Just under 2 seconds now. Up to the Pescarolo Esports team. Vanneau just slips down the inside, and 20 seconds back is Mikel Leroux right now as well on the newer tyres. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Leroux came out about 30 seconds behind. So he has been gaining there, but I guess you'd expect that from new tyres.
They do help. Just a little bit. I mean, yeah, it was an abnormally long pit stop for Mikel Leroux, wasn't it? In the sense that we suspected some damage or something. Definitely, at the very least, new tyres, but maybe not to the extent of losing a good sort of 25-30 seconds in the pit stop because of it. But yeah, using that to full effect, and really very quickly over the last stint, closing that gap to about 10 seconds or so, now to about just under 20 seconds back of Rick Vanneau. So lightning pace from Mikel Leroux has really proven to set the standard in terms of pace over the last stint. But again, it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass, and well, he's got to keep that pace up, from now until sort of the next stint or two at the very least, if he wants any chance of reigniting that fight for the lead. But I definitely think we've got 3 contenders for the LMP2s between Martin Mugli, Rick Van Allen, Michael LaRue for the top 3. I think any of them really could step up and take the reins.
Yeah, of course, but quite possibly. 1.2 seconds over the line this time, and the DX Droids DPI just splits them. The Valley Esports DPI will get out just in front of them, so they won't be seeing them for a while. But more traffic, and Mergley going to have to deal with another LMP2 here. In the form of the 43, which is Schubert Motorsport and Henning Voller. Been a driver at the VEC also for a very long time, plenty of experience. Even back in the LMP1 days was competing for race wins back in the day. But a good few seasons ago now, good 5 years ago since we had LMP1s in the Virtual Endurance Championship. That era, of course, very much past us, and a new one approaching in the future in the real world. And soon to follow in sim racing as well, as these things always do take time to make and stuff. Burst Eastport back to the pit lane now, and that feels a bit early to me, Zach. I don't know if I'm just having time pass quicker than I realised, but it seems early to me, that does.
I mean, it's on the 40-minute mark of this hour, at least, which means they'll come in again with 4 hours and 40 left to go. Seems fairly on mark.
Well, I didn't think they came in with 6 hours to go, so it wasn't 40 minutes ago they came in. I know they're 40 minutes into this hour, but they didn't come in 40 minutes ago, did they?
Maybe trying to get back on sequence, potentially, taking an early stop. I don't know.
I don't even know if there is a sequence at this stage in the race, really.
Fair enough, yeah.
It's certainly less clear as Mergley makes his way down the inside, and Rick Van Earl going to try and do the same into turn 1. Oh, not quite going to be able to. Henning Voller trying to do his best to stay out of everybody's way here. But Schubert Motorsport are going to pull to the left-hand side here, break early into the International Horseshoe, and now nothing separates Van Earl from Mergley. We reckon we'll get an LMP2 fight very soon with minimal traffic around, although the Seawolf car will look to try and go through now into the West Horseshoe.
Well, this is, well, of course, the Seawolf car going to the inside, but now crunch time. To put it that way. I mean, Rick Van Al is maybe trying his absolute best to close the gap to Matt Mergley, and well, this is, tantalisingly close. They're teasing us at this point. Just sort of step up, and Damien Scovron now back at the wheel of the Burst Esports car. To be fair to Burst Esports, a 2-man squad of Michi Hoyer and Damien Scovron to be able to, field only 2 drivers for the entire 12 hours and to keep this pace up. They're doing such a fantastic job to only have 2 drivers on cycle and to still be fighting right at the top of that DPI field. Fair play to them.
Do you know why there's only 2 of them here today?
Well, Cam's not here, which is -1.
Yeah, he never normally drives anyway.
Who else usually drives the Burst Esports? I mean, Damien Scovron, obviously, Michi Hoyer, the main 2.
That's a good point. That's a good point. They are the main 2. We normally have likes of Darren Modchek. He's normally here, or is sometimes. I'm just trying to rewind on Michi Hoyer's stream here to see if there's anything abnormal about this in lap. At the moment, he's dived in quite late. Or dove in quite late, I should say, in proper English, but it doesn't look too disgruntled or anything. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure really about whether that's early or not, but didn't seem too bothered by it. And Scrovron's now out there again on the circuit. It seems to be going well. Now 2 laps off of Jan Katau. It was a long stop. He spent more than 2 minutes in the box. And now being 2 laps away, I think it's close to 1 lap actually. He's off of the Seawolf car in front, but a bit of a peculiar one really, to have that with no obvious signs of any damage or anything.
Again, it's a weird race. Let's put it that way. I mean, in terms of pit lanes, we saw Michael LaRue and no obvious signs of anything extending their stop. And oh my, wow, that is Damien Scovron off the road there. The GTC Ferrari forcing them off just a little bit. I don't really know what's caused that, but definitely a wake-up call for Damien Scovron if he wasn't switched on. He certainly is now with definitely a heart-wrenching moment to dart straight away to the right-hand side. I mean, maybe it was good intentions for the Ferrari to make Damien Scovron's life a bit easier, but as a GT, your job is really just to try and be a little bit more predictable. Diogo Silva at the moment at the wheel of that Ferrari, but well, that's definitely not the sort of the start to the stint that Damien Skovron would have wanted. Fortunately, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, fortunately they got away with it. Diogo Silva back out there again in 11th place. Managed to stay 1 lap in front of Christian Pallesen. Then there's another 2 laps to Pedro Ramada, who's a previous champion in the Virtual Endurance Championship, of course, and then Herman Stocky another 10 laps back for Moran as he starts. So still 14th and will pick up points, but a long way back, nearly 20 laps off the lead in that category. We've seen a lot of attrition now at this point. 5 hours 15 still remaining. We've got Lorenzo Risi into the pit lane now for Simframe. I don't think Damien Skovron is going to get anywhere near him. It's interesting to see that Skovron has put soft tyres on as well, which is different to what Michi Hoyer had on during his stint in the car.
So softer rubber and trying to make best use of them, maybe to close the gap back up to the sort of the front few. Maybe trying to have another go at extending the soft stint as long as possible, but as it stands, Colin Spork leading the way. But Best Esports are going to want to try and make some advances back inside the top 3. It's been very, very close and a weird strategical dynamic for the DPIs, and as we've said time and time again, one that we don't really know how it's going to unfold, and really until right at the end of the race when it does, really, and we truly see where people are and how they're doing. But Best Esports yet trying to have a blitzing stint for the sort of the next 40 minutes or so, maybe even beyond that, for maybe 2 stints on the same set of soft tyres. But Damien Skovron back into the car, feeling a little bit fresh, maybe gone out, had something to eat, bit of a drink maybe as well, feeling nice, calm, composed and ready to go. So wax a set of soft tyres on and looking to be very, very punchy. But the gap between himself and Christian Malguera, who's now at the wheel of the Simframe 21 machine, 75 seconds. So big ask for Damien Skovron to really make much of an inroad relative to the top 3.
Absolutely. So no battles really going on the track right now, although as I said that the battle for the LMP2 lead is just developing and hovering around. But while it is going on, I will just read you the top 5 of each class right now. Race to Clutch have more than a minute's lead overall ahead of Seawolf Net Race. And in the 3rd place, Simframe Esports, Christian Marquero just got into that car after their recent pit stop. Last step of the podium for now. Burst Esport have got a bit of catching up to do, but they do at least have a lap over Mario Marquez, the final driver inside the top 10 for the top 5 for DX Droids. Pescarolo Esport still lead in LMP2, but as you can see, Rick Van Earl is not that far away at all. 1.4 seconds as they head down towards turn of 1, and only 19 seconds back is Mikel Leroux, who's done a good job to close in on new tyres during this stint in LMP2. Two leaders are about to converge here for Martin Mergley and Colin Spork on quite a little bit of traffic at this point in the order. Charlie Rigo and Sven Gilhard round out the top 5 in LMP2, while it is Tush's Motorsport Club with a bit of an unrealistically big lead right now. Michal Sedlacek does owe us a pit stop, I believe, anyway. Maybe doesn't, but certainly with a big lead right now. Nicola Pastore a minute and a half back. Black Hawk Racing 3rd, with Kamel Naoui's 2nd stint in the car, at least of this stint anyway. LeveRacing.com and the other Juices Motorsport Club car round out the top 5 positions. So that's your top 5 from your 3 classes. And just another 10 minutes until we reach the top of another hour here, and we're going to reach the top of another hour with a great battle for the lead in LMP2. Nothing to interrupt them now, no traffic around. It's just Martin Mergley versus Rick Van Earl.
Yeah, and the gap actually able to close. I think a bit of contact between Martin Mergley and Colin Spork at the exit of turn 6 maybe sent the 26 machine a little bit too wide than he'd have hoped for, allowing Rick Van Earl to get the measure, get inside the 1 second, and crucially within a pretty substantial slipstream range. Now the gap only 0.3 of a second, so the race is on for the race lead. And well, with the 37 machine, Michael Leroux only sort of now 19 seconds behind. If they fight a bit too hard, they might have another driver on the scene also to join the fight. But Rick Van Al, mightily quick, and I think this battle's been quite a long time in the making.
It has really, although Rick Van Al's battles seem to be really, based on what we've seen over the last 3 hours. It seemed to be a long time coming, and then when they do, finally, either able to make a way through or just sit behind, as we are right now, on board with the Supreme Esports LMP2. Spending a bit of time on board with this driver. Out onto the banking again. We'll be picking up a little bit of slipstream. 7 tenths back though, not really close enough for anything to happen. In terms of traffic, not much around right now. 74, Deuces Motorsport Club, the leader in GTE, about to be passed by the leaders in LMP2. Very shortly, you can just see the white Ferrari in the distance there. Rick Van Al picks up a slipstream again through NASCAR 3 and 4. And they will have to negotiate the leader there in the infield as they begin to think about pitting maybe in the next few moments. I think it will be Van Earl first to pit, but down in towards turn 1, they'll stay as they were.
Well, it's another lap. Rick Van Al is behind the 26 machine. Martin Mergley still fairly composed out in front. Bit of DPI traffic to negotiate themselves, and of course the Deuces Motorsport Club car as well just in front of them there, extending the gap now above a second. So Rick Van Al held up a little bit, but able to get past the 74 GTE race leader fairly comfortably, which is going to be sort of maybe what he needs, a good omen maybe to get himself back into the fight. It was very, very close, then separated just a little bit, but now nothing separates them once more. 1 second between the top two in LMP2 with, well, nearly 7 hours into this race. It's very much not often that you see this sort of race start to materialize. It's fantastic, and it's surprising that it's been so long since we've been at Daytona.
Well, I guess so. It was supposed to be the 24-hour race of Season 8 when we did 2 24-hour races in one season. I think that's the only time that's ever happened. But it was going to be that race, but it moved to Spa, and so we never got that race back in Season 8. So we've had to wait 11 years for this circuit to return. It's been a while, but it's been a welcome return. I do feel though at this time of year, Zach, it's very well used. You know, a couple of weekends ago was the real life Daytona 24 hours. Next weekend is the Daytona 500. You have all the excitement that builds up between the two of them because they're both season openers for their respective championship. The circuit does get a lot of action at this time of year, and not much for the rest of it.
Yeah, it is very much, I don't want to say a seasonal thing, but it really is sort of at the start of a new year. All the attention to Daytona, and well, we've shared quite a few events at Daytona over the recent weeks, and well, I mean, I'm not necessarily complaining. I mean, it's a track that really lends itself well to some great racing, but yeah, it's very much all in your face for a few weeks, then completely nothing for the rest of the year. So you really look forward to it for the whole year, then you get it all at once right at the start, which I mean is arguable, debatable for whether it's good or bad. Depends on your personal taste and what you think of Daytona, but so far it's proven to be mightily worthy, and well, the VEC Endurance Championship taking its own making its own sort of mark on the circuit, and really proven to have such a fantastic race. I don't even know what to describe it as, really. Just it's great at creating awesome races, which I guess you can't complain about. But it's dubbed the World Center of Racing for a reason, I suppose. Is the principle of that point.
I do really hate that name it gives itself. By the way,
don't worry.
Even and people in England say Silverstone's the home of motorsport or the Grand Prix racing, and I'm like, I'm throwing up in my mouth. Even though I am English, of course, but even so, it really makes me a bit sick when people do that. But anyway, I certainly get the pull of this circuit. As I was saying earlier on, though, it is a great racing track, as you just mentioned. But I don't know about you, I don't find it that exciting to drive on
No.
my own. You just spend a lot of time doing a whole lot of nothing, really, when you drive this circuit.
It's again similar to me. The Circuit de la Sarthe is a similar fashion in the sense that yes, it's fun to drive through the Porsche curves and things like that, but when you're sat on the Mulsanne straight for 20-30 seconds, it's just a case of, wow, this is fun. What am I doing? Whereas, I don't know, other circuits, more club style circuits, really are the more fun ones to sort of chuck it around. And I don't know. I don't know. It depends what you're driving and where you're driving it. But while it does bring great racing, you're right in saying it's a bit boring to drive.
I think I've heard some horror stories from you driving at Le Mans, actually. I'm pretty sure it was Le Mans.
You have.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, okay, it was. You've ruined lives there.
I have. And my own.
So, and your own. So yeah, maybe that's why. But I still like driving Le Mans, as I said earlier on. It's a great circuit, and especially for the 24. Oh my good lord! For the 24-hour, it's very exciting. That was pretty, well, a bit too exciting, really. I think DX Troy is trying to head through the middle of everybody, Mario Marquez, and you can understand why Marquez has such a sense of urgency right now, because he's in 6th place. He's getting chased down by Stavros Mouzadis in 7th.
Yeah, he's going to want to get a move on and try and extend the gap as best he can, because Stavros Mouzadis is coming in at a rate of knots. I think 1.3 seconds on that last lap, a 1:28.8 for the number 2 machine of Mario Marquez, a 1:27.1 for Stavros Mouzadis and the 2:23 Valet Esports car. So really hammering some great laps in that fight for 6th, and 11 seconds, a differential of over a second. Well, that's not going to last too much. You do the maths, it's around about 11 laps, pretty much a second lap, 11 seconds, funnily enough. And well, Stavros Mouzadis is trying to close that in as quickly as possible. Maybe hindered a little bit from the arm cyber at LMP2, but for the most part, overall is the quicker of the 2 drivers. So Mario Marquez might need to be a little bit more punchy in his stride and move forward a little bit quicker in some haste.
Certainly, a race winner in the Formula Sim Racing Pro Championship, by the way, is Mouzadis, in a very dramatic finish at Silverstone, I seem to remember. Yeah, he certainly knows what he's doing. Colin Spork into the pit lane, though, from the race lead. Jan Katau is going to close in, but he's also being caught, is Katau, by Christian Marguerite. Now only 8 seconds behind here right now. Was caught by 2.2 seconds on that last lap. This gap between Seawolf and Supreme is coming down, and we might well have a battle for second coming up very soon, as these two are going to unlap themselves as a result of this pit stop.
Well, this is really, I mean, wow. There's no dead point, because as soon as one thing dies down, another thing livens up right at the same time. So there's never sort of a dull point of this race. Always at least one bit of action to take the spotlight. And Jan Katau running in 2nd place as Race Clutch come into the pit lane from the race lead. Colin Spork doing yet another fantastic stint at the wheel of the number 14 machine. Fastest lap time, of course, still held by him with a 1:25.592. I think a lap time he did sort of in the first hour or so of this race, and still managing to hold firm at the front. Christian Mikel also P5 for the NewRacing.com, trying to close in for 4th place in the GTEs. And well, that's going to be a place that he wants to get himself up into, to minimise the points lost to Juices Racing Motorsport Club right at the sharp end of the GTE field at the moment. But wow, yeah, still so much to talk about, so many battles that have such big potential and are right on the horizon in the next few laps or so.
They certainly are. I'm not sure whether Christian Mikel just made a mistake or whether he's just made a pit stop. I don't know. Yeah, I think he's made a pit stop. He has done. That's how Dennis Zetak has been able to get through for Arnaud's competition. We've just seen a pit stop for the 73. Yannick Place stays at the wheel. Juices Motorsport Club, but that's why Scuderia Leone suddenly within 2 seconds of them. So gap's really closing here. As into the pit lane comes Nicola Pastore as well for John Lacey Esports. Out the pit lane again almost as quickly. Pastore, by the way, one of the Pastore brothers, along with Giuseppe Pastore. They're both driving in this car. Joseph Herlock's in there, so is Jelle Binsbergen. All drivers of the John Lacey Esports Ferrari here in this season of the VEC. But not long until 5 hours to go here, Zach. We're honing in on the end of this race. We're in the second half of it, at the very least. The sun has, gone away now for definite. and we're getting towards the end, and we're still getting these interesting battles.
No complaints. I mean, as I said, there's not really been sort of the typical sort of, you plot it out on a graph. The race is really intense for sort of the first hour or two, then it dips back down again, hour, sort of 3-4, the midpoint of the race, then again it livens up right at the end of it. But it's pretty much plateaued as an interesting race up until now for the entire 7 hours so far, and I'm sure that's going to be the case for the next 5 hours, provided everyone keeps it clean, keeps it on the circuit, and stays exactly how it has been in terms of driving standards, consistency, and pace. Because, yeah, this has definitely been one of my favorite endurance races that I've ever been able to commentate on, and well, it's been fantastic to be able to watch it unfold. And it seems like that it's shot by in terms of timing. It doesn't feel like 7 hours ago that the race got underway, but it has. And in the meantime, we've had such a densely packed bit of action.
We certainly have. Zach, very much. Those words were all in the wrong order there. Thanks very much for joining me for the last couple of hours.
Worries no.
Worries no. Oh, great. Thanks very much. We'll see you again in a couple of hours, Zach. And we'll bring in Peter Higley once again for another stint of a few hours in the commentary box. Welcome again. It's, significantly darker than the last time you were here.
It is much darker. Night is falling here at Daytona International Speedway, and yes, I'm pretty sure that this means the temperatures have started falling, and perhaps we're starting to get some faster lap times as well. Perhaps we can even see the fastest lap of the race at some point within the next 5 hours.
Yeah, it's not impossible. Obviously, you've got to find the free track space to do that, which is always the main issue there. But it may well be possible. And of course, the fact at Daytona as well, you don't really have the problem of not being able to see where you're going like you do at the back end of Le Mans, like we do at a circuit like Spa, and we did earlier on in the season. You can see where you're going all the way around here, because even though the floodlights are decreased in their intensity to, I can't remember what percent.
20%.
I was going to guess 20, but I couldn't be sure. So it's darker than it is at the Daytona 500, but it's not dark.
Yeah, so at least here it's 20% that they turn the backstretch lights down to. Generally, they keep the grandstand lights the same intensity as they would normally, but it's down to 20% for the backstraight. And there's actually, you can have a look at this online when they had the, I can't remember exactly what it was called, but it's called the Busch Clash now, essentially the pre-season all-star exhibition event at Daytona on the Oval. They were doing practice one evening, and the lights in the back straight failed and went to the emergency lighting for the 20%. So yes, everyone, but none of the people on track during practice actually lifted off the throttle. They all were still going 190 miles an hour in the middle of the dark. Thank you.
That doesn't surprise me one bit, actually. You've got to be a little bit wrong in the head to do it anyway. Not, I don't mean that in the bad way, by the way, but it's true. You do certainly. The Clash, of course, has really moved around its the circuits and layouts that it's used in the last few years. By the way, it's in LA now, which couldn't be further away from Daytona.
It is. It's in the Coliseum in LA.
So it was an American football stadium or something. Maybe that's not quite accurate.
No, I think it was normally a football stadium. I can't quite remember, but yeah. They were supposed to hold one of the early WrestleManias there, but then it got called off to a smaller venue across the road because of quote unquote a bomb threat. But really, it was poor ticket sales.
I can imagine that. Yeah.
Again, it's my pointless wrestling knowledge coming into the fore. But yes, back to the job at hand, which is of course the 12 hours of Daytona. Having a look at Yankee here in the DPI, the number 6 Seawolf Net race car, a full 75 seconds behind the race clutch car. Now, at least in qualifying, if I remember correctly, it was only about 87 seconds a lap or so. So, there's real danger of race clutch here actually lapping the field.
Yeah, there certainly is. 1 minute 21 is the gap right now. 1 minute 27 is the lap times they're doing. Collins Bork currently making his way out of the Le Mans chicane as well in the 14. He's actually a bit further away than that would have you believe, actually. He's just coming towards the bus stop chicane now. So he is, a bit further away than that gap would actually have you believe. But certainly, Race Clutch do have a big advantage over the rest, and they are in danger of lapping the whole field. But then again, at a circuit like Daytona, that's not unusual, really. We speak about this as being one of the big circuits. It does hold, in my opinion, one of the big four 24-hour endurance races in any given season. But it's by far the shortest of those four circuits, and by far the easiest to fall a lap down. Because after all, this 127 lap time is really not very long.
Yeah, really. Well, when you think what was it, Laguna Seca? It wasn't really actually that much more, was it? It was about a minute 10 or so, wasn't it? If memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, around there, I'd imagine, yeah.
And so it's actually not that much longer, but of course it's far easier to lap people here at Daytona than it is at Laguna Seca.
And also, just in my brain anyway, I thought Daytona would be, really quite a lot longer than Laguna Seca, but in reality, in terms of lap time, it's really not.
Yes, it's 3.5 miles long. Excuse me, of course, which about 2.3 of those miles are on the oval. And obviously the oval is flat out. You do have the chicane in the back straight. That really doesn't slow down the cars that much. But maybe only about 3 or 4 seconds.
It's if you're going to put a chicane in a race circuit, I think the bus stop is a good way of doing it. Or the particular bus stop that we have. You see some horrible ones at circuits sometimes, but that's a good example, in my opinion, anyway. I'm not sure all the LMP2 drivers will agree with me. I don't know if you've seen over the last couple of hours, but we've seen a couple of them fall casualty to the bus stop chicane. Most notably,
I saw the 64 car. Oh no, sorry, that was in the GTs. I noticed they were in the pits as well. Excuse me, but go on.
Yeah, they've not emerged. They may well be out 5th retirement. Actually, we think that was a screen freeze, but Freedom Esports and Black Hawk Sancho both hit the wall at the bus stop chicane. Both LMP2s, both in a similar way.
And of course, that bus stop chicane, we've seen it so many times so far this race. That entry on that first left-hander, that curve on the inside, is so easy to take too much and just launch your car. And obviously, whatever direction your front wheels are pointed when you land, well, that's the direction your car is going to go. And sometimes it is directly into that inside wall.
I'm pretty sure that DX George Porsche just hit the wall on the back straight there without...
Oh, did it?
It was just not concentrating by the looks of it. But anyway, all's fine. We're on board with Christian Marquera though, and it's a good chance to have a look here at the way he's closing in on Yan Katao right now. These two a long way off the race lead, but fighting over second place, and with Michi Hoyer's drive-through penalty for cut tracks, now putting them at a long stop at the last one as well. Javier Scovron now nearly a lap back from these two. They're very much finding themselves battling for second or third, realising that they can't do much worse, but they can't get much better either.
Yeah, can't get much worse. Watch this. I shouldn't say that, no. Is that commentator's curse? If I say that, is that the reverse of the curse? Does that mean it actually becomes better for them afterwards?
I think if they lose time, I don't think they'll care. It will be your fault, whichever way around you've said it.
Fantastic. Yes, on board with Christian Marquera here in the swing through car, and you can just see the car that they are chasing down, that number 6 car ahead. And I've said this many times before, and it never gets false, but whenever you can actually see the car ahead that you're chasing down, that brings a little bit of a incentive, if you like, into the drivers' heads.
I thought you were going to say catching is one thing, passing is another. There.
That is also a thing.
Which also doesn't get any less true, in the course of motorsport. And it's very much true for Marquera right now, because at one point he was gaining more than 2 seconds a lap now, but you can see now that he's got to the back, or at least within a second of the driver in front. It started to get slightly less easy to close it any further, and to actually make a move here. So it does look like this battle might need a bit of traffic sprinkled in there to really change anything here.
Yeah, to really change anything. We've seen so often that, especially in the top 5, usually in each class, it's essentially impossible to split people on pace. Really, it's just who makes the fewest mistakes and who gets the luckiest with traffic. At the moment, Marquera is hoping that they get luckiest with traffic in that 7-free car, and the Super Net race just gets held up a little bit somewhere. And I really think that for the DPIs, the easiest place to get held up, if you like, is being stuck by the GT through the bus stop chicane, isn't it? That's at least where you're going to gain the most amount of time on the car in front if they are stuck behind that GT.
I would say so, because out of all the other corners, you can just make a pass at the next corner, so it's not really much of a problem. But the whole bus stop chicane is quite a long section there of a couple of corners. So, yeah, I would say so, especially because the GTEs, of course, don't have the aerodynamic downforce that the prototypes do. And so even when you are stuck behind a GT at the International or West Horseshoe, it's not too much of a disadvantage anymore. It is a little bit, but the mechanical grip is quite similar. So you don't actually lose too much time. Over the line for Christian Marquera, who's as close as he has been for a long time. On the back of Jan Katau, he closes in on the brakes. And now these two really are going to battle. They've got the DX Droids DPI just in front of them. Vala behind, but Marquera wants to get in front right now of Jan Katau. Outside line of the International Horseshoe. It's a very long way around that hairpin. Katau made sure that he didn't go for the overrunner as well. Although Marquera's being squeezed, and now he's flashing his lights.
I would as well. That was almost disaster for both of them, wasn't it? Katau was really riding on the edge here, giving a car with an Visla paper, I think, was left on the track. But yes, Katau there defending robustly. Marquera flashing the lights in response. But there's going to be a little bit more slipstream here from Marquera, and I have a feeling that if Marquera gets side by side with this number 6 car again, it won't be as friendly as it was last time.
Possibly not in this race. Let's see though. They're almost on top of each other coming out of the bus stop chicane. Christian Marquera now very much locked in the slipstream of the German in front. He can't quite tuck into the slipstream as quickly as he wanted to there, but will be able to eventually. And they should be neck and neck, almost side by side, as they go over the line here through the tri-oval, with Valley Esports laps behind, by the way, involved here as well. Marquera goes to the outside line, brakes late, brakes too late. He's gone very, very wide, far too wide, and he's undone quite a lot of his hard work previous.
Yeah, missed the apex by distance rather than time there. Yes, it was not the ideal line there through turn 1. Marquera's got to try and make up that time again, but you can see there in the bottom right, it's only 0.8 of a second. The gap now easily recatchable, if you like, this number 6 car. And as you said, this car then 7th position in the CD07 in white lights down there on the side of the car shows that it's 7th position in class, and this car many laps down, as you are correct, is Valley Sports, and it's going to cause a lot of trouble, perhaps for Marquera, but of course it will be receiving blue flags.
Will, but it does look like Valley Esports a bit quicker here. Mercedes has been closing in on the DX Droids car Marquez for a while. Oh, and he doesn't want to go down the inside there. Nobody wants that. That can be a really awkward one. So he's going to have to wait a little bit longer. He's only 2 seconds off of 6th place himself, though, so it's a very awkward place for Valley Esports to find themselves, wanting to go through, but also not being able to. I think now they're going to take their chance, though. Here we go. There's going to be a bit of slipstream here for an LMP2. Oh, flashing of the lights. They're going to have to go either side of the armed cyber car, are they? And Katau holds the inside line. Valley Esports not able to go through. I think Katau wants to keep them there, really, to act as a bit of a shield to the car behind in the form of Christian Marquera.
Yeah, it's hunting that car, as you rightly pointed out, but Katau will be wanting to keep this Valley Esports in between just as a pick, and again, almost as you said, like a rear gunner of sorts, even though they're not on the same team. 9/10, 8/10 still the gap. Pretty much the same as it was before. It did come down to about 5/10 at some point, but this traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, as always, and here's Marquera's chance, perhaps, to pass the Vala car.
He does like a flash of the lights, doesn't he, Christian Marquera? Let's hope he doesn't get a penalty for it, because as we referred to a few hours ago, there are rules around it. Now, slipstream and more speed again for Valley Esports and Mercedes. A bit of defence as well from Jan Katau. You can see that Mercedes is really getting into Katao's head here, and he's starting to play on the mind of the driver in front. Now he finds himself in an awkward place though. Margera wants him to get out of the way because he feels he's got a chance to go through on Yan Katao here. There's 3 of them separated by almost nothing at all. Mercedes pulls to the outside. Is it for an overtake? Is it to get out of the way of Margera? Well, it's not exactly clear right now. Margera goes to the inside line. He is going to get through. They will put a lap on Mercedes again. There's now 3 between them, and the battle for second place can resume.
Yeah, the battle can resume. You said, is it to overtake or get out of the way? Porque no los dos. As here comes Margera trying to pass once again, getting round the GT car just before the kink, so losing a minimal amount of time there through the kink. Now coming through the West Horseshoe, there's the Sim Racing for Holland car. They're all streaming up the inside of it, and Margera is so close this time round, accelerating down towards turn 6. Of course, this is the most important corner on the circuit because it leads to this long flat out section all the way to the chicane at the back. Now the question is, if the Valley Esports car gets to the rear wing of the Simframe car, does Margera defend?
Well, there's going to be some awkward situations here coming up because they're all catching DX droids now. And this battle for second not going away. Traffic at the bus stop as well. DX droids very much slowed down by that, but Yan Katao didn't have to slow down barely at all there. And now we've got 3 wide. Outside line of the Team Iris LMP2 and one of the GTs as well. We've got one of the Deuces Motorsport Club Ferraris here as well now, as Christian Margera is going to get the slipstream. Oh my word! Mercedes goes into the pit lane below the double yellow line there, leaving these 2 to fight it out. Outside line for Margera. He just doesn't look like he's got enough speed to get far enough alongside to really have a go in towards turn 1.
Not quite got the straight line speed, perhaps relying a little bit more on those wings in the infield section, but here comes Margera. They're both coming up the inside of this Go Team LMP2. I think it may well be that's the DX Droids one. Coming up the inside, going through the kink, then coming up the inside of a GT car, coming towards the West Horseshoe, and look how close Margera is this time around. The problem is, Ewan, that if you're too close, you then don't get slipstream.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty impossible, by the way, to tell DX Droids and Go Team Racing apart. That was DX Droids DPI, not that anyone knew at the time. Margera, though, will stay very close indeed to Yan Katao here. Right on the back in the slipstream. You can see that's his onboard in the bottom of your screen as well. The split screen we've got going on in towards the bus stop chicane. He dives deeper onto the bus stop, but gets things slightly wrong at the first part. I don't think his exit's good enough this time to get anywhere near that second place.
Not close enough this time round, but look at that, 312, 315, and we're going to reach 320 even before we get off of NASCAR 4. How quick is this Simframe car going? 335, I think that might just be it topping out. 337, well, what is that? That's actually got to be just over 200 miles an hour, isn't it?
Yeah, I think these cars do get that. Do get the. I know the GTPs these days certainly do. DPI's a bit slipstream.
Well, 337 is actually. That's a silly speed for these cars to be going at.
It is very quick.
It's a silly speed.
But yeah, I mean, Seawolf do look very quick in a straight line, and Simframe are struggling to get on turns really in a straight line. Well, around the banking.
Yeah, again, I think this Simframe, the Seawolf car is really relying on its minimal wings at the moment. Look at all those sparks flying out the underbody, hitting the asphalt, coming through the oval. Is this Margera's chance? No, deciding not to this time round. There's this GT car, this is our Nars Competition ahead, but I think both these DPI cars have been unhindered by that big Porsche.
Relatively so. Yan Katao had a real danger there of letting that hinder him and letting that lose him this place, basically. In the slipstream again for Margera. Through the tri-oval, he's just not gaining quickly enough in the slipstream here. The Seawolf Net Race DPI is just good enough in the straight line. Margera almost giving up now in towards turn 1. He almost seemed like he was lifting off a little bit. and just letting that one develop up in front of him and letting that happen, really, and just saving a bit of fuel. It just makes you wonder whether sitting back and saving fuel a little bit is almost a better idea than risking a move at turn 1.
Yeah, try and go for an overcut of some description, perhaps.
Yeah, just even if you can't save a lap of fuel, just shorten your pit stop. But Margera is struggling, and I think he will feel as if he can push on a little bit if he were to get through. I think he does feel quicker, and he definitely got into the rear of Cattell there. He feels quicker, but he's just not quite quick enough in the right areas to actually get through.
Yeah, and this is always the problem. You're quicker, but not quick enough in order to make a move. Look at that! It's streaming around the GT car and kind of get very close, actually. Margera, do they get a better run out of the bus stop that time round? I don't think they do. I think it's still a little bit too far back. I say that. Look at that distance. It's closing. But the minimal wings of that number 6 car is really helping it. Moving to the outside, perhaps. Having to go all the way around the outside at turn 1. We saw what happened a few laps ago. Last time Margera tried this. Does it go better this time around? He's sticking there a little bit wider, trying to perhaps get a better run through here down towards the International Horseshoe, but I think just went a little bit too wide to make that happen.
Well, we saw what happened as well 3.5 hours ago when Simfreem tried to get on the inside of Race Clutch at the time, was it? It was, I think it was. Yeah, but it was in towards turn number 1. There was an LMP2 of Arm Cyber involved, and it turned into a bit of a mess, unfortunately, for Simfreem Esports. They've recovered from it now, of course. Ricardo Corazari it was at the time. But try not to repeat that. That was close. Between a couple of the cars, one of the LMP2s there. They're going to get through another of them in towards the bus stop as well, almost as if they've not affected the race at all. Towards the Le Mans chicane they go. And Cattell has a bit more of, or a few more car lengths than he did last time. So the run out of the chicane into the slipstream. He was, he was doubly as close this time last lap and couldn't do it. So he's definitely not going to do it from here.
Yeah, not doing it. Maybe. Yeah, it's too far. Well, you can always try from any distance. Whether it goes well or successfully is another question.
Well,
and I say that. Whoa, say that! Look at that! Look at that! The Seawolf car was hindered by the other prototype coming through turn 1, and that gap has gone down to nothing.
Well, this is where traffic really affects things. Margera was furthest back he's been for about 5 laps, but got the closest to making a move. Sometimes endurance racing just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Margera now really applying the pressure, and almost in a panicked way, Jan Cattell flashing the lights now at some of the slower traffic. They're both going to try and go either way. Either side, Margera inside line at turn 6. He's finally got an opening, but there's the contact. Margera went for it. He saw his opportunity. He couldn't quite grasp it.
Yeah, little half spin there due to the contact. Not much damage. Oh, I don't think there is any damage though. And 1.3 seconds down. So again, not too far back. Easily made up in a couple of laps. And Margera will be there once again to attack that number 6 car. But again, it's just about, I think I agree with you. Margera looks like they're faster, but not fast enough to make that move. I think it was myself and Zach earlier were saying earlier on that really you need to be about a second faster a lap in order to make a move, then make the breakaway afterwards. Having a look here, this is a battle for 7th position in the GT class. It's the Nash Competizione della Zera and the number 60 car. Essentially nose to tail coming on to NASCAR 1.
They certainly are on board with the Danish driver Joachim Stetsnas trying to go through, and the flash of the lights there.
Oh, bump drafting!
Bump draft,
yes!
Well, Daytona 500 come a week early here because there's bump draft on the high banks. Now down the inside in towards the bus stop. Are they? Not quite for the 2 Porsches. 2 really nice liveries on these Porsches, by the way. Absolutely love picking these 2 out, but thankfully it's not much of a mess at the moment. It's pretty easy to do. Stetsnas will now get the slipstream. He looks strong in a straight line up towards the bus stop there. You'd expect him to make a move into turn 1.
Well, you can expect many things, but how many of them actually come true? Here comes P1 Esports car all the way around the outside. Oh, I think the Nash Competition car actually just led that lap. And there we go, just lifting out the throttle a little bit, I believe, before the braking zone for turn 1, so there wasn't a big incident. But the P1 car goes up into P6. Yes, so it's going to be, yeah. It's not P1, therefore, am I quite happy with it? I don't think so. But yeah, the number 60 car moves up into 6th, and it's 38 seconds to next car up, which reduces number 73.
Absolutely. The P1 Esport car, by the way, has managed to second place back at Spa, so a couple of decent results so far, but unfortunately down in 6th place right now. I'm recovering a little bit actually from earlier on, where they were even further down and struggling than they are now. Christian Marguerite finally comes into the pit lane, and Jan Katau is going to be left alone for the first time in a while. Katau is going to be very glad about that, but I think Marguerite is going to be even more glad that he doesn't have to stare at the rear end of this car anymore. He would have been getting very frustrated in that stint.
Yeah, that I do believe this is something that might allow Marguerite a little bit of breathing room, if you like. Not quite breathing room, but you know, a different view for once. As going up the inside there of the GT car is Katau, and through onto the oval. But yes, Katau will be trying to essentially make these final few laps of the stint as fast as possible to try and maintain that gap over the Simprime car.
Absolutely. So we'll see how it develops. 1 minute 9 in the box. Well, 1 minute 9 in the lane here today. Or here in that stop, I should say. 1 minute is the gap. A little bit more than for Marguerite, who's back on his way. Cut track, by the way, on the last lap for Jan Katau. We've already seen one penalty for Michi Hoyer. That's going to be something to watch out for the remainder of this race as well. And you can imagine, oh wow, that was unreal timing. Henning Voller has just got one for cut tracks, I'm going to imagine.
Fantastic, commentator's curse, I blame you.
Well, yeah, but that's not the only, you don't only need one to get a penalty, so I'm not taking full blame. And given he's coming out the bus stop chicane as well, I'm going to guess that that is a cut track drive through. And indeed, we'll get to the answer for sure when he actually crosses the line in the pit lane. It is indeed a cut track penalty. He's making his way down. Will make his way out again for Schubert Motorsport. And Arm Schreiber probably won't catch them up because they are 8 laps behind at this stage. So that's a bit of a gap to cross. So that was just dying down a little bit over the next couple of moments as a couple of the race leaders go together there. Race clutch for DPI, Simprime Esports in LMP2, but the gap coming down for the lead in LMP2. On the last lap, Michael Leroux gained 1.4 seconds on Rick Van Earl. And the gap now is 7.5.
Yeah, 1.4 seconds definitely suggests traffic in a bad place, doesn't it?
Well, or just more pace for the car behind and newer tyres, because I'm pretty sure that the Go Team Racing cars put tyres on more recently than this car has. And that's basically what's deciding the battle between the top 3 at the moment, because Pescarolo Esports are involved as well, Daniel Visner, and whoever's leading basically depends on who's put tyres on last, or who put least tyres on recently, if that makes any sense. So it's
no,
top one to go.
This does vaguely make sense. Don't worry.
I'm trying to. It makes sense.
I know it can be difficult sometimes. I also struggle with this.
It's I think it's a mainly commentator's issue, to be fair. It's but I think it's one of those races though where we're going to get to the final hour of the race. It will suddenly become, or final 2 hours maybe. It will finally come clear quite what's happening, and then we'll be able to go forward and really get a grasp on the race from now until the end. And these teams will have a good idea of what they want to happen between now and the end. But any number of things can throw that off between now and then.
Indeed, how long is there to go? I think it's about 4.5 hours. There is so much time left where anything could go wrong or correctly for the respective teams. Rick Van Uyl, we're having a look, the Simfreen car. Of course, the sister car in DPI battling for that second position. I say that, look who's came into the pits. In the DPI class.
Now our favourite on-track battle might be about to return. Yakatao is in. Although, once again, it does depend on the tyre situation for these teams and drivers, because if Katao has not taken tyres or has, and Margera has done the opposite, then we're not going to get the fight return. But if indeed Katao and Margera come out almost next to each other here, then we know that they're pretty much on the same strategy at this stage.
Yeah, I'd say so. Perhaps it depends what's going to happen with their tyre strategy, though, isn't it? Because some of these teams might be treble stinting tyres, others may be double stinting, and of course, changing your tyres takes time. So it might be interesting to see what's happening in terms of the tyre strategy as well. So we're still seeing the Seawolf car stationary in the pits, I believe. Here comes Margera across the start-finish line now, and it's going to pass. So perhaps this Seawolf car is taking some tyres.
Yep.
When the Symphony car did not last time round.
I think that is a safe assumption to make. You see Katao still there, changing those tyres. Michi Hoyer could get close it. Well, sorry, it's Damien Scovron now. Excuse me. Yes, get close. Well, it's going to get to within 30 seconds, and Tony Mellor's going to get at the wheel as well. So the Le Mans virtual competitor will be on his way again. I'm not sure if he was the last season, by the way, but he certainly has been involved in one of the 24-hour editions of that event. Out of the pit lane for Mellor, 25 seconds ahead of Scrovron, 40 seconds nearly behind Margera.
That's a tyre change, pretty much, isn't it?
It must be. It seems like a bit of a larger advantage, larger tyre change, that one to me, but maybe it's absolutely normal. I'm not entirely sure personally, but yeah, nearly 40 seconds. That battle's certainly not on anymore.
Yeah, it might almost be like a time trial between the two cars now, in order to try and make this happen, at least for now. And of course, as we've said so many times before, we only really see what's going to happen with the strategies when we reach the last hour of the race. Having a look down on circuit, if I find the correct tab, I'm looking for this one. Fantastic. Bert Knops in the Sim Racing for Holland number 52 cars, only 7 seconds behind Scuderia Leone number 93, with Ruben Correa Alves currently at the wheel. Of course, as we've been saying before, the checkerboard Sim Racing for Holland car, always iconic here in the VEC, and it looks like Knops is actually closing up on the Correa Alves pretty quickly.
It certainly is. And it's great to see. By the way, I've just found the article I was looking for on Bert Knops. I said earlier on that he alongside Andres Kirli and Marcel Hoffmans have been racing 24-hour races in sim racing since the mid-2000s. I've just found the actual record of it. There's something here from September 2004 that is kind of introducing sim racing for Holland, and Bert Knops is one of the drivers for a 24 hours Le Mans event. So there you are. He has been doing 24-hour races for nearly 20 years, maybe more, in the sim racing world.
At the risk of making us feel all incredibly old, 2004, that must be before you?
No. Oh, wow. Thanks.
I have no idea how old you are.
I would have been nearly 2, but
oh, that's fine then.
It's not very old, but I was alive. I was knocking about somewhere, rolling about. Maybe, I don't know what you do at 2, really. But anyway, yeah. Sorry to Bert Knops, by the way. I know he's probably not listening to us right now. But sorry. We don't mean to. Zach certainly was not alive. Absolutely not.
Zach wasn't. No.
Zach was about -3 or something. So he not even a thought in his parents' mind yet. You know, it's just ages away at the time. But yeah. Anyway, he's certainly closing this gap pretty quickly right now, Burton-Ops, and we are seeing this quite often, really, in the GTE field, and in all of them, actually, with the way that these tyre strategies are working out. We get large stages of the race where some drivers are really loads quicker than others, and then loads slower than others, and despite the fact they're the same matchups and so on, and almost the same phase in the race. You know, Burton-Ops is taking nearly, 1.5, 2 seconds a lap out of Ruben Carrera Alves right now, but I'm very certain and very sure in saying that it is down to a newer tyre set than the Scuderia Leone Corvette has got on right now.
Yeah, Scuderia Leone cars been in VEC for a few seasons now, haven't they? And they've always done a pretty good job as far as I can remember. So yes, hoping to see them for a few seasons more. As I say that, look, there's a little bit of a train behind the Seawolf Net race car.
But there certainly
Indeed,
was.
One of those cars is the Supreme car.
Well,
And there's the valley directly behind, so essentially where we were.
yeah, as
before, I
always.
think.
Yeah.
Yep.
It seems to be race leaders in, by the way, in the for race clutch. Burton-Ops brings that down to 4 seconds. Yeah, Scuderia Leone have had success in the Virtual Endurance Championship before. The last season they competed in, which admittedly was season 8 or 9, 8.
Was it? What am I thinking of then?
I think so. I don't know.
think so.
Someone else. I got handed this information at the start of the season, so I'm fairly confident. But they won 2 of the rounds anyway in the GTE. It could have been season 9. But all these memories are becoming slightly faded, hazy now, because that was quite a few years ago now. But yeah, they have done plenty of VEC in the past. And Adam Baldwin, by the way, has just stepped into the chat, by the way, after getting out of the Juicious Motorsport Club GTEs, saying that apparently we called him old last season and made him realise that he is old. I don't remember calling him old, but did I? Maybe I did.
No. See, the thing is, Ewan, memory is the first thing that goes with age.
That's true. Yeah.
So really, are you the one that's becoming old?
Well,
Who knows?
I say this. Well, it all depends on who you're talking to. Because when I'm talking to Zach, he's like, well, yeah, but most other people, not really. So there we are. But certainly the fact that there are drivers significantly better than me, who are quite a few years younger than me, is a very humbling experience, actually. Thinking of guys like Colin Spork, who has just gotten... Oh, he stayed at the wheel of the race car actually in the pit lane right now. Zach thinks he's just turned 18. He's certainly still a teenager, and certainly won an FSR World Championship at 17. Scarily good driver for his age. Scarily good maturity at the wheel as well for his age. I know some people criticise him for his aggressiveness sometimes, and maybe his lack of maturity as well. So, but I think for his age especially, his consistency and smartness in traffic is something you don't often get in such a young driver, because you need experience, and it's very hard to get that when you're so young.
Yeah, of course, and there's always consistency that you're looking for in endurance racing, because it's not always the fastest, it's the one who makes the least mistakes is the one that comes out ahead. But yes, consistency is something you always want in endurance racing. Having a look here at Michael Sedlakech in this Juicious Motorsport Club number 74 car, the car that is second in the championship, and I believe looks like will probably take over first position in the championship after this race.
Well, if things stay as they are, NeedRacing.com would cling on to a 3-point championship lead, but what's the difference at this stage in the season? It's not very much at all, but they are really out in front and with a good lead. They're about to, well, they're thinking about coming in, not quite just yet. Their teammates are embroiled in a fight though. Yannick Place is just behind Kevin Yeager, who's just come into the pit lane with the GTC Race Centre car just in between them. Adam Baldwin's come back to me, by the way. Apparently I did it at Road America last season. I said the older he gets, the faster he gets, which is kind of true. But I wasn't suggesting he was old. Just the fact he wasn't getting any slower. But anyway, I appreciate that Didn't sound great, but anyway, it's fine. Not a big gap between Deuces Motorsport Club and Black Hawk Racing right now, although I do think that Yannick Place owes a pit stop pretty soon. Kevin Yeager has just completed his outlap here at Daytona, so this battle for 4th place may be a very short-lived one, even if we get one at all.
We have yet to see what will indeed happen with this battle, as here comes Yannick Place, as you said, 1.5 seconds the gap as it stands, so not that much at all. Easily, if the car in front is just shuffled out by a prototype at some point, that could easily be that position gained. A prototype such as this one that you can see up the inside of Yannick Place as it stands. And as you said, indeed correctly, this GTC car is in between the two of them as it stands, as they're coming out onto NASCAR 1 and accelerating hard for, I think, this stretch of flat-out throttle is longer than the one between the chicane and turn 1, isn't it? I'm not sure, is it roughly equal?
I think it'd be quite even, wouldn't it? Well, it's hard to... Someone needs to get tape measure out, because I don't know at the moment. So yeah, I'm sure somebody knows. Oh, as Burtnops really steams into turn 1 there. That was DX Droids backing off very early. To be fair to Eduardo Garcia, he is the second last running car right now in 12th place. And a good 7-8 laps off the overall lead, so not really any interest in firing it into turn 1 there, but very nearly caught Burtnops off guard entirely.
Yes, this is true, and of course, this is something with the GT cars, is that you've always got to have eyes in the back of your head for these prototypes that can appear out of nowhere, and Bert Knops just found out the possible dangers of not having eyes everywhere all at once. As indeed coming through turn 6, you can see that 93 emblazoned on the back of the 93 car ahead. Coming through NASCAR 1 and 2, the angle starts banking more and more until you get to this maximum 27 degrees. And then it will eventually come off down towards 2 degrees on the back straight, and Knops is going to have to go all the way around the outside.
Certainly is, and he's going to struggle to do that, surely. Oh, he should have backed off there on the way in and then gone for the drive on the way out of the Le Mans chicane there, in my opinion, because he's tried to go round there now, and he's not got the exit onto the banking again, and so he's not going to have a chance in towards turn 1. A bit of a mistake there, in my opinion. I don't want to criticise these drivers too much, because they're obviously better than me, but
I don't want to criticise the drivers,
but I am going to. Because it's very unlikely you're going to make the move at the Le Mans chicane, so it might have been a little bit better off waiting there.
Perhaps, but we'll see. It looks like Knops definitely has the pace as it stands. 0.9 seconds the gap between the two of them, and it can only really be a matter of time before Knops takes that 7th position away from the Scuderia Leone car. Coming through the kink now is the Dutchman, and of course the kink is flat out for all cars, but too wide requires a little bit of cooperation. Coming through the West Horseshoe now, and the question is, can Knops do anything on the oval this time round? Will he be close enough in order to make a move on the Scuderia Leone driver? Having a look at the gap, I make that 0.3 of a second as he come onto the oval, so a move looks like it may be on the cards.
Well, we've been here before. Knops was about this distance before, maybe a little bit closer last time around, but certainly he's going to wait this time, I would imagine. Not been forced to the outside line by Ruben Carrera-Alves this time. Bounces over the bus stop, Le Mans chicane, whatever you want to call it. And he's had a good exit there. In equal machinery here, you'd imagine their setups aren't too dissimilar. And so, Simulator Holland should be able to make a move, although there is a point where you gain a little bit too quickly here and are forced around the outside of the banking. Doesn't often work very well up there, as one of the, I think that's Rookie Monsters, go straight through. Side by side between the two, the Sim Racing Holland straight line speed looks very good, and maybe even stronger than Scuderia Leone, because taking the longer way around the banking has even worked for them. Later on the brakes from the Dutchman, and oh, it's a bit wide. And Carrera Alves is going to fight this one, but he will just tuck in at the end, and Bergenhops will move up to 7th.
So the lights on the side of that Corvette now say 07 as opposed to 08. I say that, but Scuderia Leone and Rui Correa Alves might not take a lightly to this, trying to fight back already, perhaps. Almost had a chance there with the prototype, perhaps using it as a pick, but that chance might be gone now.
Looks like it. Oh, wow. Looking in and out for the DX Droids team in 7th place in the DPI category, with quite a long way to catch up to Valley Esports up in front. Once again there, another example of a battle now skewed by tyre strategy. Mikel Leroux is going to get through on Rick Van Earl. So after all of those laps of Go Team Racing closing in, I don't know if you noticed, but it got very, very close actually for the lead in LMP2 just before those pit stops. Mikel Leroux is now in front because Rick Van Earl's changing tyres, and now we're going to get the same situation, but in the opposite direction. It's going to be Go Team Racing getting chased down this time.
So the hunter becomes the hunted by the looks of it. And here comes Mikel Leroux in that number, in the car, in the second position, I should say, rather. 62.5 seconds to the leader, but let's see how far it is to the car behind once it comes into the pits.
Well, still a while until then. Ren Klopp gets at the wheel of the Simfream Esports car. And is, well, very near to the Pescarolo car. So 2 drivers in LMP2 still on the lap. Sorry, there we are. Ren's Klopp just in behind the leader, but with new tyres on, and a fresh driver, a new stint. With just over 4 hours to go, Ren's Klopp is probably going to do the penultimate driving stint of this race. There'll be one more driver change. I don't know whether it will be to Rick Van Earl again or someone else maybe, but this should be the penultimate stint for a driver in this race with 4 hours to go.
But yeah, 4 hours is interesting because if you treble stint the tyres, that is essentially just one full stop, if you like, to the end of the race. Which means, of course, you can then have one more driver swap. If you're only double stinting the tyres, this requires, well, essentially 2 more tyre stops. So it's going to be interesting to see how the strategy plays out in terms of the driving time as well, as we come down to the final third.
And if we're thinking about it like that, then Pescarolo are in a good place fuel-wise here. We'll see how far they can go, but with 4:13 to go, they're getting the closest to the hour mark here. We're starting to sort of back time a little bit and figure out what's going to happen at the end of this race. Not necessarily tyre-wise, because that's very changeable, whether you're going to go for triple stint or double, or whether you're going to be very bold and go more. You know, but fuel is very linear. You very often burn the same amount of fuel all the time. You don't double stint fuel tanks. That's weird. So it's easier to work out. But by the looks of things, all of them are falling short of the hour mark. I'd be surprised if Pescarolo can make it. But if they can, then they're really in the driving seat for this race, because effectively they'd have a minute's worth of a lead.
30 seconds is always helpful. It's always what you want, but of course, more time it is, the better. Having a look a little bit further down, this battle for a second, well, of course, I've got to say first, the 73 Jason Motorsport Club lap the field in GTs.
Looks like it. Michal Sedlacek has lapped the field. I think he does owe us a pit stop compared to Jean Lacey Esports, and Christian Mikel, I think, owes a pit stop as well in this one. I know Black Hawk have been in. The other, I think both Juice's cars actually owe a pit stop at this stage in the race, but yeah, it is very, pit stop or not, it's very impressive for anybody to be leading at this stage by more than a lap. It's not abnormal, I suppose, but it is still very impressive. Last time we came to Daytona, the first 2 in GT were on the same lap, so they are doing, admittedly that was an 8-hour race, and we are coming up to 8 hours now, but you know, hats off to Michal Sedlacek so far and Juice's Motorsport Club for a very good drive and a very strong start to this race. Very strong first 2 thirds.
So 4 hours to go. We're not like IMSA in real life here, where of course during the endurance races they hand out, if you like, section points part way through the race. We don't have that here yet, but if we did, we'd be awarding points in 11 minutes. Michael Sedlacek here in that Jesus Motorsport Club car, a lap ahead of the field, as we were saying. That battle for second might be hotting up a little bit. Only about 6.6 seconds between the two of them.
Yeah, Christian Mikel definitely on newer tyres there. It looks like Nicola Pastore is double stinting them in second. Oh, there we are. Oh, wow, that was closer than I thought, actually, to being one lap, or not being a lap anymore. Nicola Pastore right behind Michal Sedlacek there. But yeah, I think on older tyres here, certainly Pastore than Christian Mikel. And certainly getting closed in on right now for Jean Lacy Esports. Third in the championship last season. Currently fifth, but they would jump up. I'd imagine they might well get ahead of the 73. They probably will. Certainly more does E-Stars as well. So I think they will get up to third in the standings, as long as Black Hawk Racing don't come from behind and overtake them as well. But it's staying very close in GTE. And I'd imagine it's going to go all the way down to the finale. That's the great thing of having the Le Mans finale, is that not only do you get the prestige of a Le Mans 24-hour race on the line, but often a championship as well. And we got a great LMP2 championship finale last season, as well as the race itself.
The race itself, but yes. I'm wondering, where is this Jean Lacy car actually in the standings? I think it's 8th, isn't it?
I think, yeah,
sorry,
5th place.
5th, I should say rather, excuse me. But yes, it's the Casper Motorsport car that's currently in 8th, which I don't think is here.
I haven't seen it.
This weekend, are they? No. So Jean Lacy car is in 5th, second on track, which means he'll be getting 25 points, plus whatever on top. So I think this means they skipped the 73 and 64 cars. So my maths is correct, they'd be up to third in the championship should the race finish as it stands.
Yeah, as it stands, my worry is that Black Hawk Racing would beat them in the race, which is a possibility, I would say.
Black Hawk Racing being that number 81 car, and if my timing actually updates as we go, of being in 4th position at the moment, about 31 seconds behind Nicola Pastore. And as we've been saying, it's that number 91 Need Racing car, 6 seconds behind is the one that Pastore needs to really focus on as it stands, for it is the closest competitor.
Yeah, I mean, Black Hawk Racing have only finished 6th in all of the races so far. That's the only position they've finished in, just as of right now. So they're looking to improve than that, and they might well do today with the race that they're currently having. Up towards the line again. Then we had a lap on board with an LMP2 earlier on, so let's just talk through a lap on board with Christian Mikel as he chases down 2nd place here at Daytona, down the hill into one of the trickiest braking zones in all of motorsport. And Mikel gets it wrong, proves the point exactly, turning off the banking, but going a little bit wide and missing the apex at turn 1. The chicane there barely worth thinking about. The international horseshoe that needs to be opened up as much as possible, and then using the little access road on the left-hand side here, that little bit of free tarmac you get towards the exit of that corner. Pretty much flat out around here, but you do lean on the car quite a lot, and especially if there's prototypes around, it can get very nervy. On the brakes he goes, right on the rear brakes, getting that one turned in. That's almost in a way that you would in a front-wheel drive car, getting that one flicked in there from Christian Mikel, but clearly he's pushing right now, and clearly this Ferrari is best driven sideways.
Aren't all cars best driven sideways?
Well, fastest driven then.
It may not be the fastest, but it is the best. As this gap now 5 seconds now, so it certainly appears that this number 91 car is faster than the Jean Lacy number 66, coming down towards the chicane, the left, right, left, hitting that curve on the inside, and then the 2nd, 3rd and 4th curves, taking a rather interesting line out that exit curve, essentially over it.
We've had confirmation, by the way, that from Melly Kakmakli that Caspian couldn't start due to a game crash today. So that's a shame for them, and a shame to see them not able to compete in this one. Hopefully they'll be back sooner rather than later at Road America for the 6 hours. A race that we had last season, of course. It wasn't the season opener, but it was around about the same point in the season. I think it was round 3 or 4.
I didn't commentate on that for some reason. What was it? I can't remember. It probably wasn't in the country, but yeah, it's
that might do it. Yeah,
that might do it. Yeah.
I'll be honest. My memory of these broadcasts, especially, is becoming especially wavy. Really,
Especially vague.
Yeah, they, as I said earlier, they just merge into one, and I'm pretty sure. I was at least at the end of season 12. I was doing. Yeah, it would have been the end of season 12. I might have started doing certainly season 13, and yeah, since then, all the races. But then I don't know. It's sort of when I was watching as a spectator, my memory of the races was actually a lot better than it is when you commentate on them. I don't know quite why that is. It's a bit of a psychological phenomenon, in my opinion. But for some reason, races that you actually commentate on, you seem to have the worst memory of, other than ones you've watched.
Oh yeah.
Just as a spectator.
Oh yeah, of course.
I can't understand why.
I completely agree with this. Yeah.
Can't really understand why. Is the only thing with that.
As we're on board, well I say on board, looking at Christian Michel in this neat racing car, 4 seconds the gap, and pulls into the pits. That gap will become a lot bigger now.
It will, and I expected that actually, because Mikel did owe us a pit stop. Gap between Stone Prince and the DX Droids car of Juan Carlos Fernandez. Sorry, it's Bradley Sellers now. Juan Carlos Fernandez and Bradley Sellers separated by only 7.5 seconds now at this stage. So not a big gap between them, and a battle maybe developing in DPI. I panicked a little bit there, but that's the gap to the leader. They're both 4 laps off the win. This circuit, as we mentioned, a very, very short one indeed. Very easy to fall off the lead lap. Wouldn't be surprised if maybe all 3 of these classes are won by maybe a near to or over a lap today.
Over a lap is quite impressive. This is 3.5 miles, of course, here at Daytona, but it's more the fact that, you know, much of it is flat out, so you're really minimising the wings as much as possible. When everyone has minimum wings, you know, it makes it pretty much the same aerodynamic setup. It makes it all the more impressive to lap the field, doesn't it?
Well, it does. But then again, a race of this distance, then maybe you can take a little bit out of it. As I mentioned earlier on, I mentioned plenty of times, it's been 11 years since we were at Daytona. The last race was an 8-hour race, just coming up towards the end of 8 hours right now. Currently, Colin Spork is on lap 319, but back in 2012, when we last had this event, the race winners, by the way, they're not going to enjoy this. Eric Schmeider and Alan Baldwin were the overall race winners in LMP1, but whatever, on their way to well, not a title that season, but they were defending their title. Certainly Eric Schmeider was. Yeah, 309 laps completed in the 8 hours of Daytona in that season. Still had 4 rounds to go after that race. We have 4 rounds to go after this race. But it just shows the kind of development of the top class of prototype racing, really. Those were LMP1s back in the days. I don't think the DPIs are comparable to the peak LMP1s we had back in, you know, seasons like 2016, 2017 kind of seasons. However, they are very, very fast indeed, these DPIs. You know, more than 10 laps more completed in this race than they were back 11 years ago.
Of course, 11 years ago, with these mods, would these be the old open cockpit LMP1s?
Well, I can tell you what car won the race. I don't know, but somebody may be able to work out. It was an Acura ARX 02A or an Audi R10, so I'm going to guess yes. In that case, the Audi R10s were definitely open cockpit, weren't they?
Yeah, this is the Yeah, they were. This is the one that Alan McNish often drove, wasn't it?
I'm
Well, I say
pretty
Alan
sure.
McNish, obviously, because he's Scottish, but... and what was the other one? The ARX-02, did you say?
ARX-02A, yeah. As it's on there.
Having a quick look, and
Not
yes,
a,
this
not
was
a
also,
snappy name.
yeah, this was also open cockpit. Of course, both of the LMP1 cars at this time, they were essentially two-seaters, but the driver sat on one side, as opposed to in the centre that you have now.
Interestingly, in 5th overall, by the way, was another LMP1. 4th in the LMP1 class was a Pescarolo. And interesting to see Pescarolo Esport now in the conversation for an LMP2 win. So from a manufacturer in the Virtual Endurance Championship, they're now a team. And they have been in the Le Mans Virtual Championship as well, just this past winter.
In this era, this would be, what, the C60 Pescarolo?
No, it just says Pescarolo, George.
I think I think the C60 is about this time. But yes, of course, when the LMP1s were open cockpit, and of course, really now you don't get any open. Well, the closest you really get to open cockpit is, of course, F1 and IndyCar, but these both now have the halo and/or aero screen on them, so there aren't really any, well, we'd say true open cockpit cars. That's maybe not quite the right term that I want, but yeah.
It's certainly times have changed. I really do miss, less so the open cockpit LMP1s, I more so miss the open cockpit LMP2s that we used to have. I can't remember, well, Alpine used to have one, and they used to be all sorts. I have to say, for all we're watching the LMP2 leading battle right now, provide us with great entertainment once again. The Orica 07 Gibson is very reliable. You know, it's a very good car. It's very quick as well. But I have to say, it's been the dominant LMP2 car in this era that started back in 2017. In these LMP2 regulations, it's completely dominated. And unfortunately, it's been so good that it's taken almost any variety out of the LMP2 class over the last 6 years, unfortunately. So for all this car has been great, and it's great to have it in rFactor 2 as well. Really well made, sounds great, looks great, but it has reduced the variety in LMP2, especially in real life, absolutely no end, unfortunately, which is, you know, as a spectator, it takes something away from the class for me. But
well, if I remember correctly, I think the last endurance race that I went to was the race at Silverstone, the WC race at Silverstone, the 6 hours, where Brendan Hartley decided to attack a GT car. And almost went over, goodness. Coming through farm, yes.
2016, that would have been, I suppose. I'm just going to guess there.
I think, yeah. But Daniel Viznik, yeah, in the Pescarolo Esport car, in the lead in the LMP2 class, but only by a couple of seconds over the Go Team car.
Absolutely, and it's even closer for third in GTE right now as Philip Drace closes in on John Lacey. I thought that John Lacey had made their pit stop already, but clearly not. Jelle Binsbergen, though, and Philip Drace, new drivers into the car. Bert Knopp's not far behind, but he does owe us a pit stop, and I'm sure about that. The two of them, though, new drivers on new tyres, and they'll be fresh, of course, so this is going to be an interesting fight, and a close fight as well, because they are on the same tyre strategy at this stage, I would imagine.
Yes, I think you are kind of correct at this point.
Kind of correct.
Kind of correct. Yeah, here comes Philip Drace here in that number 91 car, trying to attack this Jean Lazy 66, coming towards the International Horseshoe. And this right-handed hairpin, not close enough this time round under braking, and probably not close enough for the Western Horseshoe either. I think Drace is going to have to wait for the oval. Yeah,
this is going to have to wait. By the looks of things, into the West Horseshoe they go. Oh, a little bit loose on the brakes there. We've seen that a couple of times now from the needracing.com car. Clearly got maybe a rear-biased braking setup right now, because it is just struggling on the brakes a little bit. 4 Ferraris inside the top 6 right now, as you can see on the left-hand side. Got Aston Martin up there, a couple of Corvettes, Porsches as well. Although
a nice mix of marks, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, we always do in the VEC. It's always been well balanced in GTE. I know people might, drivers would definitely disagree with me on that because everybody loves to complain about POP or whatever. But it's been wonderfully balanced over the past few years in the Virtual Endurance Championship, and really great to see a variety of marques able to compete for the win. Philip Drace very much in the slipstream of John Lacey now, though. Here it is, looking rearwards from the aqua blue and white car. Drace to the outside line. And he's got the straight line speed as well to have half a car length, even the full car length at the line. Very quick in a straight line, clearly, because we've seen time after time drivers struggling to barely get alongside, not get alongside enough to go for it into turn one, but Drace had that done before the braking zone.
Yes, and that's always what you want, isn't it? As soon as possible, preferably, so you don't have to go side by side through the braking zone, and actually, because you're in the braking zone, there's a much higher chance of collisions here. That's never what you want.
And with that move, Philip Drace will have moved needracing.com into the championship lead by 3 points as they run right now. And I have to say, I do wonder a little bit just how much these teams and drivers actually think about that kind of thing at round 4 of an 8-round championship. With so much racing to go. It's something nice for us to talk about, but do the teams really care? Is my question.
They probably only care when it comes down to the final couple of races. They're probably not looking at the championship at this point in the season, unlike us.
Yeah, I love to look at the championship, even at round 2, to be honest. It feels like, it almost feels, as a commentator, it feels like a safety blanket you can just cling on to. You can get a little bit of form information out of that. You can get good, if you're new to a season and you're jumping in halfway through, you can see who's obviously going well and who isn't, and it's something to fall back on when you've got nothing to say as well. So it's a commentator's dream in championship standings, and that's why I especially like them. Even after round 2, I like to focus on them, but maybe these teams and drivers certainly don't. Because to be fair, when I interview them after races or during races and so on, I don't know if you've found this, but I often find they actually don't know where they are. Not going into the race, not as they're running, not afterwards. They never seem to know.
Yeah, I think this kind of falls back into these drivers. Sorry, the teams probably only look at the championship. Really start focusing on the championship with a couple of races to go. For example, here you probably really look at with Bahrain or maybe Fuji if you're pushing it. But yeah.
I wanted to get a little bit of your opinion on that, actually, because we have seen the 1,000 miles of Road Atlanta change to the 8 hours of Fuji. I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed to eliminate the distance, but what about the Fuji race? You've already displayed your displeasure at the final sector.
That third sector.
I remember that.
Horrific. Sorry.
So I guess if you were driving in the championship, you'd be pretty annoyed, I guess.
I'd be asking to not drive that race.
Yeah.
No, it's the thing is with the third sector of Fuji, there is no correct line. Every line is the wrong line.
Well, that's what makes it kind of challenging and good.
There's no good line. There's only the least worst.
Well, you can say that a lot. People rave about Sunset Bend at Sebring because of that.
Again, this is the least worst line.
I have to say, Sebring's not a track I particularly enjoy, even though it's one of the circuits that a lot of people really do like, but I'm really not a fan of. And for the first time in a good while, Sebring not on the Virtual Endurance the Virtual Endurance Championship calendar here this season. I can't remember the last season Sebring wasn't on. The home of the 1,000 mile race, mostly.
When we get to Fuji, it's very interesting because this really is a circuit of two halves, isn't it? Because the first and second sector are really quick, and the third one is far more technical.
Yeah, I really enjoy Fuji. I'm glad it's on the calendar. It's, I really enjoy it personally, and I'm personally glad to see it on because it produces good racing as well. Not only do I like it driving, but watching a race around there is always a fun one as well. So look forward to the 8 hours of Fuji coming up in April. I think that is early April.
Yes, it will be. It will be. Yes, it's the 8th, I think, roughly.
Somewhere around
Oh
there.
yes, Easter. It's Easter Saturday.
Oh yeah, of course it is. Yeah, because you can watch the VEC on the Saturday, and then enjoy your Easter weekend and British GT and all that comes with Easter weekend, if you celebrate it, I suppose. I know not everyone does, but and some people aren't bothered. But yes, it's good to see Fuji on the calendar. And Sebring, by the way, the last time it wasn't on the calendar was season 7. Well, Jimmy Allison is just telling me it's actually the first season that Sebring is not on the calendar. I can't see Sebring on the season 7 calendar. I can see. Oh no, I can't. I can't read.
There we go. I was going to say, are you contradicting the boss here, are we?
No. I just can't read. I'm not contradicting him at all. I just can't read. Okay, sorry. It's just here's my excuse. It was just the round before Sepang, so I thought, oh, that's Sepang, not Sebring, and they're very similar in terms of wording there. So Jimmy Allison is right. It's the first season in the Virtual Endurance Championships, 15-year history, that Sebring has not been on the calendar, and I apologise for saying it's not because it's both Sepang and Sebring are there in season 7, and I apologise for that.
Sepang, I remember we used to go to Sepang.
Yeah.
Yes, this brought in some fantastic races. I did a 6-hour commentary by myself.
Oh, I think I remember that.
Was
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, it's that was, oh goodness, season 13. I want to say.
I think it was before that. I was still in.
Oh, could it? Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, you might be right. It could have been well before that.
I know why I was by myself. But I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say. As
Probably
Philip
not,
Trace,
if you're not sure.
as Philip Trace in the number 91 car is coming through the bus up chicane, just 1.5 seconds ahead of that Sean Lazy car. So Trace has managed to pass Sean Lazy car, but not actually managed to pull away from it.
Yeah, not really, and that's why we're still focusing on them, because it was the closest battle on the circuit. However, no longer, because Darius Andre is closing in to Valerio Ferraris in the armed Cyber car, and now we have a fight for 6th in LMP2, and it's developing for 1st in LMP2 as well. Vale Esports just in behind these two, by the way, in the DPI category. You can just see the DX Droids DPI in front again. So we're having one of those endurance racing moments. We spent the last 10 minutes talking about God knows what, and now we've got 3 battles at once. It's these kind of things happen.
Yeah, it's always the same. You wait for one battle and you come along at once. So here's Darius Andre here in this Visceral Esports car, 7/10, 4/10 of a second behind the target car, if you will, the fellow LMP2, and it's going to be so. Excuse me, I'll try not to choke. Good, please.
I'll save you. But yeah, it is close between the two. Andre looks a lot quicker here. Oh, although through the Le Mans chicane, that was certainly going to be a cut track, I would imagine. Looking at the way they went through there.
There we go. Yes. Try to swallow before you speak. But yes, it does look like there's going to be a cut track there, as you said. Andrew using as much as slipstream for that GT car in particular, try and gain every single 10th of a kilometre of an hour available.
Unfortunately, the armed Cyber car looks really handy in a straight line, actually. And then under brakes, you can see the downforce of Andre really starting to make progress there. The battle for 6th place, ramping up in intensity. The overall leader's in, but Race Clutch should come out with a relatively comfortable lead at this stage in the race. Though, up towards the kink they go in this battle for 6th. Of course, Visceral Esports, previously Volante Racing, we had them in the past in the Virtual Endurance Championship. On board with the Romanian Darius Andre at the moment. Was in Formula Challenge a couple of seasons ago on rFactor 2. And is now on the back of Arm Timer for 6th place in the VEC. Honours competition just up in front right now over the banking. Thought there's going to be no move into the Le Mans chicane here. He's going to size this one up. He's going to show the nose. Oh, he's going to go for it. My goodness.
Oh!
That is a surprise. It was decisive, but it was brilliant from Darius Andre. He's caught everyone off guard. He might well have caught Cyber and Valeria Ferraris off guard as well, because that is not something you see very often. It's not something you see work very often, but it just has for Visceral Esports.
Yeah, well, certainly we weren't expecting it, were we? It's worked out fantastically there for the Visceral Esports car. Perfectly done coming into the bus stop chicane. A surprise move and up into 6th position in the LMP2 class. 2 laps to the next car though, so unlikely to make another position as it stands. But that's a fantastic move there from Darius Andre in the Visceral Esports.
Absolutely fantastic. You very rarely see moves like that and then compliments afterwards, to be honest. Darius Andre, I thought, was just showing the nose here to get into the head of Ferraris in front, but no, he says...
Oh, look at that, yeah.
Down the inside.
Beautiful.
And fair play to Ferraris as well for giving him the space, because he could very easily have just forgotten about his mirrors there, turned in, and caused a bit of an accident there. So it did take cooperation. I know Andre's move was very impressive, but it did take cooperation there as well.
Yeah, forgotten in a rather large quote marks there. Yes, a fantastic move there, and of course requires a little bit of we wouldn't quite say help, but cooperation, if you like, from the other car. That is exactly what happens. So Darius Andre here, what is that gap now? 1.6 seconds already, so appears to have the pace.
Certainly does. The way he cruised up to the back of Ferraris there, the way he's able to get away now, it does look like he has the pace. Daniel Visner certainly does as well. He's leading for Pescarolo Esports right now. Go Team Racing is 2.5 seconds behind, there or thereabouts. The gap for the LMP2 lead still very close. Pescarolo were able to go further than Go Team Racing and Simframe, but I'm not entirely sure whether they made it to the 4-hour mark or not. I can't remember.
Oh, that's a good question. I'm not sure about the silo.
We were focusing on Christian Mikel and his move for 3rd place instead, I think. And I just completely forgot about whether Pescarolo made it or not. Because it is very important. If they did, then they're in a really strong position with the lead and the fuel advantage. Well, they have a fuel advantage and a lead anyway, but if they made it to the 4-hour mark, then you know, they've got a really big advantage in terms of fuel. They can sit very comfortably.
It's going to be very interesting to see, as we've said many times, how this fuel and tyre strategy works out, because we're not exactly sure how each team is dealing with their fuel and tyre strategies as it stands. I imagine that most of the final tyre changes will happen with about an hour and 20 or an hour 30 to go in terms of both prototype classes and the GTs, maybe with a couple of hours to go.
Well, a very interesting race. 3 hours, 3/4 left at Daytona. In the 12-hour, the first 12-hour we've had for 4 seasons in the Virtual Endurance Championship. First time at Daytona in more than double that. Daniel Visner leading in LMP2 by just under 2 seconds. Colin Sport leading by 90 seconds for race clutch overall. And Wojciech Polesny leading by 40 seconds for Juices Motorsport Club in GTE. There are big gaps between 1 and 2 in some categories. There are some a lot smaller ones here in LMP2. That I was saying earlier on has been one of the most interesting categories this season, if not the most. You could argue for all of them, I suppose, but I've really enjoyed LMP2 this season and last season as well.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the LMP2 class because, you know, it is, of course, a spec class. Yes, the DPIs are a spec class as well, but the LMP2s always bring the most action, I find. There was one season that I commentated. I think there was 9 full season entries in the LMP2 class, and 8 of them had a mathematical chance to win coming into Le Mans.
It was
that was a fun season.
Does not surprise me. Doesn't surprise me at all. We've seen some fantastic things in the finale at Le Mans. Remember, I remember back to season. Goodness, what season was it? But one of the seasons where I remember Eunice Ravio just having a crash with someone about 3 hours to go and just destroying the field for the rest of the race and still winning for someone. I can't remember which team that was, but one year he was man of the match of that particular race and did drive back to the front. Could have been season 9, possibly, but I could have sworn it was for Velas, and he's not on the list of champions as a driver, so maybe it wasn't for them. Maybe it was for just a race win at Le Mans, but anyway, we've seen some really great things at the Le Mans 24 Hours, and of course that is coming up in June. And I think there's a lot to look forward to in 2023 for the VEC, because the fact we've got, basically a race every 4 weeks now until the end of the season, it's provides us a lot to look forward to in 2023.
Yes, as you said, it is a race every 4 weeks. So the 11th of March, the 8th of April, the 6th of May, and the 3rd of June, well, the 3rd and 4th of June, for the 24 Hours of Le Mans is when your races are for the rest of this season, season 15 of the VEC. And yes, a nice mix of tracks, a lot of high-speed tracks to come up, because of course you've got Daytona, so much high speed, Road America, and next a lot of high speed as well. Fuji, half the track is high speed, and then Le Mans, of course, well, you've got the Mulsanne Straight, so a lot of fast circuits to finish off this season.
I do wonder whether Daytona or Le Mans has a higher average speed actually over a lap. I can't quite work it out really. It must be Le Mans though. I know it's a longer circuit, but it's you spend so long flat out there, it must be. But then again, it's hard to know. Impossible. I'll try and work it out. But you're right. Straight line speed going to be very, very important, and maybe that would, in GTE especially, maybe that will have come into, a big factor of quite what each of these drivers will have chosen for, or each of these teams, would have chosen for a car selection, because, as you mentioned, straight line speed is going to be very important. Obviously, you do need aerodynamics. They won't be on lowest wings for all of the races this season, but it's not a very technical track sort of season, and surely in GTE that will have been factored in by the teams selecting various cars.
We were talking about this earlier, the fact that the balance of performance is so good here in the VEC is, a real testament to how it works, because you've got these marks, of course, they all have their strengths and weaknesses, but over a lap, they're all pretty much identical.
They are very close together, and it's a great thing about the GTE category, the only one that has more than one car selected in Division 1 this season. We did have Eligio doing very well last season in LMP2, of course, in the form of racing team. They won, how many races did they win? 5? 4? 4, I think. But unfortunately, it fell apart at Le Mans, and they just missed out by 6 points on a championship, despite the fact they won almost all of the races. It was a really remarkable Le Mans last June. Less than 2 seconds between the leaders in LMP2, but for 6th place overall as well. The X-Droids trying to get away from Valley Esports and Michael Ayres right now, who is closing in on that DPI up in front. I have to say, Valley Esports have been maybe slightly... oh dear, and just as we were looking at them there, they do have a penalty as well, so that battle is not going to transpire.
Yeah, getting a penalty is less than ideal. Coming in immediately? No, it's time to go at least for one more lap, but we've seen a lot of penalties so far this race, from what I can only assume are like track limits.
Yeah, it's all track limits, and I guess maybe the fact that it's a 12-hour race has played into that one just a little bit, because there's more time obviously to do the cuts, although they are scaled, the cut tracks, to the actual race distance. Otherwise it would be a bit ridiculous. So yeah, it's a disappointment for Valley Esports. They'll stay 7th. They're going to lose more ground in the championship standings. They're 5th right now, 19 points adrift, but the problem for them is that the top 4 in the standings are comfortably top 4 in this race, and miles better than the rest as well, better off than the rest in this race right now as well. So they are in danger, Valley Esports, of falling out of the championship fight.
Yeah, so looking here at Juan Carlos Fernandez in that number 2 DX choice, I think, because this is the this is DPI entry, isn't it? Yes, indeed it is. You are absolutely correct. I think you said this earlier. It's essentially impossible to tell the difference between the Go Team car and this one.
It is pretty impossible. Go Team currently in the pit lane, by the way, as so is Michael Ayres for Valet. But there's Mikel Leroux, and well, it's Guillaume Mas now. But pretty much impossible to tell them apart. New driver, new tyres for Go Team, and so they should come out in third after this pit stop phase. They'll certainly be behind Pasquarolo. They'll probably be behind Wave 3, but they've still got to wait for those two teams to come in. And it might well be a while just yet before pit stops are made. Charlie Rigo also out of the pit lane, although there may have been a driver change there too. There was Nicolas Lemoine at the wheel now, and Luc Meunier will be not far behind for Team Iris. So that's now the closest battle in LMP2 as well. That's 3.5 seconds, but that's the closest fight we have in this field. It's certainly quieting down just a little bit.
Sorry, go on. Yeah, 3.5 seconds after 8.5 hours of racing is still pretty impressive.
Well, it is, yeah. 8.5 hours is not an insignificant amount of time. And we won't be going past that 8-hour distance again until the 24 hours of Le Mans at the end of the season. We've got 6-hour race, 8-hour, 4-hour before the finale. A real difference in distances, because I find that maybe this is just me working on this side of things in terms of the commentary, but I feel like the way you approach a 4-hour race is even different to how you approach a 6-hour race. Never mind a 12-hour, just in terms of the level of endurance that it actually is. A 4-hour is really the very lowest level of endurance.
Is 4-hour even an endurance race though?
Asian Le Mans and European Le Mans and all those do 4 hours always, and that is kind of endurance really. So I'm going to say I can say it's the minimum for an endurance.
But yeah, 4 hours, as you said, it's going to be a lot different, because it could possibly mean only one change of tyres.
Well, yeah, that's a good point.
And at this point, when you change your tyres, you want to change your driver at the same time.
Yep, that's true as well. That will pretty much 50-50 in terms of driving time. So, yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't thought of that actually, in terms of how many tyre changes. It's either going to be one tyre change or 2 for the prototypes, or 3 for the GTs. Because the prototypes are either going to double stint their tyres and do 2 tyre changes, or they'll triple stint and do 1, or the GTs will single and do 3 and double and do 1. So that's all to work out. It depends on a million factors really. It could get very, very hot at Bahrain, and it's really quite a wearing circuit on the tyres in real life, especially. So if that's reflected in the race, then I wouldn't expect to see GTs doing double stints, and I wouldn't expect triples from prototypes either. But then again, it could be cooler temperatures. It could be a very long pit lane, a very slow pit lane to contend with. All of these factors have got to be brought into a race strategy. So there's a long time to think about it before we get there. But it is worth bearing in mind, because you're right. The fact that it's like the only 4-hour race and it is a very short endurance race, that does pose a few new questions.
And when it comes to this, when it comes to the pit lane, as you said, this is something important, because no doubt all of these teams will be doing timing to see exactly how much time do you lose by coming through the pits, be it a fuel loading stop and also a fuel service as well. Because this 4-hour race, of course, as you said, is going to be taking place in Bahrain, and essentially the Bahrain circuit, the pit lane is just parallel to the pit straight. There's no other chicanes, there's no other interesting parts either exiting or entering the pits. It's just a straight line.
It is very simple. It's not like here on the exit, for example, where you do have that exit road.
Or Silverstone, for example, as well. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Silverstone makes it a very short pit lane as a result of that. Of course, Silverstone not on this calendar, but yeah, it's been on many VC calendars in the past. And WC, indeed. But yeah, it's a good point, actually. It's one of the most simple pit lanes. And Fuji as well is the same. That's an exact straight line, really. And Road America, we've got quite a few coming up.
I think Fuji's got a big chicane at the entry.
Oh, it has actually, yeah, good point. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why, though. I suppose it's to knock off speed in case someone gets the braking wrong. They don't want them sliding in at 200 miles an hour down the pit lane, I suppose.
Oh, that requires a little bit of... That induces a little bit of spiciness. It's fine.
Well, it is sim racing, but it's been damn right scary in real life, to be honest. Yeah, I get the point of that, and that does make it a little bit technical, actually. So remove Fuji, but Road America is pretty similar in that respect as well. You've got that uphill braking zone, which is very bumpy and sometimes a bit difficult, but other than that, it's absolutely fine. So yeah, we've got quite a few circuits like that coming up over the next few rounds, which will be interesting, of course, and I hope you will tune in to those as well. Here at the Virtual Endurance Championship. But still 3.5 hours to go here, and a second and a half. Luc Meunier is gaining for 4th place.
1.7 seconds, as you were saying. Luc Meunier in this Team Iris car, looking to change that 0.5 on the door. Well, it's not quite the door, it's inside the car, just below the door, into a 0.4. And if I remember correctly, in these LP2 cars, they don't quite sit in the middle either. They sit slightly off centre.
You mean the driver?
The driver, because we were talking earlier about the open cockpit LP1s, where essentially you had 2 seats and you sat on the left and the right hand side. I think here in the not only these LP2s, but in the DPIs as well, you're slightly off centre.
Yeah, there is. I think there is space for 2 humans in there. It's a bit of a squeeze.
Well, what the second human is an open question.
I could fit.
But
I'm going. I'll go. And I've met Zach. He could probably fit as well. Yeah, I mean, he's about similar size to me. So yeah, there is space for. But put it this way, they're not designed to have 2 seats in there, 2 people in there. But yeah, they do. It's sort of like the very blurring the lines almost between what looks like might be able to go out on the road, sort of, to a proper race car. You know, these couldn't go out on the road like the GT cars could, or they're not based on the road cars like GT cars are, I should say. But they do have aspects to them where it's semi-road going as opposed to sort of open wheelers, which really are nowhere near ever a public road.
Although you do see, there are always these viral videos of, like race cars, like open wheel ones, becoming road legal in some sense. I've no idea how you'd actually convert such a car to become road legal.
Yeah, that's exactly my question as well when you said that.
How does that happen? Who knows? Luc Meunier is 1.5 seconds behind now, so that gap closed slightly, I think.
Feel free to tell us, by the way, if you know, because we're at a loss with that one. But yeah, he is closing in. Second and a half, and slipstream very much not a thing just yet, but it will be very soon between the 2 of them, you would imagine. And by the way, Simframe Esports have also been in this pit stop cycle. Ren's clock has come out 9 seconds in front of Guillaume Mas, 8 seconds in front. So the battle continues there. It continues to be very, very fascinating indeed in LMP2. A dive down the inside from Nicolas Lemoine there on the 4th placed Jean Lacy Esports GTE Ferrari. Luc Meunier able to go through on a straight, and that gap halves again.
So it's going to be very interesting to see if how Meunier is actually going to pass this car, because we've seen Meunier be very fast in single car traffic, if you like, but when they're faced with the same class, essentially being the same speed, what's actually going to happen here is going to be very, very interesting. So a half a second behind, might just be able to get in a little bit of slipstream. We'll certainly get some slipstream from the Sim Racing for Holland car that moves on the right hand side. Gets a little bit more momentum perhaps by having a more descent off of the banking before coming down towards the chicane. Left, right, and then left once more. And 7/10 of a second now, so I lost a little bit of time there through the chicane.
Did a little bit, but will now be getting a distant slipstream and should be gaining a little bit as a result onto the home straight now and towards the tri-oval. Looks like 4th place secure for the on-off racing team, and flying through goes the 2nd place Simfreem DPI. That's going to split them up briefly, but it may well slow down Le Mans here into the International Horseshoe. Dive down the inside from the DPI, and there is a little bit of a slowing, but then again there's a car down our inside here as well. Luc Meunier there missing the apex because there was a Satellite Racing DPI down the inside as well.
Of course, I would almost say that LMP2 is perhaps the hardest class to drive in because you've got to lap and be lapped simultaneously. That can be so difficult, especially when you're in a battle, just like this Team Iris car is, as there is a yellow in Sector 2, but the question is for whom?
Well, it's gone just as quickly as it emerged, so
I think it's for the 97.
Oh, you're right.
Slow coming through the bus stop. The 97 be the Go Team car with Luigi Rosso at the
no
wheel,
rear wing.
I think. Oh, that's less than ideal. Very
Luigi
good for
Rosso.
straight line
Oh
speed.
no!
Hey.
Slow down, he's going to come up the banking as well. Oh my goodness, this is scary
It's
stuff.
fine. It's fine, maybe.
Thank goodness
slow
there was
down.
nobody on the banking at that moment.
Yeah, that could have been a massive airplane incident should someone have been on the banking at that point, but Luigi Rosso is now essentially on the straight part, and it's going to be difficult perhaps slowing down for the pits. Not managed to do that fine, so no rear wing after an incident at the bus stop chicane there for the Go Team car.
Goodness me. Well, take a deep breath, because that was scary stuff. And goodness, look who was in the vicinity as well. This battle for 4th place could very much have stumbled across him there.
This could have gone horrifically wrong. This is true. And Luigi Rosso in the pits. Now perhaps we can see a replay. At some point this is another yellow in Sector 2, which suggests another incident at the bus stop. Who's that? That's the 8 car.
Bradley Sellers is off.
Yeah.
And he must have damage as well. Well, we've spent more than an hour and a half commentating together now. We haven't seen a single thing that must off. And now, yeah, there's 2 in 1 go. It's just the way these things go. Bradley Sellers gets back underway again and is doing fine by the looks of things. Well, he hasn't got any damage at least, but another incident at the bus stop chicane. Not with 2 in 2 laps there. It really is strange how these things happen.
Is there a little bit of suspension damage maybe there on the Rookie Monsters car? I'm not quite sure.
I think there may be. There may well be.
Well, of course, don't know if Sellers hit the wall.
No, we don't actually. Well, here's
so
one
this
replay.
Is a replay for whom? This is the GT car. This is the Luigi Rosso in the Go Team.
It is.
And hitting that inside curb, oversteer and into the wall. Oh, a big hit actually. That back end slapped quite hard against the tyre wall, didn't it?
And it came back around yet and hit the wall. And Jimmy Allison, by the way, working away at these replays. Hopefully we'll get one for Bradley Sellers as well. Although not trying to give him too much to do, as if he doesn't have enough already. But anyway, we'll see what happened to Sellers. And yeah, very much a scary moment as Go Team Racing made their way back to the pit lane. They are quite a few laps down already, by the way, and they have lost another place to Eduardo Garcia. Looks like Romano Motorsport should be able to go through as well, and so Go Team Racing will go down to 13th in GTE and be the last running car.
There's still points available.
Well, yeah.
Points available for the top 20.
Absolutely.
There are still points.
There are. However, well, I'm not sure how much of the race you need to complete, actually. 50%, so they will have done that now.
Yeah, 50% of the class leader, yeah, which they've done fine.
They should do fine. And of course, just to get the participation points, of course, you have to just start the race, and they will have already bagged 45, as will all of these cars.
This is what happened to Sellers then. It's the same thing, indeed it is, but managed to... Oh, why is there a wheel there?
That's not Matt Richards' wheel still, is it? That's the last car I can remember losing a wheel.
Why is there a wheel there? Is it Virtual Marshall not ran out and picked it up yet?
Marshall's just like, it's a bit of a way to walk, that, isn't it? It is Matt Richards' wheel. That happened hours ago. It was still light. That must have been more than 3 hours ago. I'll actually see how many laps down Matt Richards is now, just to give you an idea. He is what? This is maths. About 140 laps down on his class leader, and he was only a couple of laps down at the time of his crash. So 140 laps. That is about 3.5 hours ago, and that wheel's still there. So clearly a marshal somewhere is just not really bothering.
I mean, really, why do we have marshals if they're not bothering to clear debris?
Well,
indeed,
to wave blue flags. That's what they're for.
And essentially,
Certainly the virtual world.
It isn't quite as bad as Laguna Seca, but essentially, once you've got perhaps half an hour into the race, you can just wave the blue flag for the remaining 11.5 hours.
Yeah, exactly. It's basically most of their job description, or it becomes most of their job description at some point in these races for a marshal. That was an attempt, by the way, that you just saw on your screen from Luc Mounier to try and get through on Nicolas Lemoine. Couldn't quite do it. As Valley Esports make their way through, quite a way behind where they otherwise would be as a result of that drive-through penalty from Michael Ayres not so long ago. But this battle for fourth is now the only one on the circuit, but it's the closest one on the circuit, I should say. And it is an interesting one. Mounier does look quick enough to go through here, though.
Indeed, it does appear the Team Irish car does have the pace as it stands, but having the pace and then passing and making it stick are two entirely separate things. And speaking of passing, almost did it into the West Horseshoe there. Deciding not to, though, perhaps to show them the nose, to perhaps intimidate the gone off car a little bit more.
It is a bit of an intimidation tactic right now. Out of turn 6, onto the banking. Of course, these drivers with a lap in front and a lap behind them, they've got plenty of room to fight here. Mounier was on the outside into the bus stop last time around. Will he try and search for the inside on Nicolas Lemoine this time? Well, he can't really find it unless he's going to go for a Darius Andre special. Not quite. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, that really, and not going to happen.
You only really see that in one time in a race, won't you hear? It was an absolutely fantastic move there by Andre, and I doubt we're going to see that again in the remaining 3 hours and 18 minutes. But look, Mounier, you were saying that it appeared that Mounier had the pace, but actually making that move far more difficult. Perhaps going to move towards the outside, coming into turn 1. Last late breakers is Mounier being able to move it, and perhaps going to use this P1 Esports car as a little bit of a pick, but not able to actually. So on off maintains that 4th position.
The Porsche came up at an awkward time, unfortunately, for Luc Mounier there. Lemoine was able to hold on to the position without too much of an issue there. Without too many problems. Down in towards the West Horseshoe. And by the way, Pescarolo Esports have made it to 3 hours 20 to go, so I think they're in a really strong fuel situation and quite strong track position as well. We'll get to the leaders in LMP2 a little bit more later, because there is a bit of a fight here in the 4th place. Mounier with a better exit off of turn 6 because of his slightly odd line, but he won't be close enough into the Mont chicane. It's going to be a story of waiting for turn 1 again.
And you often see this with these sort of situations where turn 1 really is the best overtaking opportunity, because you're able to almost wind up your momentum coming off of the chicane. And here comes Mounier trying to do this 0.3 of a second back, so still a little bit of a distance, and I think perhaps slightly too far this time.
I think so. I thought that Lemoine getting slowed down by that GTE would really present the opportunity for Mounier.
Look at this final stage slipstream that Mounier has managed to get.
Oh, and there's the inside line.
There's the inside.
He looked for it. He didn't quite get it. There was definitely a draw there to get through, but And I think if he was a little bit closer, he would have been able to, but he has shown his intention now. He is strong on the brakes in towards turn number 1, and there is DPI traffic involved now as well, as there goes the Burst Esport car from 4th place.
That is indeed, but a lap down on the 3rd place is that Burst Esports car, so unlikely to make a position up on track. We'll have to wait for perhaps a incident with the top 3, but Monye here is going to 0.3 of a second, going to get a lot of slipstream. We're going to see move perhaps down this bus stop. We'll see.
He's tried it once before, but there's traffic again. I think that's, well, it's Go Team or DX Droids. Take your pick for whoever that is. Just up in front. I'm going to place my bets on DX Droids. Let's see though. Oh, it could be awkward for Mounier. Going to be down the inside. Pretty sure of Go Team in the end actually, as they go through the Le Mans chicane. Make their way out. I think Mounier was a little bit more compromised there, so he's going to need that real late slipstream again.
Yeah, it's almost like the Mounier managed to get the mushroom off of Mario Kart towards the end of the slipstream last time around, as having a look again, but not able to get that last slipstream, that last, stage, if you like. Mounier moving into turn 1 now, and not able to make the move. Stick this time around half a second back, so still a little bit of a distance.
Mounier clipped the apron there through the tri-oval and nearly lost the car there. That was really weird. But he kept it going. And still hounding Nicolas Lemoine for 4th place. Off Racing were with us, of course, last season. 10th in the standings in the end. Lemoine in his late 20s now, trying to defend from the Team Irish driver of Luc Mounier. This Team Irish car, of course, started the season in Division 2, as the number 237 will indicate to you. Anyone with a 200 number started the season in Division 2. Anyone with a 300 number started in Division 3. Get the idea.
And for anyone with a 400 number?
Don't know, but there are a few of them.
Don't know. They exist?
They do exist, yeah. I've seen a few of them.
Where they? Yeah, the Caspian Motorsport, for example, Carloni Racing in Division 3 also with a 400 number.
I don't know what that's about. Here we go though. Mounier on the outside line. He's got the exit he needed. This is the one he's been waiting for. But is it too much too soon? He's found himself up high on the banking. He's going to get the slight advantage of gravity, but it's not much. It's basically a drag race with the Ferrari of GTC Race Centre providing on-off racing with a slipstream as well. It's hard for Mounier still, but he's going to try to do it around the outside. The Ferrari going to get in the way of him again, I think. He's done really well around the outside. Side by side, he's going to give him the inside at the International Horseshoe.
There we go, beautiful.
Very well done from Mounier. A big slide from Lemoine should concede the position now. That was very well done from Mounier indeed, with the odds stacked against him.
Yeah, use that GT car perfectly as a pick coming through turns 2 and 3. Oh no!
Oh,
wrong immediately! Oh no! Team Iris backwards in the grass at the West Horseshoe! An absolutely fantastic move, ruined 3 corners later!
Oh, what a shame that is.
Oh no!
Such a shame.
Yeah, Mounier passed the car and it happened immediately, losing the position.
Oh, such a shame for Luc Mounier. And he worked so hard as well. He spent so long on the rear end of on-off racing's Nicolas Lemoine there. But just span around. And, well, he's going to have to do all that work again. I'm not sure with his tyres, maybe a little bit... oh dear, that was a big bump as well. Nearly 9 seconds of a gap. It's going to be a real hard, long battle to try and close that margin back in again. What a shame for him.
So how much is that gap? 8 seconds now. Oh, we knew that this Irish car is fast. Are they fast enough to actually regain all those 8 seconds?
I think they and on-off racing are going to have pit stops before that's even a factor, really. You've got to think how long that battle was going on before and how long it's going to actually take to close in again. I think 40 minutes will be up by that time.
Yeah, 'cause 40 minutes. Well, at this point, it's probably about half an hour. I think it's about 2 hours 40 that these cars will come into the pits. No.
I'm not sure. It will be certainly in the next 20 minutes, I'm going to guess. For these two, I know that Pescarolo Esport have made it to the where you need to be in terms of pit stops. Whereas the other two within the leaders haven't. Guillaume Mas is gaining on Renz Klopp now, by the way. Pescarolo Esport are going to be gaining today. Unfortunately for them, they've not had a great season so far. They were way down outside the top 10 at Monza, and they've not been inside the top 5 at the end of a race all of this season. So they're 27 points behind Sinfreen as of right now. But a race win here would set them right on the right track to maybe make a late championship charge for that young team.
A late championship charge, of course, 5 races to go, including this one. You know, there's still a lot of points up for grabs. You've got 165. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, that was Guillaume Mas round the outside of Two Smoke the Club. And the reason I was so excited is because I thought, well, not excited, that's the wrong word, but nervous. I really thought both of them were going to be heading off the road there, but thankfully they barely made it work.
Is coming through this kink in the infield. This is so difficult. You always need a little bit of cooperation coming through there because it is essentially one line.
And also, don't do that to GT cars.
Also, don't do that to GT cars. The GT cars, you know, they try to be nice. Please don't bully.
Exactly. It's really, you know, we mentioned about the kink being flat out for most of the cars. And you know it's not a particularly challenging corner, but you've got to remember the GTEs have to use all the road there. They are right on the edge. They're right loaded up, and you know it's really not advisable in a prototype car to be going round the outside through that corner because the GTs are so on edge. The prototypes are relatively comfortable, but it feels like prototype drivers do sometimes forget that.
Yeah, forget that. Surprisingly, GTs do not have the downforce of a prototype.
It's easy to forget. To be fair, the GTEs also forget that sometimes, or I certainly did when I was a slower class, because if a prototype went past me into a fast corner, I would like follow them at their speed. When...
follow them at 50 kilometers an hour, too fast for the corner.
But not for like braking zones, but you know these like corners where you may be lifting off, going down one. I always remember I always used to have terrible trouble with Silverstone Turn 1 and that happening. I'd go into the tarmac every time and I'd never learn. It's so frustrating. Obviously these guys are better than that, but it's easy to get tunnel vision in that way. I found it easy anyway.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It is very easy to get tunnel vision in this fashion. No, you're not the only one, certainly. But Guillaume Mas here, 6 seconds behind second place in class, and we've seen Mas already today do a very, very good job at defending. The question is, can they do as good a job at attacking?
Well, that is the question. Mounier is making big inroads, by the way. 5.5 seconds there now. But yeah, 5.5 seconds here for second. Well, that's a lot of seconds, isn't it? Go Team Racing. Trying to close in on Sinfreen Esports. Current championship leaders heading into this round. Go Team Racing finally getting that elusive race win at the 6 Hours of Laguna Seca. Trying to make it go back to back there. It's going to be difficult with Pescarolo Esport looking so strong. And by the way, I was looking at Pescarolo Esport's Twitter earlier on as I was trying to figure out just how many seasons they'd done in the VEC. None, as it turned out.
Well, that's an easy answer, isn't it?
Yeah, I was trying to work out how much racing they'd done in the past as well. They'd done them on virtual last winter, the season just gone. But I did see them retweet some tweets that suggested they might be coming back in LMDH in 2024, which we've not seen them in the top category in LMP1 for ages and ages. You know, since the 2000s, I'm pretty sure, but it hinted at maybe a comeback. I hadn't seen that previously, but
wow,
yeah, fairly reliable sources as well. So you know,
Yeah, that'd be very, very fun if they make
really
a
fun.
return to the top class. Yeah, that'd be very well, like Ferrari is doing with LMDH just now.
Absolutely. They're of course coming in 2023. Lamborghini in 24. Pretty sure. Who else is new in the WEC? There's all sorts of new manufacturers, and I think that the fact that might get this is a longer discussion that maybe is going to have to be parked because I'll be handing over to Zach in a few moments' time. But this is
still got 6 minutes.
yeah,
It's fine,
we've got plenty of discussion time here, and there isn't actually a side-by-side battle on the circuit right now, so do forgive us. The reason why I think LMDH could have legs, and maybe more legs than LMP1 Hybrid did, which, while it was fantastic for 2014 to 16 kind of era with 3 manufacturers all up there fighting for a win, it was those 3 seasons really of real lots of manufacturers, lots of excitement. But the fact that Porsche are giving them out to customers, these top level cars out to customers, really could give this category legs, and I really hope that it does over the next, not just 3. I don't want to see just 3 seasons of multiple manufacturers fighting it out for wins in IMSA and WEC. We want to see it for half decade, full decade, more than that. And maybe, just maybe, it will be possible.
I must say, what I'm very much looking forward to is the Garage 56 entry this year at Le Mans.
What do you mean? What are they doing?
It's a next gen NASCAR.
Oh yes,
car
forgot about that.
That's modified essentially with headlights and some more aero and everything like this. Yeah.
Honestly, when I saw that first, I actually thought it was a joke. But fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
And they've got a fantastic driver roster. Excuse me, it's Jimmy Johnson, Jensen Button, and Mike Rockefeller.
That is not to be looked over.
It's like, my God, what is this driver lineup?
To be fair, even a few years ago, that wouldn't have been possible with the NASCAR. The way that NASCAR has developed with the next-gen rules and the fact that they are, NASCAR are racing on more road courses than ever right now in their schedule. So the fact that you can even adapt a NASCAR to be, Le Mans ready, as it were, is it says a lot about NASCAR in my opinion, and the way that series is going, more than it does about what Garage 56 are doing with it.
Philip Glacier and this number 91 car coming into the pits now, 3 seconds back. Beware of that second position, but obviously that gap will increase due to this pit stop. 3 seconds, I would say after that Team Iris off not that long ago, the gap's now only 3 seconds.
It's not very long at all. Sorry, not very far at all between these two, I should say. 2.5 seconds is, well, I think we were in this position about 20 minutes ago with these two. The gap was, around here when they came out of the pit lane. Meunier was able to close in over a couple of laps. Spent a long time trying to get through, of course. Managed it, and 3 corners later, he was 10 seconds behind again after a mistake. Just over 3 hours to go, 3 hours, 3 minutes. And maybe Team Iris will be able to get back into 4th place. But as I said earlier on, laps between this battle and the cars in front and the cars behind. They've got all the time in the world for this, basically.
They don't have all the time in the world. They've only got just over 3 hours.
Well, as in they've got all the time in the world behind. Although that's not true either. It's 3 minutes, but you get the idea.
Yes, this 3.
You don't sound like you agree.
This 3 second gap for Team Iris is actually extended ever so slightly now, hasn't it?
It did over this lap, yeah.
Yeah, over the last lap, Team Iris car not as fast as they were over the preceding 2-3 laps.
I think the Arnage competition GTE being in the way at the Le Mans chicane there didn't help. And now Satellite Racing getting down the inside at the West Horseshoe isn't going to help either. Skating on the brakes. Through they go. That is Pauli Ahonen at the wheel there. Former Volante driver, by the way, Pauli Ahonen. Now Satellite driver. Not sure what, of course, I'm Volante are visceral now, so none of that's the same. But yeah, good to see Ahonen out there in a prototype.
I would say, I don't know if you're the same sometimes when you're commentating. But there's some people's names where you have to say their whole name every time. Otherwise
Yes.
it doesn't work.
I
And
totally get that.
I often find this happens with Finnish drivers.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that, definitely. Especially Pauli Ahnen's certainly one of those.
Yeah, Pauli Ahnen and Kalikuri as well.
Yeah, oh, yeah, Kalikuri's just got a nice name.
Yeah, it's just, you have to say the full name every time. It
Well
doesn't work with only the surname.
Well done to his parents for the first name there, by the way. They knew what surname they had. They took full use of it as well. So fair play to them.
Full words, yeah, Kalikuri is like, yep, you have to say the full name every time. Thank you.
Absolutely do. I wonder if his friends do. You know, just like socially. Because I would.
Socially, you also say the full name of.
Well, I don't have any friends with that good of a name, with like rhyming names. As we got a brief yellow flag there, I think everyone's okay by the looks of things. Yeah, it looks like they are. So a couple of battles within 5 seconds or so. 5th place in DPI, 2nd in LMP2, 4th in LMP2, 6th in GTE. A lot for you to all enjoy. Very much a thank you to everybody who's tuned in right now. I hope you'll stay with us for the remaining 3 hours here at Daytona. I am going to step away for an hour though, take a little bit of a break, and replacing me will be Zach Sweeney. I've brought you in at a good time really, Zach, because there's plenty of stuff to be watching out there on the road, even 9 hours into this race.
Honestly, it's been such a good race. I mean, again, it's definitely one of up there for sure with one of my favourite endurance races that I've ever had the pleasure of commentating on. And as I've said time and time again, there's never been a dull point of this race. But talking through the next hour then will be myself, Zach Sweeney, Vida Heatley alongside me before they step away for, well, completing their final bit of this mammoth stint that we've had to conquer between the three of us for the 12 hours of Daytona. But I mean, so far so good. It seems to be a pretty damn good race, Vida.
Yeah, it is an absolutely fantastic race so far, and the fact that we've still got close battles on circuit, like for example what we're seeing here between Team Iris and the on-off racing car, especially after 9 hours now of green flag running, is absolutely incredible. And you can say the same for the battle for second in LMP2 as well.
Yeah, it's been nothing short of magnificent. Of course, the gaps are stretching a little bit out now to just a few seconds, but you think about that. They've been racing for 9 hours, right? And they're separated by 3.5 seconds, by a few car lengths, by the fact that, you know, one small mistake and that gap is going to close. And you think to some single-seat races or some sprint races, for example, where after the first 5 laps, the driver in front's already gained 3 seconds, but when it comes to endurance races, even after 9 hours, the gaps are so insignificant in the sense that, again, it doesn't take much at all for them to re-close back up again, whether that be in the pit lane, a mistake, just a sudden burst of pace like we've seen before. But regardless of which, it's, yeah, honestly, so close, very decisive, not only for this race, but the season as a whole being mightily competitive.
Yes, as we were saying before, we can see this in the standings as, well, they stand. Yeah, in DPI, yeah, in DPI is a 10-point lead. In LP2, it was an 8-point lead. In GT, it was a 12-point lead. The fact that it's still that close after 3 races was incredible, and it's going to be even closer, I think, in all classes, even after this race.
Surprisingly so. I mean, I don't get how they can be even close. I mean, obviously, mathematically, of course they can, but realistically, you wouldn't expect it. It'd just be a case of, what? Are you serious? No, there's no way that the teams are remaining this close. I mean, you just look at the championship standings coming into this race. The biggest points deficit or difference between first in the championship and 5th is joint between LMP2 and GTE at 22 points coming into today, separating 5 teams, right? And even beyond that to 6th, 7th, 8th, etc. it's only a difference of a couple of points beyond that. This season 15 has been remarkable in terms of the level that the teams and drivers have risen to in order to try and compete. I mean, Ewan said earlier on that the top 4 at the moment in the DPIs are top 4 in the championship as it stands, and all of them have at some point won themselves a virtual endurance championship title. That in of itself, that statement alone, says everything you need to know about season 15.
Yeah, it really is the best of the best at this point, isn't it? And it is always absolutely fantastic to see the competitiveness that we have here in the VEC. Gail Mass, for example, at the moment helping to show this by being only 4 seconds behind the car in second position in class, which is, of course, that number 36 Simply Esports car, Ren's Klopp, currently at the wheel of that one. Having a look perhaps a little bit further down, and we've been talking about this team quite often throughout this broadcast. Zach is the number 73 car, actually, the second of the G Sports cars. He's second, of course, they're second on track out of the 2 cars. Trying to chase down Andras Carali in the sim race for Holland number 52, only 4 seconds separating the 2 of them.
Nothing, literally nothing. But what a sort of topsy-turvy race that we've had. I mean, at some point this car was on the podium, same too with Arnage competition, 16.5 seconds back in 7th place, and Sim Racing for Holland have really had a good run, always in the shout for at least a top 5, maybe sort of in the region of that fight that we saw. 4 cars, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, all fighting for 5th place. They've had a really, really good run in that Corvette, and I'm sure that is going to continue, and hopefully, fingers crossed, over the next couple of hours, we can see those gaps start to close for us to have a titanic showdown that a race like this, I think, thoroughly deserves. Because, well, I mean, the way it's been, it deserves a good way to end it off. It would be the best way to finish it. And speaking of battles, we've got one right here. Bradley Sellers for Team Rookie Monsters being heavily chased down just in behind of Juan Carlos Fernandez in that number 2 DX Droids machine, just in behind the fight for 5th in the DPI class with 2 hours and 54 minutes left.
Go into the final quarter of this race.
Don't say that.
Yeah, I know. The time is really flying by, isn't it? Bradley Sellers here, 2 laps down on the next car, but still pumping in those very, very important fast lap times. And I say he's 2 laps down the car in front. Well, you should probably be looking in the rearview mirrors.
Well, I mean, he should, definitely. I mean, he's got Bradley Sellers. He's really having to defend now, and you can see Juan Carlos Fernandez pulling out to the right-hand side, the outside line, of course, and, well, soars past up into 5th place. No contention at all from Bradley Sellers, who just waved, it seemed, Fernandez through up into 5th place. It was a no-brainer, I guess, maybe for Bradley Sellers. Doesn't really want to cost himself too much time in battling. I mean, they have got the mighty quick Valet Esports car just in behind the 223 of Michael Ayres. So, I mean, they do, in a sense, have to be careful not to fight overly too hard, because that Valet Esports car, if you give it an inkling of a chance to improve its position, I mean, it's going to take it.
Oh, of course, we'll take every opportunity available, as every racing driver should.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, these guys are, sort of elitists in their division, in their field, in their industry of sim racing, and every sim race, even if it's just for a hobby, right? If you get given the chance to race someone, you're gonna do it. I mean, even if it's for P15 and 13, right, or P15 and 14. I get the numbers wrong. Can't do maths for a second there. But you're fighting for the wooden spoon in a sense. It's a race is a race, and you're like, I don't care if I'm not winning this. I've got to beat him. I don't care. I'm gonna do it. So it's that competition sort of spark that really ignites in the heart of any racing driver when it comes to any form of competition, any form of a motor race that you can get. You're gonna take it. So yeah, of course, the opportunistic sort of mindset for some of these cars is one that really has, allowed such a good fight so far, and I'm sure will continue as we head into the final quarter of this race. But in terms of the fight for 5th in the DPIs, not really much to report, because, well, Bradley Sellers unfortunately falling behind Juan Carlos Fernandez to the extent of a couple of seconds, but things livening up in the LMP2s with a couple of pit stops kicking off with, well, now we're 8 minutes into the ninth hour of the event.
So it's 10 hours.
10th hour, yeah, no, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, no, yeah. It's Bradley Sellers 2 seconds down on the car ahead, which is of course for position, as you can see there, down in the bottom right, and that car of course being the DX-Droids number 2 car. But yes, a couple of seconds. Can Sellers fight back at the moment? I'm not sure if they have the pace when compared to that DX-Droid number 2.
I don't think so, and I think it's just a case of keeping it smooth, maybe just hitting your marks in terms of fuel mileage, and of course the tyres. Don't really want to overdo it and mess up your strategy into this final portion of the race. A bit of an interesting battle materialising here. Nicolas Lemoine versus Loic Mounier for what is P13 overall, P4 in class for the LMP2s. And well, it's been a fight that you and Ewan have really sort of had the pleasure of sharing. These two have been fairly close to each other for quite some time in this race.
Yeah, and seeing this battle develop throughout the hours has been absolutely incredible. But yes, on-off racing, Nicolas Lemoine currently at the wheel of that one. And just under a second behind is Team Iris, the purple LMP2. But yes, we did see last time round, Iris managed to pass on-off and then throw it away 3 corners later. Will the same happen this time?
Well, let's hope not. I'd much rather it not be the case, and they can have a nice clean fight, negotiating his way through a bit of traffic. First, the Need Racing .com Ferrari, then of course the orange and blue Porsche. They've got to get their way through the International Horseshoe, both through without much of a trouble, but still allowing Loic Mounier to close the gap on the on-off racing car just in front, and well, very, very close indeed. Surely you have to say close enough for that run out of turn 6, at the very least, out of the Le Mans chicane.
At the very least. Well, you would hope, of course, this might be a little bit of commentator's curse. This bright purple, no. Oh, a fairly emphatic no there from Zach Swinney, as these two cars hug that yellow line coming through NASCAR 1 and 2. Of course, we'll be seeing the various NASCAR, the ARCA Menard series, the trucks, the Xfinity series, and the Cup series in just 1 week time for their various races. They'll all be coming through, and of course the duels on Wednesday.
Interesting. Of course, a lot of displays in terms of the NASCAR series, very American based, well, solely American based, and well, certainly the base of my childhood with the Cars franchise and things. But we'll focus on the action as it stands. Team Iris pulling up to the right hand side of on-off racing, outside line of turn number 1, nearly scraping the wall as they go through. Slingshots their way the long way around at turn number 1. Bit of a slide as well, hitting a very late apex off the circuit, using the full extent of the cabs, emerging side by side. Loic Mounier, though, able to still hang on in the balance. Now inside line for the International Horseshoe, the 27 of Nicolas Lemoine trying to go the long way around in the International Horseshoe, still side by side as they run their way out and towards the kink. 4th and 5th side by side with 2 hours and 48 minutes left of this race through the kink and towards the Western Horseshoe, and there's contact. Team Iris set off at the exact same point, rejoining at the exit of the Western Horseshoe. Oh my goodness me, oh my word, how on earth did that not end in disaster? I mean, it did, but even more disaster than that. Loic Mounier and Nicolas Lemoine come into blows in, well, nothing short of, I don't know, what would you call that? I'd certainly say very picturesque fashion. I'm sure Loic Mounier and Team Iris are going to disagree with me, but that was nothing short of spectacular in a very sadistic way.
Yeah, that was, again, it happened. Team Iris on the verge of overtaking and regaining that position, and again losing it in a pretty much the same part of the circuit.
Oh, that is, what can you even say about that? Still struggling as the rear end of that car really does kick up over the top of the curb through the Le Mans chicane. Wow, that is, yeah, I don't even know what to say. That is so unfortunate for Loic Mounier. And Vida, mate, I'll be honest, you really did sort of, you called that, and I know you'll claim commentator's cast and all that jazz, but at the end of it, wow, that is just, well, I don't know, just, is that just doubly bad luck for Loic Mounier, I suppose?
Oh, maybe, but I'm just wondering if Mounier is perhaps overdriving a little.
I don't know. I don't know.
Perhaps knowing that they are faster, and then trying to drive a little bit harder in order to try and make that overtake happen, and then run away faster, obviously, because the sooner you overtake someone, the more time you have to run away from them. I'm just wondering if one of you there is just overdriving a little.
I don't know. I think we're going to have to, at the very least, take another look at it as, well, Loic Mounier is continuing on, so not much in the way of damage suffered for the Team Iris car, but definitely, I don't know, just not ideal in the bluntest way possible, and whatever was the cause of it, they were, to be fair, they were very clean. I mean, it's difficult to go side by side through turn number 1, difficult to go side by side to continue that same maneuver all the way through the international horseshoe, and it's only when they got to the kink, you know, a very high-speed left-hander, that things really did start to go wrong. But I mean, up till that point, it was really, really clean. So must have just been a small mistake on someone's part that, unfortunately, when you're going that fast into a quite heavy braking zone as well, it's just that knock-on effect, and one small touch can really send everything haywire.
Yeah, and as we've said so many times, it is, all the cars are flat out through the kink there. But you're really right on, well, we'll quite say the edge of grip, but you're very, very close. You're putting a lot of force through those tires. And obviously, if you just have a little bit of a tipping force somewhere due to a push at the rear end of the car, for example, that can cause a lot of problems and just really push those tires over the edge of grip.
Yeah, I mean, they are on the absolute limit of adhesion, and the smallest change in that is going to completely send the car off in a spiral. We catch up with our race leader at the moment, Race Clutch Colin Spork, as it stands in the cockpit of the car. He's done a phenomenal job driving that alongside his teammate, of course, as well, who, between the pair of them, have put on such a spectacular performance. And that continues today, leading by just over a lap ahead of Tony Mellor for Seawolf Net Race. And we're going to take another look as to this incident. Well, just talk it through us,
yeah. So this are the two cars side by side coming to the international horseshoe. Now it's coming up towards the kink where this really happens. So you can see Mounier out on the outside in that Iris car, wondering if this, I think the Iris car just lost it. I don't think there was contact.
I don't know.
I don't think there was contact. I think that was just a massive snap of oversteer.
Either way, it's not great on either part, to be honest. But yeah, whatever it was, whether it was contact or a bit of oversteer, it's a very, well, it's the second very anticlimactic end to what was I say anticlimactic, it was very much a climax, but it was, I suppose, the wrong type of climax that we were looking for. It was more a sensational move as opposed to a sensational crash for the Team Iris car. But regardless of which it's happened, we have to focus our attention forward on any future battles that might come to play. And in all fairness, Team Iris is only 6 seconds off the Go Team Racing car, so, or not Go Team, sorry, I do apologize, on-off racing. So
on-off. Yeah, it was
still close.
And the previous incident, I think it was when Ewan was on, I don't think you were, they were down to 8 or 9 seconds of the on-off car. Mounier was before making this move. So this is it. Yeah, I don't think there is a contact. I think it's just a massive snap of oversteer, yeah.
He's already sliding long before he even gets close to Nicolas Lemoine, so bit of oversteer, potentially. Well, definitely. We've got it confirmed now, and thank goodness for slow-mos to confirm that for us. So no contact, but an unfortunate incident nonetheless. But still not over in terms of that fight. I think third time's the charm is what Loic Mounier is going to be hoping for in that battle for fourth.
Whoa, we shall see if this is the case. You can see this gap is already down to 4 seconds.
Exactly. I mean, Loic Mounier is just flying in terms of pace.
Yeah, so it certainly does appear to have the pace. Certainly it appears to be far faster, but just can't make the move stick.
For whatever reason. I mean, he had a good effort. Really, really good effort. But again, just not quite enough. And it's a shame, but hopefully, again, as I say, third time's the charm. Maybe this time around there's nothing that can go wrong, as opposed to the last couple of times that unfortunately has. Caught behind a bit of traffic is Loic Moignet, so we'll have to negotiate that before once again setting after Nicolas Lemoine in the one-off racing car, who now has a bit of breathing space. One lap up to Andrea Terzic for Simframe Esports, so will do his best maybe to hold station in 4th place as opposed to set the sights forward for 3rd, as the race very much well and truly entering its final stages, where you start to picture up an idea as to the funnel point of all the strategies, which team is where, which team has really hit the nail on the head in terms of their strategy over the last, well, what is now 9 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, not long to go now here at Daytona, but well, now of course, I'm not sure how much of endurance racing you are au fait with, but it used to be a race for IMSA, where after the Coke 0400 and Independence Day weekend, there was the Paul Revere 250, which was driven by IMSA on the road course after essentially the night 400-mile race at Daytona, where all the cars would drive, and it was, well, a 250-mile race around the road course. It was actually a distance race, which was fairly interesting because you didn't really get distance races at that moment in time in endurance racing. This would be 70 laps of the circuit, and you had all of the main ones like the DP and GTE when it happened. But you also sometimes had special classes, like there was a couple of cars one year which actually used the, what is the equivalent now of the Xfinity Series cars in the Paul Revere 250.
Fair enough. Yeah, interesting stat. I mean, again, I've not.
And this took place in the middle of the night after the Coke 0400, and it was called the Paul Revere 250 because, well, some of you, if you're American, it was named after the midnight ride of the Revolutionary War. Well, hero, depends what side you're on, Paul Revere. Which is almost like, I wouldn't quite say a folklore myth, but you know, almost a legendary story now in terms of American folk stories.
Similar to sort of the ghost of Ukraine, I suppose you could compare it to.
I suppose you could, yeah, but I think Paul Revere was an actual person, I think, or at least documented, yeah.
Interesting. Well, there's not, I don't know, an extensive amount of American history.
But no doubt someone in the comments will correct me. Should I be wrong?
Yeah, probably. I'm sure they would.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
They'll rip into you and make sure you never see the light of day ever again, Vito. Is the conclusion, or you'll get cancelled on Twitter or something or other for offending the Americans and their very extensive history of endurance racing. Again, the American history is not something I really boast a lot of knowledge in. I am a bit of a history geek, just not necessarily in terms of the Americans. I've watched Hamilton, if that counts for anything.
Ah, yeah, it's close enough. You essentially know the history of America now.
Basically, I mean,
yeah.
There's English football clubs older than America, so I suppose there's not an extensive amount. Anyway, before I ruin any sort of connections I have with any Americans in the YouTube chat, I will shush. As we focus on now Nicolas Lemoine versus Loic Moignet, the gap closing to around about 3.3 seconds between the on-off racing car and the Team Iris. So I think we're definitely shaping up for round 3 between these guys.
So round 3, Moignet has fared off worse in rounds 1 and 2. Will this change in round 3? We'll wait and see, but you are correct, Moignet. Look at this gap, 3.2 seconds or so.
Oh, I mean, this is close. I don't know what could happen now. I think pretty much every time you look at it, it's just gotten that a little bit smaller. So I don't know. Loic Moignet, it's very much a driver that, right, will have a spin, right, and there's definitely 2 ways to go about it. You sort of victimize yourself and blame the other person. You're like, oh my god, what have they done? How have I gone off? And you sort of get angry, get frustrated with yourself, and in doing so, make more mistakes and carry on slower with that burden around your ankles, that ball and chain dragging you back. Or like Moignet, you can say, well, sod that, I don't care. All I'm going to do now is prove to everyone how much better I am and drive back up onto the back of them and and try and get back in front of them after that. And look, Mounier has not only done that on one occasion, he's now trying to do it on yet another one. The gap under 3 seconds between the two of them. And look, Mounier is just like, okay, well, awesome. I've had a setback, so guess I'll just have to drive faster.
Yeah, so here comes Mounier, 2.7 seconds. See the last lap, 3/4 of a second exactly. It was Mounier faster than the on-off racing car of Le Mans. Oh, it's going to be interesting. This Team Iris car definitely is faster. The problem is the move doesn't stick.
It does not yet, not yet.
As second place comes in, the Seawolf car comes in from DPI, yeah.
So Tony Meller, the number 6 machine, Seawolf Net Race into the pit lane for yet another pit stop in this race. We'll see them behind the Simfream car of Lorenzo Arisi, at least provisionally. Then, of course, we'll wait for the rest of the DPI pit stops to filter themselves out because, well, in all honesty, they're pretty much all over the place, them pit stops, aren't they?
Yeah, who knows when the final pit stops for each car is going to be. Who knows? Well, I would say actually with the Seawolf car, it does make sense. It's 40 minutes a stint going to the end room now, doesn't it?
Yeah, pretty much bang on, right?
Yeah, 2 hours 40 would be, well, bang on, as you could say. So it does make sense. It's 40 minutes a stint from now on for that Seawolf car.
Maybe, I guess, yeah, surely just putting themselves on sequence and moving forward to have a plain sailing run all the way to the end of this race. But plain sailing has been far from the descriptive term I would use for the Virtual Endurance Championship. 4th round here for the 12 hours of Daytona. It's been an interesting affair, an entertaining affair, a very much entertaining affair, and it's been a pleasure to talk you through all of the action, and there's been plenty of it, I assure you, all throughout the last now 8 hours and, well actually no, 9 hours and 25 minutes I should say. Again, getting my maths wrong. Can't do it.
Don't worry. Don't worry, you've only got another, what, how many hours?
What's that? Me? I'm to the end.
Yeah, until the end, yeah. So 2 hours 35 for, sorry, 35 for you. And not as long for me, but Nicholas Lemoyne, well, we'll have to try and hold off, as you were saying correctly before, Mounier for a third time. First time, Mounier got past and then threw it away three corners later. Second time, they were side by side and Mounier got a massive snap of oversteer. It happened on go number 3 as the P2 leaders actually in the pits now as well.
Yeah, so not too far away then from some of the other pit stops for the LMP2s. We might actually see that bring a pause to this battle, at least temporarily, maybe. Might even bypass the battle altogether. Sound very northern actually. I've been spending too much time with Ewan O'Leary saying bypass as opposed to bypass. But anyway, that's besides the point. Bypass, yeah. He's infecting me. Loic Mounier though, 1.3 seconds back. So if he makes a difference in strategy and can get the under or overcut versus Nicolas Lemoine, then well, we could very much well see that they might not actually have to go side by side at all. Darius Andre though, going very, very slowly on the apron of the circuit, and well, what is this for? What is it? Has he run out of fuel potentially? It's surely got to be. Yeah. There's no way that's a slowdown. Car looks fine in terms of damage, limping at home.
What gear is Andre in?
I don't know, I can't see. I mean, surely you've got to be like coasting in sort of second or third to keep the revs low.
It'd be 6th at this point, or 7th, wouldn't it? At least that's what I did in warm-up laps when I raced. I was put it up into 6th, and well, that's helpful.
Honestly, love the fact there's no dash. Maybe
there's no dash.
What gear's he in? Oh, first gear. There we go. He's in A gear, and the revs are building up again, but nothing more than 6,000 RPM. Back to neutral. Back off.
So it's fuel.
It's got to be, yeah. The car's just limping at home on a lifeline, really, and that is a shame to overextend by just a single lap. The car's back on again and brings it back to life, but well, that is, well, just very incredibly unfortunate for Darius Andre and for Visceral Esports, who, let's not forget, leading the race for the first 2 hours of this this 12-hour race, and trying, we thought at some point to at least I thought, I mean, maybe a little bit too ahead of myself in terms of dominating the LMP2 field after what has been a fairly lackluster season so far. Not to be overly harsh to them, but yeah, not the best of results that they'd have hoped for, and looking to bounce back with a win. But now, well, they might not even finish the race if they can't get back to the pit lane.
Come on, I believe in you.
It's so
Perhaps a little
close.
bit, yeah, there we go. A little bit of throttle there just to get to the pit line. And I think they should be fine from now. You should be able to coast to the respective box. Going down, and there we go. So fuel will be added to that Vessel Esports car. So managed to make it back just. But as you were saying, yeah, ran out of fuel. Half a lap miscounted.
The smallest of miscalculations, and well, spelt an end to potentially a top 10 challenge. We focus our attention to what is now a battle for the podium. Benjamin Jelinski versus Damian Skovron, Seawolf Net Race versus Burst Esports. A battle that we saw again earlier on. These teams have, well, been able to stay very, very close, then separate for a while, then draw their way back together. 2.5 hours left of the Daytona 12-hour, and this is the fight for the podiums in our top flight class, the DPIs. And right now, Jelinski is very much looking in the rear view mirror to, well, see Damian Skovron knocking at the door and sniffing up the rear wing of that Seawolf Net Race DPI. And well, I hope that this is going to be a battle to remember, because, well, two fantastic drivers, two fantastic teams, and one pretty damn good position in this race too.
Yeah, seeing this battle for the third time, I just wish it could last for longer, don't you? No, obviously we were talking about the Iris battle there. Having a look here to Seawolf and Burst. Of course, this battle has been going on for a long time, as also you were saying. And Galchesty and Skovron, which I think was actually the same battle as we saw earlier. I think it might be, was it myself and you, or was it myself and you at that point? I can't quite remember, but Skovron trying to go all the way around the outside of turn one, not even being able to do it because not having enough of a speed difference, 2 and 3, and again not being able to make a move into the international horseshoe, just a little bit too far back.
Yeah, not quite close enough, but again, I think doing enough to put some pressure on Jelinski to force him to defend. I mean, in my experience, while it is only corporate karting, it was a case of a race putting some pressure on to the driver in front to make them defend too early. They were convincingly a lot quicker than me over the course of one lap for one reason or another. Yeah. So you've got to put some pressure on and force them to defend, because as soon as they defend, they're not getting away from you. They can't put any distance between themselves and you. So make them defend, make them look in their mirrors, make them focus backwards as opposed to forwards. And as soon as that happens, you've got them. You're in, you're latched onto the rear wing, and then you can start to reel them in bit by bit. And that's exactly what Skovron is trying to do now. Catching the Sim Racing for Holland Corvette in towards the Le Mans chicane. And
yeah, and it's going to be pain for Skovron.
Yeah,
stuck behind the GT.
Jelinski able to get the better of it, but Damian Skovron stuck behind, and that gap now grown to 1.3 seconds. Big gap now, and Damian Skovron out of the slipstream range, at least for now. Bit of clear track between the two of them, so that track gap can reclose itself back in. Speaking of DPIs though, Race Clutch Colin Spork into the pit lane once more from the lead of the race, and should still see them emerge from the pit lane in the lead of the race as well.
Yeah, full lap over the Sim-free car, so a long time there for Race Clutch. They could be in the pits and still maintain that lead. But Galchesty and Skovron that we're looking at the moment, 1.4, 1.3 seconds at the moment still. So Skovron not being able to actually gain any time through the infield. We've got to wait to see if that Burst Esports #1 car is able to make some moves round, be able to make some time round the oval section. Having a look at the battle for fourth LMP2 class, and as always, this is Iris versus on-off racing. Now that gap is under a second now. Will be third time lucky for Monye.
Oh no. Let's not have Vida already say anything, because, well, there is they've got some interesting predictions, and so far all of them have come true. So I don't really want to get a fortune cookie from Vida, to be honest, because I really want my future determined from them, because, well, you've had, again, as I say, you've hit the nail on the head, and all of them have been pretty bad for Loic Moynier and Team Iris so far. So we'll see how this battle develops, getting past the Arnage competition Porsche and moving forward. The gap 3/4 of a second between the pair of them. Third time lucky. Here we go for round number 3, on-off racing. Team Iris, the fight for 4 in the LMP2s.
So here we go, on-off versus Iris, third time round. Monye is coming through turn 6 now, having to get a good acceleration out from the apex to try and close down that gap half a second, that gap, and you can see it reducing there in the bottom right of your screens, down to under a half a second now, but just kind of stalling out there though.
Yeah, I don't know, for whatever reason, just getting to a point and not being able to gain any more. Bit of traffic in front of them as they run their way through the Le Mans chicane once more, and Loic Mounier trying to get the best run possible. Caught the two in front probably at the best time possible, the Scuderia Leone and I think the Sim Racing, or is that the Juices Motorsport Cup Ferrari? Indeed it is. They lap the pair of them fairly easily as running through NASCAR turn 4 and onto the tri-oval. 4.5 tenths of a second separate the two. Nothing into turn 1, I don't think, but well,
a little too far back, I think.
Yeah, definitely. But still, definitely something could happen because, well, look, Mounier on the brakes is able to close an extra couple of car lengths. Maybe could we see him moving towards the International Horseshoe? Could we see it dummying to the right-hand side like Colin Sport did a little bit earlier on in the race? Now inside line for the International Horseshoe. Loic Mounier might as well have just got Team Iris up in a 4th place. Third time lucky. The move is done. We'll see where Nicolas Lemoine is, and there he is.
Long back,
very convincingly 4.5 tenths back, nearly 5 tenths back, and Loic Mounier decisive and confident in his stride and able to get through on the on-off racing car. I mean, it's decisions like that that really mean, separate the good from the great. He was able to close the gap through turn 1 and then was able to get the job done into the International Horseshoe, and it was a late decision just to say, I'm going to send it, screw it, I'm sending it, and it worked because of the confidence.
Yeah, indeed. We knew that Mounier was faster. I think probably Mounier knew that they were faster as well when compared to that on-off racing car. And all they needed to do was hold on to that position. I say that though. Look at this, held up in the GT car through the chicane just a little bit. This may allow the on-off car a counter-attack opportunity coming down towards turn 1. Maybe
so. Who knows? I mean, Nicolas Lemoine definitely knows that he's probably the slower of the two cars, so might need to take whatever he can get. 4 tenths now is the gap, but as they approach the tri-oval and into turn number 1, I don't think the on-off racing car is quite close enough for the move, and well, certainly not going to be doing any heroics like Loic Mounier. I mean, I say that, closing through the apex and a little bit of traffic just in front. There's the GTC Race Centre Ferrari just in front of them, so never say never. I mean, this could well spark yet another duel between the two.
Oh, we always want one more duel between these two, don't we? We always want a little bit more action out there on circuit. And 7 tenths, 8 tenths of a second. I think Le Mans just let off the throttle a little bit there because they didn't know where that GTC car was going to go.
Yeah, I think you've got to be predictable as a GT, but also the LMP2 of Nicolas Lemoine, I think, taking the right course of action just to play it safe. There's no need to sort of act in haste and send a move that doesn't really need to be on. And well, Loic Mounier is convincingly ahead and I think set to consolidate 4th place in the LMP2 fields. Talking of battles though, this one is sort of dying out as the fight between Benjamin Jelinski and Damien Skovron for the DPI podium very much still alive. Only 1 second separating them, and well, it's not going to take much for that gap to close.
1 second isn't that much time at all, isn't it? Especially after 9.5 hours of racing here at Daytona. Jelinski in that Seawolf net race car, that number 6 car, coming off of NASCAR turn 4 and making their way towards the tri-oval. The tri-oval about 18 degrees of banking, so not actually as severe as turns 1, 2, 3 and 4. Yeah,
no, but still a slight bit of banking, of course. And well, Daytona, I think, is it the Talladega? I don't know. It's definitely one of the, apart from obviously the Monza Oval, that is just extreme, but surely up there in terms of the biggest profile of banking. Surely it's got to be up there, right?
Yeah, it's got to be up there with, well, Bristol Motor Speedway, I think, is quite close to it as well. You could probably put Slinger Speedway somewhere in there as well. But Daytona International Speedway, as I said, it's about 3.5 miles for the road course that we are using today. It's obviously 2.5 miles for the oval. The oval is 31 degrees of banking, actually. It's 18 in the tri-oval. But 31 degrees is pretty steep, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, you can visibly see the camber, which is substantial. I mean, it's incredible how much it leans. And yeah, again, banking is incredible. I mean, I saw the Top Gear episode. It was the Grand Tour episode, one of the two, with obviously the Jeremy Clarkson trio of James May and obviously Richard Hammond, and how they tried to run to the top of the banking at Monza. Like, that just really puts it into perspective as to the insane profile and you know, inclination of bankings and how steep they really are. So yeah, I mean, while Daytona isn't quite to that same extent, still a fair bit of steepness that these guys are having to race around at upwards of 200 miles an hour, lap in, lap out. And while this is only the virtual world, you can still get a little bit sketchy, particularly if you're having to make some sketchy moves going around it as well.
The banking at Monza is actually 30 degrees, so it's actually a degree less than it is here.
Interesting.
At Talladega it's 33, so it's 2 degrees more.
Wow, interesting. Visually, I just thought the Monza one was steeper. But again, that might just be me being blind. I don't know. To each their own, I suppose. Either way, steep bank. What's the one at Zandvoort? Is that's a good?
Oh, that's less.
Is it? I don't know. I swear I saw somewhere that it's like only a couple of degrees less, but again, maybe that's just me being a bit silly. I don't know. But anyway, the fight is still between Benjamin Jelinski and, of course, Damien Skovron. Still very much on, and actually indeed closing as they lap one of the LMP2s through Le Mans chicane. And once again, poor Damien Skovron getting the worst end of the traffic this time by as well.
I know. Again, Skovron doesn't appear to get the happiness of the motor racing gods. No.
Lady Luck definitely not shining his way today, and particularly with Burst Esport got a penalty a little bit earlier on for track limits incursions that had to be served and put them on the back foot. But now they are well and truly in the shout for a podium. But with Simfree, Lorenzo Arisi only 10.5 seconds up the road, maybe these guys might want to start bucking up their ideas, working together, because on that last lap, Lorenzo Arisi, a 1:27.172. Benjamin Jelinski for Seawolf, a 1:26.6. Damien Skovron, a 1:26.8. They are convincingly half a second a lap quicker. It's not going to take overly long for them to get onto the back of that fight for second. I mean, if they work together, both of them could be on the podium as opposed to just one.
Yes, but yeah, of course. But you say this, they could work together to have both of them on the podium. Do they really care about that? I think they're only really caring about their own race at this point.
Yeah, but for Jelinski, it could be second, and for Skovron, it could be third. Like, that's better than both of them third and fourth.
This is true, but do you want to almost risk that work with a rival car if they're just going to backstab you in the last 30 minutes?
Well, yeah, that's racing.
I know. I'm fairly cynical. This would be my thought in my back of the head.
That's true. But I do definitely see where you're coming from. But in the sense that if it doesn't work out, then in the final 10 minutes you can start fighting anyway. If it doesn't work, it was worth a go. But already their progress is staggering. That gap now 9.3, now even into the 8 seconds mark between Jelinski and Lorenzo Arisi. So closing at a very, very fast rate. So I think, personally for me, it's a no-brainer. For the overall better objective, not to hold each other up, for Damien Skovron not to hold Jelinski up, and Jelinski not to hold himself up by defending, surely it's a no-brainer to close that gap, because granted they're on different teams in different races, both in the fight for the championship. I mean, I guess, yeah, they want to, fight their own races and decide their own battles, but from a racecraft perspective, the better neutral position would be potentially a second and a third by catching up onto the Simfree car.
Yeah, I cannot argue with the scenario that you just posed. The question is, will it happen? I don't think so. Again, I think every team is almost looking out for themselves at this moment in time, and perhaps not looking at making temporary alliances with other ones. Benjamin Jelinski here, 8 seconds down to that second place car. As you were saying before, 1.5 seconds back to that Burst Esports number 1. And coming across the start-finish line yet again, 7.3 seconds. So I think Jelinski is perhaps a little bit faster at this moment in time, no? But not by much, maybe only about a few tenths a lap.
Yeah, it's not going to be a massive difference, and obviously Damien Scovron once again got the poor end of the stick in terms of traffic, so losing a couple of tenths of a second because of that. But Zielinski flying at the moment. I think the realization that second place is on here. If we buck it up, if we continue to go and focus our attention forward, if we get a bit of luck in terms of traffic, and getting stuck behind the Juicers Motorsport Club car is not the greatest of starts, but 3 seconds in the last 5 minutes. Wow, it's a matter of when as opposed to a matter of if, surely.
Yeah, this is entirely true, but you can never count out anything in endurance racing. Zielinski coming through NASCAR 2 before making their way down the back straight and through this bust-up chicane. Will they get held up by this GT car, this Juice's car, just a little bit, I think.
Yeah, just a marginal amount, enough actually to close Damien Scovron within half a second. So this is the decider. What is Damien Scovron going to do? He's closing at an absolute rate of knots in the slipstream of the Seawolf Net Race car, and very much truly could have a look in towards turn number 1. They've got a bit of lap traffic just in front, the Scuderia Leone Corvette, and now to the outside goes Damien Scovron in towards turn number 1. Zielinski goes defensive. The Basti Sports car not quite got the measure, has a look to the outside, but once again has to concede. So yeah, I mean, just in that one little bit of a battle alone, they lost a good half a second. So Damien Scovron looks eager to fight, and Zielinski looks eager to defend. I mean, it's not looking good for these guys in their pursuit of Simframe, I'll be honest. I mean, maybe if Zielinski was able to break free of Scovron, then sure, that gap is going to come down. But as long as they're a couplet, well, they're just going to fight amongst themselves.
Yeah, it's always going to be very interesting to see what happens when they fight among themselves. As you say, 2 hours 15 minutes to go on the clock, and yeah, the question is, will they work together or fight? 8.2 seconds. To be honest, that gap between Zielinski and the Burst car isn't reducing, is it? Between Burst and between Burst and the Seawolf and the Simframe car, I should say, rather. Between Burst and Seawolf, it's kind of stable at this point in time, isn't it?
Stagnated a little bit. I mean, yeah, I mean, as soon as Zielinski gets a bit of clear air, the gap closes once again. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'll be honest. I think it's a case of we'll see, which is a very niche answer to say and probably the boring one. But it's the true one is a case of, can Damien Scovron reclose the gap and have a fight for third, or is Zielinski free to reel in the 21 machine of Lorenzo Arisi just 7.5 seconds in front? Because proven now, as soon as Zielinski is in of his own, flying.
Yeah, no, really, of these drivers are absolutely incredible, especially having this amount of concentration and this amount of consistency after how long they have been perhaps driving for. Zielinski is flying at the moment. This gap now down to 7 seconds, so perhaps I spoke a little bit too early when I said the gap between the Seawolf and the Simframe car isn't reducing. It's down to 7 seconds, which is about a second down the last time I think I checked.
Yeah, I mean, we're still pushing forward now into the 6 second mark. I think Lorenzo Arisi might be stuck behind a bit of traffic to lose that much time that quickly. Zielinski, though, that is the DX Droids Porsche for GTE, holding him up just a little bit and keeping that gap at 7 seconds, but allowing Damien Scovron to reclose the gap. So we've got Zielinski trying to get away and hammering the pressure onto Simframe, but then you've got Damien Scovron there like, hello, mate, I want a podium too. So it's a case of Zielinski. He's like, I really need to try and get away and try and set my attention on second, but this guy Scovron, he's not leaving me alone.
And it's always a pain when you've got other drivers on track trying to take your position away from you.
It's as if you're racing them. Like,
how inconsiderate.
To quote Alex Albon, these guys race me so hard. It's disgraceful, really, honestly. Damien Scovron should just leave him alone.
Yeah. Stop trying to overtake me. Stop trying to make your race better than it currently is. Zielinski, 6.2 seconds gap now. So perhaps in the past few laps, Zielinski in that number 6 car appears to have gained a little bit of pace in terms of number 21, but the 1 has also gained a little bit of pace in terms of the 6, for that gap's now only 1.2 seconds, when last time I checked, I think it was 1.7.
bit by bit. I don't know, it's just chopping and changing, it's fluctuating. You look away for a second, look back, and it's something completely different. But definitely the talking point of this hour. I think each hour has had a different talking. It's like the Hunger Games in the second film, where each hour there's a different trap. In the Virtual Endurance Championship, 12 Hours of Daytona, there's a different talking point in terms of action for each hour of the race. And at least this time around, it's the DPIs fighting over second or even third place this time by. And I don't know. What's going to come about it? I think Damien Scovron, 2.8 seconds surely is too much as he actually peels his way into the pit lane. So a spark of the pit lane sequence again has the potential to spice this thing up.
So here comes Scotland in. And of course, we've been talking about these stint lengths. That's not a good stint length, because they might have to come in again with about 12 minutes to go.
True, very, very true. So when do they need to stretch it to?
Well, if they're only wanting to make 2 more stops, it's got to be, what, 43 minutes a stint, roughly.
So with how much left is that going to be on the clock? That's
with 43 minutes a stint, that will roughly get them to the checkered flag when their fuel runs out.
I mean, it's going to be tough. They're going to fuel save, and they don't want to be in a position of visceral.
Essentially, they've got to make a couple more laps on each tank.
Yeah.
Is it worth it, or is it worth it for the splash and dash towards the end?
Risk versus reward, isn't it? I mean, it depends. Do you want to risk it? Is it worth it for the sake of maybe getting back in front? How much time are you going to gain by coming in for a splash and dash, and how much time are you going to lose by lifting and coasting all the way around the circuit? I mean, this is definitely something they should have planned, 8 hours or 9 hours ago, right at the start of the race, to say
should have planned. The best laid plans always go astray, though.
That's true. That's true.
Fine now.
But it's a case of, like, they should have been fuel saving those extra couple of laps throughout the entire race, not now.
This is also true. Hindsight is also 2020, though, isn't it? You never know what's going to happen in this race. You never know how many co-datings you're going to get.
None so far.
And this race has been none. Indeed, this is true.
Oh, mate, I mean, this race has been something. I mean, as far as cleanliness goes, it's been fantastic, and the fact that we've had no code 80s and still such a very interesting race says everything you need to know. It's been fantastic, and we turn our attention away from the DPIs just for a second. I know, very unfortunate, but we look to this fight for 5th in the GTEs. The 73 Juices Motorsport Club car, Eric Schmeider at the wheel, currently being chased down by Leandro Verl for the 293 Arnage competition car, separated by just under a second. And, well, there's the GTEs also going to be approaching their pit stop window as well, surely.
Yeah, so the GTEs, they do about an hour or so I think it's about 9 minutes or so until we see the GTEs do their penultimate stop, and it's going to be very, very fun to see what happens there, especially in terms of who's going to take tyres.
Yeah, that is the interesting factor, because if they change tyres now, they can get to the end on that one set. I mean, it could be softs, it could be mediums, either one would work.
Yeah, I think you can certainly double stick softs on the GT cars with the temperatures that they are currently just now. Perhaps earlier when it was colder and the sun was out, you probably would single stint the softs. But now that the sun is gone and you can see all these lights around the grandstands and such, I think you probably double stick the softs now.
Yeah, with the cooler temperatures, definitely. I mean, easily done, and you'll be on the softer rubber for the end of the race, which I'm sure is ideal for a lot of teams, but that's 8 minutes away problem, not right now. And for Eric Schmeider, his only problem is that Arnage competition, the very pink Porsche just in behind, as he's looking to hold on to 5th place. The Seawolf Net Race DPI laps them very, very fast. The gap between themselves and Simframe only 2.5 seconds. Surely the Simframe car, Lorenzo Risi, has got to be fuel saving just a little bit in order for Seawolf to close that gap that quickly. I mean, there's no other explanation for it, surely, because nearly 10 seconds in the span of 15 minutes, that's remarkable pace.
Nope, I agree with you. I think there's probably a little bit of fuel saving happening on that Simframe car. I think you are correct. They are an Ash competition here, trying to is down the GC Motorsport Club, as you were saying, not to Well, we've only a few seconds to go. That pink portion, I must say, I do actually quite like that Olivia Nernage car.
I think Arnage do pink very well. Oh my word, that's late. Very late on the brake.
Way!
Oh my word, a good old sniff. And we thought the Ferraris were good on the brakes. Well, it turns out Porsches are just as good as well. The Juices Motorsport Club car, that's the 74. That's the race leader. That is not for position. However, Eric Schneider is going to be saying, do me a favour, mate. Back him up a bit. Just give me some breathing room, please. Just to let me keep this 5th place. Maybe some team orders at play, because it's not like the 74 car has got anything to lose. A lap clear of the NeedRacing.com car in 2nd, who, again, a moment to recognise that car. Philip Dre's at the moment driving it. They've come from right at the back of this field all the way to right at the front of it throughout this race, and while really doing wonders for their championship by keeping that gap as minimal as possible.
Yep, indeed, and especially when you've only got as few races as we do here, 8 here in the VEC. Every race counts, and the fewer bad races you can have, the far better it is for the championship. And as you've said, driving their way through the field is an incredible way to keep that championship hope alive.
Yeah, damage limitation, and if your damage limitation is finishing in 2nd place to your rival, that's pretty damn good damage limitation. Speaking of interesting moments now, however, we turn our attention to the race leader in LMP2, Martin Mergley, being given a penalty. The Pescarolo esports machine, Martin Mergley, being dominating, it must be said, in that 26 machine. Fantastic job. What's going to happen now? I mean, they've got a lap clear on Guillaume Mas in 2nd place for Go Team, but that is really, sort of putting it right on the edge of comfortability for that team to pick up a penalty this late on.
Yes, and of course we've said, well, over a few seasons, it's always a question of, is it better to have a penalty early on, so you've got time to essentially regain the time from that penalty, or penalty late, when essentially you might not actually lose a position from taking a penalty? This really is a question that we've asked so many times here in the VEC, and I still don't think there is actually a definite answer.
Never is. I think if it's a drive-through, it depends on the circuit. And obviously stop and goes again depends on the circuit as to how much time you lose with actually driving through the pit lane. Daytona's, well, to be fair, it's actually a fairly long one. I was about to say it's not, but you go through the pit lane itself, then the actual pit limit line is quite a way up down the road from the quote-unquote pit exit. So drive-throughs are going to cost you a good few 20 seconds, surely.
Yeah, and although you do actually reduce the distance when compared to the racing surface, because you do not need to take the tri-oval and essentially go through the inside of turn 1, it still is painful because actually the racing surface is such a high-speed section.
Yeah, so you're losing a lot of time. Into the pit lane then comes Pescarolo Esports, and well, in they come and taking that drive through, and surely won't lose much time. There's the Seawolf Net Race car in the pit lane, stopped in their box and waiting to rejoin the circuit with 2 hours and 4 minutes left to go of the 4th round of season 15 here for the Virtual Endurance Championship. The 12 hours of Daytona has proven brilliant so far, and well, we've still got another 2 hours of it left to go. Martin Mergley serves his penalty and still rejoins with a 90-second lead, so have that. I mean, a penalty, whatever. We're going to continue on a minute and a half ahead of the rest.
Yeah, it's fine. Who cares? It's only 90 seconds. But yeah, a very good job there, as you said, as Hull gets battle for 2nd in the 2nd overall.
Yeah, wow. Oh, it'll be interesting. I'm sure you can see now Seawolf very, very close to the back of Simfrim, Lorenzo Arisi. We see championship leaders into Daytona and still will leave with that championship lead as it stands, but the gap now only 1 second as we approach the 2 hours left to go mark. And well, this has been a long, well, not even a long time coming, it's been a very short time coming for Benjamin Jelinski to close that gap onto 2nd.
So not too long, perhaps, until the Seawolf car attacks the Simfrim car. 3 minutes to go until the top of the hour. But yeah, Lorenzo Risi trying to defend as hard as possible.
He is indeed. And of course, as we approach the 2-hour mark, once again, we have to swap out in the commentary booth. It's been a very, very busy day for Vida Heatley. What is it now? 8 hours you've done in total today?
Yeah.
A 5-hour stint. You had a couple of hours off while I was in with Ewan.
You've got 9 for this race.
Yeah, 9. I mean, 1 hour better. I mean, Ewan's got the easiest of the lot. He's only had 7, but you both had 5 hours in a row.
Slacker.
I know, Ewan, sort it out, mate. But you both had 5 hours in a row. I've only had 4, so I guess I can't complain. We've each had our moments, but we bring Ewan O'Leary back into the commentary booth. It'll be myself and him talking you through the final couple of hours. It's been a privilege to be alongside you, Vida, but we say hello to Ewan O'Leary, and well, you've probably joined us at probably one of the best times, Ewan.
Yeah, probably. Can I just say, by the way, I did a 4-hour broadcast before coming here, so I'm not.
That's true. That's true.
So do let me off, if you will.
Never.
But no, it's been a fun race, and we're looking forward to getting a few more people on board for the next rounds. To be honest, I know the three of us have enjoyed it, of course, at Daytona, but there has been some long stints here or there. Hopefully, have Cam and Roger and maybe Hugo Barrard back as well in the for the final round. That'd be nice. So then there'll be the 5 of us for what 6 hours. But
5 of us for 6 hours. What a luxury that would be.
I know.
What an absolute luxury.
It's typical of the way these work, by the way, isn't it? 3 people for 12 hours and then 5 people for 6. It's always the way it works. But there we are. Yeah, no, you're right, Zach. I have come at a good time here because Lorenzo Risi is going to have his hands full here with Seawolf Net Race and Benjamin Gilsinski. It's going to be a good fight here for second.
It is indeed, and well, it's really been boiling down over the last sort of 10 minutes or so. The gap continues to close with Lorenzo Risi very much looking in his rear view mirrors to see the number 6 machine knocking at the door and, well, very much looking to advance up into second place. I think you're not going to be blamed for saying Race Clutch are in control of this race, and well, this is very much a fight for second amongst the DPIs.
It is, and Race Clutch have been in control of this one for a while now. That's been pretty clear. With their drive-through penalty earlier, Burst Eastport have been resigned to 4th a little bit here. It's a surprise. And they're going to get overtaken by Seawolf Net Race in the standings as well, if they're not careful. I think if they remain as they are, if Seawolf gets second, then they're going to overtake them. But if they get 3rd here, as they are right now, they're not quite. So we'll see how their battle goes. But I would fancy Simframe in this fight, really. Just because of what they've done in the past in the VEC, really. Lorenzo Risi, of course, was part of that winning team in LMP2 part of that winning team in GTE back in the season 13. He was part of that team. Stepped up to DPI now. They're trying to complete the set, as only Juice's Motorsport Club have done in the past, by completing the set of 3 different categories, victorious champions in this season. But they're all, of course, going to have Race Clutch to deal with, who are currently leading this race by quite some distance.
Yeah, and obviously bouncing back from their early race penalty carried over from Laguna Seca, but well, Colin Spork and Tom Lartaloo have done a really, really good job and have really set the time machine ablaze. I mean, at some point I thought it was going to go the way of Simframe, but well, then Race Clutch bounced back and have really done very, very well in terms of their strategy to give themselves this margin. And of course, Lartaloo, who's at the wheel of that Race Clutch car, has never actually competed at Daytona before, so a pretty decent debut, it must be said, for the Race Clutch driver.
Yep, not bad at all. I didn't actually realise that. But yeah, that's not a bad debut at all. And to be fair, having Colin Sport with you as well is, it's certainly.
You saying he's been carried?
But no, not at all. No, but it does help, doesn't it? You don't have to be. You can still be a good driver and still. If you've got another one, then you're going to do even better. As we've got Verla there, Leandro Verla with a penalty for Arnold competition. That was in a close battle as well. That was within a close fight for Leandro Verla. There he is, and he's done it in a weird place as well. I was expecting to see him out on the banking actually, but he's in the infield. I don't know where he would have picked up a cut track there.
Yeah, weird. There's no runoff in the infield section, like at all. At least not in the first sector of it. I mean, unless he's gone wide at turn 1, would that give him a track limits incursion?
Can't think of anywhere that would have given it. From where he is on the track, it seems to have given him something out of the international horseshoe. But I don't know where he would have gone for that. Maybe he went really, really wide and actually got over the yellow curb on the left-hand side. You know, if you just kind of go through that corner and sort of halfway through, you just go straight, you can get onto that yellow curb, sort of how they look here at the bus stop, but at the International Horse Show. Maybe he went over that and found himself with a cut track. But that's now a drive-through, and it's probably going to drop Arnage out of the top 8 because P1 Esport are only 22 seconds back.
Yeah, and on paper, yeah, 22 seconds is a pretty sizable margin. But again, when you think about the drive-through and the fact that they are going to lose that amount of time just by just by cutting the track a little bit, it does show that it's not actually that a massive amount of time. We're 10 hours into a 12-hour race and only 20 seconds have separated people as we focus on Joseph Herlock for the John Lacey Esports Ferrari, running in P5 at the moment, which I'd say they'd be pretty content with, considering how frantic and chaotic this race has been.
I think they'll be all right with it. It's quite difficult to know. We're getting clear at this stage, of course. We're 2 hours to go now, but we'll start to know. Oh my word! Herlock got all over the first curve there and needed quite a lot of opposite lock actually. But that wasn't very good, was it? But yeah,
I've only just caught on.
Oh dear. Right, okay. That's that's shameful there. You've just exposed yourself as well there. You didn't have to say that. But anyway, yeah, top 5 would be all right for John Lacey Esports. I think that anything other maybe than a championship win this season, though, they might be a bit disappointed with. They're currently 5th place in the standings, and they did get a podium back at back at Monza at the opener of the season behind Juice's Motorsport Club, NeveRacing.com, who were 1 and 2 in that one. But yeah, they are 22 points adrift of NeveRacing.com already in this season, and they were already behind them as well in this race. So I do feel like it could be a little bit of a disappointment for that team, given what they achieved at Le Mans, second at Le Mans last year, but more importantly, 3rd in the championship as well. I think they would have liked to have gone a little bit better and gotten a little bit closer to that title.
Yeah, again, particularly as you say, they did very well in the championship for season 14, and coming into 15, the only logical step up was to take the fight to the championship. But again, it's been such a tight and competitive season that the halfway mark is not the decider. There's still 4 races after this left to go, and of course the final at Le Mans to really wrap things up. So as long as they have a good run from here on in, hit their marks and deliver 4 weeks in and out of each round, and make sure they are up there, at the very least ahead of who they should be. There's still very much the possibility that anyone really inside the top 5 of the GTE class could take the championship, because of just how epic this season is shaping itself up to be and how close it really is. All it takes is one really poor round to shake things up.
Certainly does. And the point system helping to keep things close as well. Well, it does reward race wins all at the same time. Here's Leandro Erler making his way out of turn 6. He's done his drive-through, and now he's suddenly behind P1 Esport as we suspected, but he does have a bit of pace about him, and so might be able to get on terms, get into 7th here. A couple of the prototypes flying past, including the overall race leader. There's Race Clutch, Colin Spork. Well, it's not Colin Spork anymore, is it? It's Tom Lodieu at the wheel, and he, I think, is going to have the pleasure of taking that DPI over the line for a possible race win at the end of today. We'll wait and see how it goes for them, of course. But it's looking very, very good with more than a lap's lead, and coming up to 2 laps worth of a lead actually on Lorenzo Arisi, who's just leaving the pit lane right now. Arisi is going to be very, very close with Seawolf, but he is just about going to get out ahead of them by a single second.
Stayed, I think, exactly as it was before the pit lane sequence, so no changes there. So Lorenzo Arisi, I think, getting away with with some luck, I think, to be ahead of Zielinski. But the fight well and truly is on now, because Zielinski is really going to try and hammer some pressure on and close that gap. Now just under 3/4 of a second between the two of them. The fight for second, I mean, they've gone through the pit lane, they've emerged as close as ever. It's not over, and they've still got just under 2 hours of racing action left to decide it. So gloves off, have at it, I say.
Absolutely. I think there was a bit of an altercation between these two, actually, as they was making their way out the pit lane almost side by side there. But I'm glad to look at it, and we can decipher fairly easily that nothing has gone wrong quite there. So, Benjamin Gilsinski, what can you do about Simfreem just up in front, and what a Burst going to do as well? I know that Seawolf and also Simfreem are going to be able to make this race now on 2 more stops in this one. I'm not sure about Burst. It's going to be quite tight for them, I think. But they might be all right. Pescarolo certainly are going to make it on, well, it's 3 more stops right now, but it should be 1 less than Go Team and Simfreem in the LMP2. As Benjamin Gilsinski gets very close to Lorenzo Risi down into the International Horseshoe, who's almost pushing the DPI in front of him around the corner.
Is that Jean Lacey out of this race?
Oh, it is. It is. That is Joseph Herlock back in the garage. There's no obvious damage. I think that could be a technical problem.
Oh, well, this race has had it all, hasn't it? I mean, we've had the RHE very early on have a bit of a poor run, and we had the Black Hawk Zancho car losing a wheel a little bit earlier on as well. Borja Milan with a disconnect, I think Stocky as well. Unfortunately, also suffering that same fate. Roland Jutes as well. It's just not been the best day in the office for a number of people, and particularly for the John Lacey esports car. I mean, just talking about their championship charge, that is definitely a big step backwards, at least with a 5th. It was some points, and unfortunately now, I mean, maybe they've made the cut-off point for at least some points, but regardless of which, it's not quite well, definitely not what they wanted at all. I mean, it's like saying, it's just a little bit of compensation for all this hard work, where it could have been significantly more. And it's so close to the end as well. Is probably the worst thing about it.
They only need to complete 50% of the laps of the class winner there to actually get points, so they will get points certainly from this one. And of course, everyone gets participation points. Everyone who's in this race right now immediately 45 points next to their name. So yeah, they'll be absolutely fine with regards to that. But it could have been so much more, and John Lacey Esports is going to be bitterly disappointed now with how this race and maybe the first half of the season has gone. Although I don't know their expectations heading into this season, to be fair. Their lineup is very different to what ended the season in Le Mans back in last June. Their lineup very different. They had guys like Caruso and who else do they have? Somebody else who's won Le Mans a ridiculous amount of times as well as Matteo Caruso. I can't remember who else. But they had a really, really strong team at Le Mans. It's not quite the same team this time, although it's not a weak team either. The likes of Matteo Krupi has been really improving in GT rFactor racing in the last couple of years, and now has become one of the best. Joseph Herlock was at the wheel there. He's strong. The Pastores as well as Jelle Binsbergen. So maybe they will be a bit disappointed with this season so far. Anyway, up to second place now with still 1 hour and 50 remaining. Benjamin Gilsinski has been able to follow Lorenzo Risi around the circuit, but he's not really been able to challenge him at all as of yet.
Yeah, based off the speed that Gilsinski was able to close on Lorenzo Risi, sort of about 11 seconds in the span of 15-20 minutes, you'd expect the Seawolf Net Race car to fly by the Simfreem car, but obviously maybe after the pit stops, Lorenzo Risi now with potentially a full tank of fuel can push a little bit more and match the pace of that of the number 6 machine. But yeah, either way, Gilsinski is probably going to be getting a little bit frustrated to be staring at the rear wing of that Simfreem car, but very, very close. Again, like we've seen quite a number of times actually with the prototypes, you get to a point where you reach a stagnation, just a stalemate, where you're close, but you can't close any further than that.
Very awkward stage to be at. We've seen it so many times in this race, though. Although now the stalemate may be broken. An LMP2 at the Le Mans chicane for Lorenzo Arisi to deal with, although he has dealt with it very well. And the LMP2s aren't slow through there. One of the faster ones. I think that's on off racing as well in 5th place. So they're not exactly a slow team by any means. Benjamin Gilsinski going to swing off the banking here, use a little bit of gravity to help. Slipstream as well towards the tri-oval. Oh, it's not quite where he'd want to be here. He needs to be a lot closer than that, and doesn't quite look like he excuse me, doesn't really look like he's got quite the straight line speed that's necessary to actually challenge in towards turn number 1 there.
No, not quite, but again, putting the pressure on, playing the psychological game. If he can fill the mirrors and put some pressure on, and well, definitely it's going to be the case that Lorenzo Arisi is going to be looking backwards and not quite focusing on trying to break away. As soon as you start to defend, you get locked into that battle. So if Arisi wants any chances, focus forward, but Gilsinski is not giving them any opportunity to focus forward by making sure that they send some dummy moves, fill the rearview mirror, make sure that pressure is on, so much so that Lorenzo Arisi has no chance of feeling safe in a fight now, actually, for the LMP2 race lead.
Well, Pescarolo Export are in a very strong position anyway here, but Go Team Racing are going to try and fight back maybe. Here's Pescarolo though on the outside line, nearly 3 wide in towards turn number 1. Daniel Visner doesn't really want any part of this. He knows the situation that they're in, and he knows that he doesn't have to risk anything really, and so he will stay in front going towards turn 1. But we've only got 12 seconds back to Simfreem as well. It's a very, very interesting LMP2 race, because it's been like this always pretty much. For the moment though, Go Team and Pescarolo Esport 1 and 2. Daniel Visner though will have that strategical advantage, he'll have that advantage in his back pocket right now.
I'm assuming that's because they're a pit stop ahead of those around them. Is that the case?
No, so everybody's, well, I'm not sure whether Go Team can make 2 stops to go, or 2 stops to the end or not. Pescarolo certainly can. I'm not sure about Simfreem as well, though there could be an extra stop for Go Team and Simfreem, which would obviously put them out of it. Pescarolo, though, definitely do have 2 stops remaining. They pitted last of everybody on that last cycle. Out of the 3, they pitted last, so their last pit stop will be shorter than the rest anyway, whether they have to make 2 stops or 3, so they have that advantage in their back pocket.
Not bad. It's not a bad position to be in. So for Daniel Visner, happy just to sit behind Guillaume Mas, saving even more fuel, make that last pit stop even shorter, and just really rub it into the faces of their competitors. Or are we going to see a bit of a fight through NASCAR 4 and onto the tri-oval? Putting out actually to the right-hand side goes Daniel Visner, wanting to reclaim the lead. Maybe just got a bit too much overspeed and actually lifting off. Maybe no, he's still keeping it honest through the tri-oval and towards turn 1 outside line. How aggressive is he going to be? The answer to that is, well, not very.
No, and doesn't need to be. This is exactly the situation that Visner finds himself in, really, because he doesn't really need to make a move at all here. He can even save a bit more fuel if he wants, but certainly the advantage as well that Pescarolo have is a good bit of straight line speed that is really sort of helping them to make moves where we've seen others struggle quite regularly so far in this race. Lorenzo Arisi, for example, a great example with Benjamin Gilsinski. They were arguably quicker than Simfreem at this stage, but they haven't really got the straight line speed to do anything about it.
No, that is the problem. You can be as quick as you want through the infields, but the places you make those moves are on the straights. And if you're not very quick on the straights, you are just going to be a sit and duck. And that is a case of whether you're attacking or you're defending. And well, you're not going to make a move mid-apex. Let's put it that way. You're going to make a move at the end of a straight, going into a corner where you've had to use a bit of straight line speed to close that gap beforehand. So Lorenzo Arisi, I think, quick enough in the right places. Maybe not quicker over the entire lap, but quicker in those crucial points, off the exits of corners, quick enough down through NASCAR 1 and 2, in towards 3 and 4 also. You know, it's doing enough to hang on as still the fight for the race lead as they dart either side of Go Team's teammate in the GTE category, Guillaume Mas, very late to the right-hand side, and, well, nearly caught out the Pescarolo LMP2 as well, who's now actually darting all the way around the outside of turn number 1 in spectacular fashion. Too deep, though.
Too deep, far too deep. Daniel Visner put it all on the line almost there when he didn't really need to, but he went for it anyway. Didn't come off for him quite. He just went skating into turn 1 really, and very nearly went off the road. Had an update, by the way, on John Lacey Esports and their car. They are back out there again in 9th place with Joseph Herlock at Jelle Binsbergen, who had just gotten out of the car and was explaining to us in the YouTube chat just how much fun it was. Unfortunately, reporting to us that the internet had cut out for Herlock, and that is well, it's not the end of their day, but it's certainly the end of their run inside the top 5. Real disappointment there. We've got this battle for second overall and for first in LMP2, but Fabian Barlet has closed in on Elias Fernandez for 5th place overall as well. We have 3 battles going on out there on the Daytona high banks right now. And Fabian Barlet has closed in on DX Joy, who's the quickest of any of these 3 battles.
Wow, I mean, yeah, this is really boiling down to an absolute showdown of a finale across the DPIs and the LMP2s for the race leads, and of course decisive for the top 5 as well. Fabian Barlet trying to use the pace of that Valerie Esports car, which has been faster than the results have been showing for Valley Esports, to say the least. And Fabian Barlet is trying to get themselves up inside the top 5 to just make it sound cooler, I suppose. You know, finishing 5th is a top 5 as opposed to 6th, which is just right outside of it. So Fabian Barlet versus Fernandez is one to watch for sure. Same to this fight between Guillaume Mas and, of course, the Pescarolo car just in behind there of second place. But wow, this is, I don't really know how to call it. I think this is just exactly what this race deserves.
And Burst Esports coming to the pit lane, so that's their 3rd last stop of the race. They'll still need 2 more, including a sort of half-tank splash at the end of this race by the looks of things. On board with Fabian Barlet now, as Elias Fernandez just tries to defend in any which way he can. Barlet will have to stay behind into the Le Mans chicane though. They bump over the curbs, and oh, it's not a great line from Barlet. Let's hope that won't be a slowdown. Sorry, not a slowdown, a cut track drive-through, but it will only add to those as Barlet closes in on the high banks. He's going to go side by side. There's also side by side for the lead in LMP2 as well, but Barlet is to the outside line. Fernandez just noses in front on the way into turn 1. They're side by side as Barlet goes late on the brakes. He's got his nose in front as well, but there's GT and LMP2 traffic to deal with. Here they go around the other DX Droids car, I think that is. Their teammates quite possibly facilitating an overtake on their DPI car.
I mean, there's nothing really they could have done. Back now to the fight for the lead amongst the LMP2s. Guillaume Hams for Go Team Racing on the right-hand side. That'll give him the outside for turn number 1 through the tri-oval, of course. Pescarolo really not waiting around, very late on the brakes, maybe a bit too late, but managing to bring it back for a nice late apex. Guillaume Mas, Go Team Racing, demoted back down to 2nd. And what a sensational bit of racing between the pair of them, positioning their car perfectly was Daniel Wisner, and now back up into the race lead, looking to facilitate what should, in theory, strategically, be a fairly dominant win in the final hour and 40 minutes of this race.
Well, I don't want to go as far as say dominant win yet, but I do think they will. I just don't want to lay my neck on the line too much, if I'm honest. But yeah, it's certainly looking good for Pescarolo right now. We'll wait and see how far Go Team Racing and Simfream can go on their fuel now. It does look good for Pescarolo as Benjamin Gilsinski tries to chase down Lorenzo Arisi. This is going to remain, it's going to be the one of the 3 battles to remain out of those minutes of madness we've just had, with 2 overtakes happening all at once there. Though out of the Le Mans chicane. Good drive from Gilsinski. Out on the high banks, around one of the Aston Martins, around one of the LMP2s as well. That's the leading battle in LMP2 we're just within right now, and you can see Daniel Wisner has got away.
Yeah, really broken free, about 0.8 of a second. You can see on the time in tower, and looking to try and extend that to the fullest of effects. And Jasinski trying not to allow them to get in the way of his pursuit of 2nd place in the DPIs. Once again, just tantalizingly close. Really, he can see it right there. He's so close, yet so far to getting past Lorenzo Arisi. He's arguably, as we say, the quicker of the 2, just unable to facilitate a move. And not even necessarily facilitate it, just to even start the maneuver. You know, it's one thing to have a look to the inside, but it's another thing to actually make that one stick. So I think it's still a long road ahead for this battle between Seawolf and Simfrey.
Well, he's just going to need a bit of traffic here, I think, for Gilsinski, really, because he doesn't have the straight line speed clearly on his own to be able to do this. But and so, in my opinion, he needs someone to help him. He needs someone in front of Arisi at the Le Mans chicane to be able to get that drive off and get that position. Arisi's defending on the way into the chicane as well. Now, this could be the chance. Gilsinski with a good run out of turn 6 there, but just through the bus stop, it's hard to follow. And you do need a lot of slipstream as well. That's why you need a slower car in front of you, just to keep the two closer together so that the slipstream can start to take more of an effect. Here we go, though. Seawolf showing a head of steam that they've not really had so far in this one. They're still not alongside at the tri-oval, though, and you do need to be a little bit further here. Can Gilsinski do the work here himself? He will do. Arisi just releases a little bit and makes sure he tries to push out Gilsinski a little bit, but they're going to run side by side. Again, DX involved. Oh my word! 3 wide for the chicane. You never see that, and somehow it's worked. And somehow they're in the same positions as well, but a flash of the light from Gilsinski, and maybe the GT driver as well. Nobody's pleased about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll be honest, I'm left stunned by that. That whole situation and turn of events really was spectacular to watch, but I'm sure not necessarily from the cockpit's perspective, as Gilsinski had one chance, as almost able to take it, but now is in back to square one, really. And well, the DX Porsche, well, just a passenger to observe to all of it, and jumping over the dirt once more, and well, that was just always going to be an awkward affair, but I'm sure it is far from over. Now Gilsinski has seen that he's able to do it in towards the Le Mans chicane, a bit of lap traffic to negotiate with a dive.
Oh, it's aggressive.
Very aggressive, not what you want to see at all, but Gilsinski, that's desperation, and you can tell that he wants to stay as close as possible to the rear end of second place.
He did not want to let that one go at all. And Gilsinski there has made a bit of a dive on P1 Esport, who've just had to deal with the consequences, really. So, yeah, not really what you want to see. Very, very aggressive in lap traffic. But if, the DPIs have survived, and our battle has survived here. 0.6 of a second, as John Lacey Esports, you can see. Oh, back out there again. You can see we're about to lap them here in this fight. Risi down there inside at the International Horseshoe. The thing for Gilsinski is he's made that move that could have gone a lot worse, and he's lost time anyway, so, you know, it's not really smart, but you can understand why he would make it.
I mean, to him, I guess the risk of sending the move and potentially losing time was worth it, rather than sitting back and 100% losing time to sitting behind the lap traffic. And he's still in the fight, which is the important thing for him and Seawolf, and still trying to close that gap down as best as possible. NASCAR 1 and 2 once more over, or through the banking, as I should say, and closing that gap bit by bit. 4 now 3 in towards the Le Mans chicane, and it just goes to prove how quickly traffic can shift the dynamic of a battle, and all comes down to this exit right here. How soon can you put your foot to the floor and commit to the exit of the Le Mans chicane?
Well, I don't know if Gilsinski's quite close enough, but last time we said that, they were still side by side at the chicane and going either side of a GTE. That was maybe a step too far in terms of lap traffic as well. And Arisi will grab a bit of a slipstream there from nebracing.com just to allow him to get that bit of a buffer into turn 1. He'll have the inside. Gilsinski so strong on the brakes though. He gave it a look there, and he's almost pushing Arisi physically there through turn 1. Now looking at the inside of the International Horse, he's going to have to go outside. As the Italian defends again. The German going to have to get an exit off of this hairpin and towards the West Horseshoe. They're as close as ever. Gilsinski looking at turn 4. And now the West Horseshoe, here we go. Not the inside of traffic though. Scuderia first of all, and one of the Juice's cars as well. Gilsinski sticks his nose up the inside, but it's not going to work there. And Scuderia, 7th place right now, flashing the lights to display their displeasure with the prototype behaviour there.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're in a fight for second place. Granted, it's no excuse, but you can understand why the pure adrenaline that's happening. I mean, it's virtual race cars, but it is absolutely 100% real adrenaline flowing through the veins of both drivers right now. This means absolutely everything to them, and defensive into the limit.
He did have the line there, and he had the chance, but he just didn't have the grip. He just had a slide there at the wrong moment. He lost a bit of momentum there, and Risi stays in front again. And I think a little bit of the confusion as well with lap traffic there. Normally it stays on the double yellow line, pretty much there, lap traffic, but it was all over the place going up towards the tri-oval there. And I think the confusion just denied Gilsinski a pit slipstream that he otherwise would have gotten. And that maybe just allowed Risi that little bit of respite that he needed. Valet Sports, by the way, and DPI have been in. They need 2 more stops today, including a third of a tank splash and dash before this race is over. Black Hawk Racing have also come in from second in GTE, so they've still got 1 stop to go as well, although it will be about a half tank at the end of this race, and I think they should be okay. We'll see how far Need Racing go first, but we'll figure out the GTEs a little bit later. For now, it's about the prototypes, and Risi, with a very good exit off the Le Mans chicane, has held on to this position for another lap.
Yeah, he's somehow this is staying as it is, darting to the inside of the visceral car and, well, launching his way up the inside of traffic. There's the GTC race center flash their headlights. He is like, move and move now. I mean, when it gets to this point, you know, when there's at the start of the race, you can be the prototypes are nice to traffic. They're like, okay, we've got time, we can chill. We're not really fussed about track position at this point in the race. We can take our time. Now it's a case of, I see someone for second. There's an hour and a half left of this race. Dying moments. The rational thought process really does get thrown out the window, and Brzezinski is still being very clean negotiating the traffic, but you can tell there's a certain aggressive aura coming off the Seawolf Net Race DPI car.
I don't even know if they take it easy early on anymore either, really. With the way that endurance races are raced these days, there just isn't that give and take and that patience very much anymore. And here we go. Gilsinski might provide us with another example. That one was within the limits, really, because the Sim Racing for Holland car did have plenty of warning there and plenty of space to turn in, but it's still not been great news there for the German to lose that amount of time in that way. So the gap will just extend to more than a second, and the battle will just slow down over the next few moments. They're going to be hoping, though, that they can make another 10 minutes on fuel here, so that they only have to do 1 more stop after the next one. But if you remember back to the last pit stop cycle, Lorenzo Risi was able to go a couple of laps longer than Gilsinski. That will mean he needs less laps of fuel to put into that car at the very final pit stop, and Simframe will have a bit of an advantage out of that final stop. Yeah,
but by how much, and will it be enough to halt the progress of Jasinski and being able to close that time back down? I mean, again, Seawolf won't have time on their side to reclose a potential gap that Lorenzo Risi could stretch by taking less fuel for that final stop, but I still think it's going to be incredibly close between the pair of them. As it stands, though, you know, at the current point in time, it is still Simframe and Lorenzo Risi that have the upper hand versus Seawolf. But, well, this race has been full of surprises so far, so with an hour and a half left to go, don't count anything out. Well, there's still a couple of pit stops left to go, of course, in this race. And as Ewan was saying, well, Lorenzo Risi will be saving as much fuel as possible. Very much is a race for second, though. Tom Martelo, who's leading the way in the DPI class for Race Clutch. Impressive on his Daytona debut. And well, himself and Colin Spork have done an absolute monster of a task in order to, well, nothing short of, I suppose, dominate the second half of this race. Fastest lap time going their way as well, a 1:25.475. And well, that is just, you know, an extra bonus as to speak volumes to the quality of their performance today. I mean, touch wood, still an hour and a half left. It's not a done deal just yet, but well, you wouldn't be shocked for assuming that it's definitely going to go the way of Race Clutch at the end of this. Well, I've got more than a lap right now, and it is looking good. It has done for quite a long time, as this battle for second is by far less of a settled deal right now.
Not sure whether these two, as I mentioned earlier, are going to need a splash and dash. Burst Esport will hope so, but Burst Esport splash will be about half a tank anyway. And as of right now, these two splash will be less than a quarter of a tank if they need one at all. So, might be 4th place for the reigning champions today, which mirrors. Well, sorry, they're 3rd in the standings right now, but they're not leading the standings. It's going to be a lot less of a simple. Well, not that last season was simple for them either, but it's going to be closer than it was last June. We go out onto the banking again. 3 LMP2s up in front here for the DPIs, I think. And that's going to produce all kinds of things for Benjamin Gilsinski here. 3 wide moment just up in front as On-Off Racing, I believe that is getting through and putting a lap on Team Iris in LMP2. That's a surprise to see, since they were fighting so much earlier on in the race. But that has happened. And, oh, we got 2 cars off. The 4 oh no, race clutch. Race clutch are off the road. The race leaders, and so are Juices. Which car is that? Which car is it? It's the 74 that is leading 2 class leaders caught up in one go. Unbelievable. Tom Lartieu has made contact with the Juices 74, and that is a huge moment in this race.
And Visner with the penalty, all 3 race leaders, something going wrong in the span of, 30 seconds. The DPI, the LMP2s and the GTEs,
wow,
all race leaders. That's a story and a half.
Visner might well drop to 3rd there. Visner might well drop to 3rd as a result of that penalty. Wow, we have just seen all 3 class leaders have an issue within seconds of each other. I have never seen that in my life. Visner out of the bus stop chicane must have done something wrong. Here's the replay of what happened between Race Clutch and the Deuces 74. This is where this race could have changed for at least one race leading team, maybe more. Race Clutch went down the inside. Is everybody going to find out? Oh, and that's clumsy afterwards. The actual incident itself isn't that bad. It's just a bit of a turning in too early there from Deuces. But the bit afterwards is a bit clumsy. But 3 class leaders, and all of them had something go wrong in those 30 seconds.
Yeah, wow. Honestly, this race has had it all. It really, really has. Daniel Visner as well for Pescalaro Esports. Well, yeah, it's been a story and a half, this race. It really, really has. And, well, I think maybe for Race Clutch, they might get away with it. Same too for Deuces, but certainly not for Daniel Visner in their pursuit, maybe for the LMP2 race victory. And it was such a shame to see that. Fortunately, I think Adam Baldwin and the Race Clutch race leader at the moment is still okay in terms of damage to continue on all the way to the end of this race, but a scary moment. And I think for Tom Lartelu, it was just a case of trying to keep that car at the barrier no matter what the cost.
Well, yes, but it still could have been avoided, really. It was a bit clumsy. Final tyre change for Go Team Racing, by the way, who didn't quite make it. They will probably need a splash before the end of this race. I think they'll probably need a splash of fuel. We'll see about Simfreem as well as they make their way in. But Guillaume Mass is going to make his way out of the pit lane, is he? Oh, it's Remy Delorme, actually, who's going to make his way out. And there he goes. Final tyre change of the day for him. You'd imagine there's probably a tyre change coming for On-Off Racing here and Simfreem as well, who will probably all change tyres here. But now all of a sudden, this is why I didn't want to say, Zach, that Pescarolo Esports should have a comfortable win here, because their drive-through penalty has all of a sudden made this very nervy.
It has. It's, I don't know. I mean, what could be the outcome of it? They've still got just under an hour and a half to try and recover from it. It will. Well, what we said they were going to drop to 3rd. What do you lose really from a drive-through penalty? It's around about 25 seconds-ish, really, sort of around that point. So they've still at that point got a good between 5 and 10 seconds to close up on the 2 in front of them, who now being given this opportunity to win the lead from what was otherwise maybe an outside shot, they're not at all going to give it up easy either.
Well, as they were running, I believe it would have dropped Visner to 3rd from 1st. So, yeah, of all of the 3 issues, well, it was the least dramatic, I suppose, a cut-track penalty. It would probably have most bearing on the rest of this race, that drive-through penalty for Daniel Visner. It may still be all right for them, but it certainly made life a bit more complicated. Remy Delorme out through the tribal and over the line. Final tyre change for Simfreem Esports as well here, and they're going to send Andrea Terzi out there with a fresh set of tyres to go and chase down the leaders. Go Team Racing and Simfreem Esports on the same strategy now. These are the final sets of tyres they'll take on today. They might need a splash of fuel later on as well, but we've got our final drivers in there. We've got our final tyre changes on there. We've got our final tyre sets on there as well. Now it's a fight between the two.
Well, yeah, all the way to the end. It's an out-and-out brawl. An hour and 22 minutes left on what has been a fantastic display to mark the halfway point of the season. I don't think we really could have asked for much better, if at all. And if we were being very, very sort of ungrateful for what we've been given, because this race has been nothing short of brilliance, in all fairness. And well, it's been action from start to finish. Each and every hour has proven to have something else in the bag. And well, it all comes down to this, really. Everything that we've experienced, all the highs, all the lows, comes down to this final couple of stints for these drivers. The fight for second in DPIs, the fight for the lead in the LMP2s. Well, bring it on.
Absolutely. 0.8 of a second here, and it's going to grow for Benjamin Gilsinski. Just a bit of space between the two now. 1.5 seconds, extending out between them as they go up onto the high banks. So let's see if he can close in any more on this lap. It does look, though, since they've gone over on this lap, it looks like Simfreem and Seawolf Netrace only have 2 stops remaining, whereas Burst also have 2 stops remaining. I know the last one of them will be a splash. However, that's Burst, I think, are going to be resigned to 4th today.
I think so. I think after everything, 4th place isn't too bad of a result. They'll take it. But when 3 of their closest championship rivals are finishing ahead of them, it's not the best day in the office. At face value, yeah, P4, decent, fantastic, in a race that has been full. The aim of the game is to get to the end and finish as high as possible. That is the case in any race, but more so today, where there's been so many victims claimed by the Le Mans chicane and by Daytona as a whole. 4th place, they'd have taken that, but Race Clutch, Simfreem, Seawolf, all in front of them in the championship going forward as well, which is certainly not what Burst are going to want to see. But still a long time left to go in the season, still half of it left, so still a lot to be decided. And well, the fight for second still raging on, regardless of strategical decisions. The fight between Simfreem and, of course, Seawolf Netrace. We said that Simfreem were going to have the advantage potentially. There's still 2 stops left to go. Is it just going to be the case that Simfreem might just have that shorter second stop?
It might well be. I think if they stay nose to tail like this, then it will be. Let's see. In towards turn 1. Oh my word! Benjamin Gilsinski has dived it in like you wouldn't believe. I've never seen anybody brake so late there. That's unreal. And how he managed to keep that car under control, keep it on the road and not hit anybody there is absolutely amazing. Unbelievable car control from Benjamin Gilsinski to hold on to the car, to hold on to third, to not hit a reseat. That was so scary in towards turn number 1. I'm sure it was quite scary for Remy Delorme there, who got overtaken. He was the LMP2 that was being overtaken there. And by the way, in LMP2, Daniel Visner just took his drive-through. There he is. Visner with the drive-through is now almost exactly a lap in front of Remy Delorme, who is just behind right now. So the battle very much on there as well. 5 seconds between Delorme and Terzi in the battle for second. Pescarolo Esport with a much better fuel situation, of course. But they do have that drive-through penalty, and all of a sudden that has got a lot more awkward in LMP2 as well. Meanwhile, Gilsinski has got Burst right behind. A bit of a surprise, really. We'd be hoping that Burst don't get involved here, and Benjamin Gilsinski will come down pit lane right now. What an in-lap he has just had. Nearly losing the car entirely into turn 1. He makes it safely down onto pit lane.
Yeah, sigh of relief. Maybe use the pit stop as just a chance to relax, let the hype die down just a little bit, breathe, compose yourself. get back out there, because the race still far from over, particularly that fight for second between himself and Lorenzo Arisi. Still a lot to be decided, and as we look forward, really looking forward to the end of this race. Lorenzo Arisi and of course the Best Esports DPI car next to each other on circuit, of course not for position, and as we say, the Best Esports car might have to sort of settle for fourth, as the fight for second is really only between the two of Lorenzo Arisi and Benjamin Jasinski, with Tom Lartley for Race Clutch very much leading the way. But as this race has proven already, giving us a couple of scary moments, the way it's going, maybe we might not even see Race Clutch win after all.
Oh, Mitchy Hoyer nearly going down the inside there, in towards turn, or in towards the Le Mans chicane, I should say. Didn't quite do it. Two of these very, very close out there on the circuit now. I think Seawolf didn't take tyres there, so maybe they're going for an ultra-long 2-hour stint to end this one, and Arisi's in as well. So, Burst do unlap themselves from both third and second. As Lorenzo Arisi makes his way in, Benjamin Jasinski comes out again, and we'll wait to see if he has done a bit of a cheeky undercut here. That would be very nice to see from Jasinski, but that should be the penultimate stop of both of their races.
Yeah, for sure. We'll come in around about 40 minutes time and take us one more pit stop to the end of this race. And well, what a end to this race it will be. I mean, it's so close that it's flown by, really. I mean, an hour 16 left, and literally a blink, and I think there's still been 6 hours left to go. It's flown by. It's been fantastic race, and can't speak more enough about it as to how good it's really been. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. A race against time. Lorenzo Arisi going to be hoping that car gets out as soon as possible, because Jasinski worked his way through the Le Mans chicane and is now racing towards the pit lane exit through the tri-oval, then around turn number 1, and Jasinski is going to be trying his best to make sure he gets the jump, and getting that undercut might actually be exactly what he needs. Still stopped is Lorenzo Arisi, and still waiting to be released. This is bizarre as to how long Simfrim was sat in the pit lane.
This is tyres. So Arisi and Simfrim have gone for tyres here, whereas Benjamin Jasinski has gone clearly for a 2-hour stint to end this race, I believe anyway, on the same set of tyres. He's on the mediums, so, you know, it's more possible, I suppose, but there goes Christian Marguera as it is. A new driver, new tyres, but they've got some catching up to do now.
They do indeed. Do Seawolf need to take tyres at their final stop?
Even Burster through. Seawolf, whether they need to or not, I don't know, but whether they will, I would say no, certainly. I mean, I think they're going to risk it, and just, you know, Jasinski is just going to go out there and try his best. You know, he's got a 40-second margin to hang on to over the next 75 minutes. Those, you know, he's been set that task now by his team. He's just going to do his best to do it.
I mean, cooler temperatures well into the night now, so it might be the case that those tyres could be stretched. I mean, Bast have tried a triple stint on the softs. Colin Sport did it at Monza, so it's possible to save those tyres for that long, but it is going to be a bit of a stretch, and they're going to have to hope that the pace of Christian Marguera on some fresh, I believe, soft compound tyres to the end of this race is not going to gain them 40 seconds versus Benjamin Jasinski over the course of the next hour and 14 minutes, which, if he's careful and if he saves in the right places in the right way, he should be safe on a set of mediums.
Well, in these temperatures, maybe, but you can see by those behind that soft tyres have very much come out at this stage in the race, and it's very much the dash to the end. Race clutch in for the final time as well, by the way. Tom Lartiu in the pit lane. Recently saw Colin Spork in the YouTube chat mentioning just how scary that moment was on the infield, and no surprise, because well, it was quite scary. It's really remarkable that it was the other class leader as well, or one of the other class leaders in GTE. It looks like Deuce's Motorsport Club are absolutely fine. Adam Baldwin is getting closer and closer to this hour, and I think even with a splash and dash, he will be absolutely fine in this race. It's looking like that might well be the most nailed on class of them all. Maybe DPI looking quite nailed on right now as well. LMP2 is the one that's really up for discussion as we're looking at right now.
Yeah, Daniel Visner, I think 2 or 3 drive-throughs in the last recent times and still able to retain the race lead. So there's quite a lot about Pescarolo's performance so far in this race, and continuing on still. Remy Zulorme in P2, and as it's shown, a lap behind the race leaders, the 26 car as it stands. So yeah, I mean, again, let's not say anything, because as soon as we do, something seems to kick off and something seems to happen, so we won't, but it's looking good. And well, yeah, apart from Race Clutch and DPIs, the 2 prototype classes are pretty headstrong in terms of what's going on. But again, anything else goes wrong for Daniel Visner, and straight away you've got Go Team Racing knocking on the door.
You've got to remember as well just how short that final pit stop for Pescarolo is going to be. You've got the other 2 teams worrying about the even making it on the same amount of stops. Pescarolo are wondering how short they can make it. It's a very, very different situation. I think Visner will be able to have the luxury of taking on tyres at this final stop as well, whenever he does decide to actually take it. But we'll wait and see. There's 7 seconds between second and third in LMP2, as most of the positions in GTE are looking secure, apart from for Arnold's competition, who were finally inside the top 5, having a really good run here in this race. Arnold's competition, I believe, have had a technical failure here. They've had a technical problem. And for the 293, Leandro Verlet, well, it's hard to see from this angle. I don't think there's any damage on that car. I think they're out of the running, though. They're certainly out of the top 5, and more drama in GTE.
I didn't even realise there could be more drama in GTE, but somehow there has been. And Arnold's competition promoted from Division 2 into Division 1 for this race, and we're doing so well, really, running amongst some of the best in a very stacked GTE field in terms of talent. But unfortunately, with just over an hour left to go, it's all come undone. And I mean, yes, it's a shame that it's ended this way, but they still have a lot to be proud of over the sort of last 10, nearly 11 hours of racing that they've completed. They, on debut, really did impress, and I'm sure they're going to bounce back in a few weeks' time for the next round. And well, I think that it's no doubt that they will for sure not let this get to them, and maybe we'll see them once again fighting right towards the sharp end of that GTE field, because, well, they've got to now. They've got to really prove what they can do after at least giving us an inclination of it today.
Absolutely. They got second at the last round in Division 2. Second in Division 2 to Dardo's competition. They're best of the Division 2 teams by a little bit of distance, by 8 points. So, yeah, we know what they can do. Arnold's competition so strong in other forms of sim racing as well, actually. A really identifiable team, their iconic liveries as well. But I'm afraid today, luck not on their side. Daniel Visner continues in the lead, more than a lap's lead. And the longer he goes, the better it gets for Pescarolo Esport, because that means the shorter his final pit stop will be. He's coming up to his penultimate one, and he may even lose the lead, especially if he decides to change tyres. He may even lose the lead, but that shouldn't be a problem and a worry to them at all.
Yeah, no, they'll be absolutely fine. The pace of that car is, second to none. They've been so well poised, and throughout this entire race have been rapid throughout and head and shoulders above the rest, so much so that when they lost the leader about an hour ago or so, they were able to get in front, even though they didn't necessarily need to. They did, and then pulled away to around about 10 seconds or so before obviously pit stops separated things out just a little bit. But Daniel Visner bringing that car all the way to the checker, you'd assume, and well, I mean, yeah, as provided things go smoothly, which it really hasn't for that car, the 26 machine, throughout this race, as they now finally come into the pit lane, making their splash and dash with about, well, I'd make it what is it going to be, about 10 minutes? No, not 10 minutes, not quite 10 minutes, but around about half an hour, 20 minutes left to go in this race.
Half an hour, yeah. 40 minutes for a stint in LMP2. Don't overshoot the box. So, yeah, Daniel Visner's in. And now, Remy Delorme will try and take the lead here. Might be able to. He's he's unlapped himself immediately here. And we'll see where he gets to. But yeah, it will be a 30-minute fuel stop at the end of this one. The other two are going to be right on the 40 minutes and right on the limit as well. Might even have to take a couple of laps worth of a splash towards the end. Not long around here, of course. It's not a long circuit by any means, but it may just be a couple of 5 kilometers too long for either of these two by the end. Especially Remy Delorme, I'd be most worried about, because he was in one lap before. Not Christian Marguerite, Andrea Terzi. No, Terzi didn't bring it in. Terzi's out there right now into the Le Mans chicane. 7 seconds of a gap for Delorme. It's impressive, really, considering the situation. Visner, though, already on his way out the pit lane there. And that wasn't a very long stop at all. I don't think that was tyres for Visner. And so I think he may have skipped them. And now, so Delorme and Terzi have got the newer tyres. They've got more than half a minute's margin. But they're the ones that have got to do the chasing here.
It's possible. It's doable. Is it likely? Not necessarily, but with fresher tyres, if they can crunch time all the way to the end, then potentially they do have a slimmer of hope, maybe. If there's a couple of mistakes from Visner, we could see the fresher tyres come into their own. It just depends as to the drop-off that comes from Visner's car and Visner's tyres. I mean, I don't want to push it as if it's a definite, but it's a possibility that's definitely going to be looming in the minds of the top three.
Well, let's see. I still think that Pescarolo Esport have the advantage at their feet right now. 35 seconds is the gap to Remy Delorme, and it's staying similar to Andrea Terzi. Terzi even losing a bit of time here and there. But it's looking good for Pescarolo Esport. How is it looking for Seawolf Net Race? Benjamin Giosinski has taken a risk here. He's doing the last 2 hours on the same set of tyres. He's getting chased down by Simfreem Esports. Gonna have to get through on GTC Racing, who I believe have made their way up to 9th now. Sorry, 8th. But no, they're still 10th. They're still behind Arnold's competition, actually. Just shows you how much damage that turn 1 incident actually did in this race earlier. They got side by side. Colin Spork here putting another lap on the car behind. Well, putting a first lap actually. Giosinski had briefly unlapped himself there, but Colin Spork making sure there is no doubt as to the race leader of this one.
Oh yeah, race clutch. Just making sure that they rub it in a little bit. Winning by a full lap really is a testament to how good of a race that they've had, and even despite the setback of the penalty earlier on, were able to just climb their way through the order with consistency, and their strategy as well was the best of the bunch. And well, when in all honesty, I thought Simfreem were going to take a fairly easy run to the line with this one, but Race Clutch have surprised and have been the best of the bunch in terms of the DPI class, and with just over an hour left to go, it seems very, very unlikely that nothing can stop them. I think their only enemy is themselves in this.
And I wasn't here earlier on, but didn't they have a drive-through penalty to serve from the last race at the start of this one as well?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I can't remember if Simfreem were the only ones not to have to do that, but they were certainly one of the owners. Okay. I guess Burst are really going to be disappointed with its performance, really. To have that opportunity, you'd think, maybe fair enough with Simfreem, maybe losing to them, but to be caught by Seawolf and Race Clutch, who had a drive-through penalty over them, I think they are going to be disappointed. And maybe they are, and maybe Hoyer and Scrovron feeling the effects of what is a very heavy schedule, actually, at the start of 2023, and the fact that Burst Esports numbers are very thin on the ground at the moment. There is only the 2 of them available for this 12-hour race, which it's a strain on the 2 of them.
I mean, Race Clutch did it.
Well, that's true as well. So maybe you can't make that excuse. But I would argue that Burst and Race Clutch's schedules have been a little bit different. I've only seen Race Clutch in 1 or 2 races so far. I've seen Burst in quite a few more. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Maybe there is no excuse there, and Race Clutch have just been stronger.
Yeah, I mean, there's no point, beating around the bush and making those excuses for burst. I think it's just a case of knowing why Race Clutch and others have potentially just been that little bit better because, I mean, making up a drive-through over the course of a 12-hour race isn't all too difficult. It's not like they've been miles off the pace. It's only just been little bits here and there. So I think the best thing they can do is to understand why they weren't quite to the standard of those around them and regroup and bounce back for the future races, because they're a team that are more than capable of doing that. They proved it with their domination last season, and their performances and their form in other areas of sim racing across all platforms as well. Burst Esports are a team that know how to improve and will always bounce back and fight towards the sharp end of any field that you put them into. So I'm sure that it's not going to be this isn't the turning point for Burst Esports season. They are going to come back from this, and again, we're talking as if it's like they're finished 3 laps down. That's not the case. They are still in 4th. It's still a decent result, just not necessarily the decent result by Burst standards.
Now, the problem I think is that they could find themselves in 4th by the end of the day in the standings, which is the bigger worry. They're gonna lose points to Simframe at least, and I think what's most likely to happen is they'll lose 3 points to Simframe, and they'll become 13 points off the championship lead. But still, for 4th place, that's not bad, I suppose. So it's still open. I just think this is an opportunity maybe that Burst could have seized a little bit more. Maybe if they had a few more numbers, but clearly not. That's maybe that wouldn't have helped at all. Not entirely sure. Richie Hoyer though, out on the banking again, and on his in-lap, interestingly, had a cut track penalty as well, but he's on his out-lap right now, and he's making his way over the line again with just over an hour to go in the 12 hours of Daytona. The first VEC race at this circuit in 11 years, the first VEC 12-hour race in 4 years, and it has certainly delivered. The longest non-24 since then as well. Fantastic event. Great to see Daytona back on the VEC calendar, and it has produced a great race. The main conversations heading into the final hour then. The first one, can Benjamin Gilsinski hold on to second place in the DPI category and overall? That's going to be the fight between those two. Burst Esports will have a splash and dash to make, so they'll be out of it, despite the fact they may well look like they're in it for some point in the next hour. It's whether Gilsinski can hold off Malguera. At the moment, he's got 27 seconds. That's the first conversation. The second is what the hell's going on in the lead of LMP2. Will Daniel Visner hold on to this 30-second margin? He's got older tyres than the two behind him, and they've had a couple of drive-through penalties so far in this race as well. Will that loom over them? Will they get another one? And will the other two make it on only one more stop? We also have a conversation for 4th place in LMP2. Loic Meunier was doing the catching on and off racing earlier on. Now that Charlie Rigo is at the wheel of the 5th place LMP2, all of a sudden the tables have turned, and Meunier is the one being caught himself. And of course we have GTE. It's looking good for Adam Baldwin right now in 1st position, but what about those behind? The battle for 2nd especially. Christian Mikel currently in 3rd place, about 30 seconds behind Blackhawk. They might both have to stop though. Blackhawk certainly do. They have to take on about half a tank of fuel. Christian Mikel came in with 63 minutes to go, Zach. That will make me very nervous in the final moments, whether he can make it or not.
Yeah, it's going to be a close one. I mean, throughout this race, the GTs have been doing just shy of an hour. Unless they've really tried to save, then they've just been able to stretch. So I think Christian Mikel is going to be doing his best to limit the fact that he has to come in for a splash and dash. It's going to be mightily close, I'm sure, but with 59 minutes left on the clock, it really is just a sprint to the checker flag. It's basically in sight for a lot of these guys, and for needracing.com, based off the start of this race and the journey that they've had back to the front, for Juices, fair enough. They've been above the rest. They have been sensational in this race. But for needracing.com and their championship, they've needed this resurgence back to the front for this race. After a P10 at Laguna Seca, off the back of 2 wins at Monza and Spa, to get themselves back onto the podium only limits the damage of Juice's winning today. It also means that they can hold on to the championship lead, because at some point we thought they were very convincingly going to lose it. At best, we're going to be matched by Juices. So Christian Mikel needs to bring this home in a decent position.
It was going to, at one stage, if Juices win and LeaveRacing.com come fourth, then it would be a tie between the two. As of right now, Mikel is preserving the championship lead by 3 points, but the two of them are getting away from the rest, because more of the Z-Stars would fall away further, and the 73 Juices Motorsport Club can lose a few points, but they already started 21 points back. John Lacey Esports going to fall further back. Thor Caspian in 8th. P1 Esport, GTC Race Centre going to start to filter down to 5 or so in this leading fight. And speaking of Adam Bowman, he's in the pit lane right now in the leading Ferrari. So final pit stop to be made there. And Arnold's competition as well, who are back in the race. That's DX Droids in the background. They're making their way through. And there's Jair Barbosa, who's just come out on his outlap here for his final stint. Dennis Duna behind him still has to make one more stop in this race, I believe. So it looks like it's going to be 1st and 4th for Deuces if things stay as they're expected to, which is a very good outing for them indeed.
Yeah, not a bad day in the office at all. And I think, as me and Vida were talking a little bit earlier on, as it goes for teams that field more than one car, there you go, actually joining the circuit. Of course, the 74 a lap ahead of the sister car, but well, if they can stay as close together as possible, bring it home in formation, I'm sure Juices are going to be very, very happy with the turnout of today's races. But yeah, in terms of teams fielding more than one car, Juices, Simframe are the two that really spring to mind as being able to field 2 really competitive cars. It's oftentimes that you don't actually see the 2 cars that are able to compete right towards the front. Oftentimes you have one quote-unquote main car and then one sort of B car that just sort of maybe fights for the midfield or those sorts of places. Whereas in the case of Juices, and particularly Simframe actually leading the way in the DPI and in the LMP2s going into Daytona, they're doing really, really well and have a really good lineup to be able to fill 2 very competitive cars.
Absolutely, it is easier said than done. Valley Esports into the pit lane for the penultimate time today as well. That could set them back, although DX Droids probably do have at least one more stop remaining. But they might well be able to hang on to a top 5 there, and the top 5 for either of those two would be a very good result indeed. So let's see. Charlie Rigo is certainly making inroads here. Endurance racing and multiclass racing is so amazing sometimes. We spoke for so long, we literally spoke for ages and ages about Mounier closing for Team Iris. He finally got through on Nicolas Lemoine, threw it away, and then he got back again. He spun on his own, and now they're finally through again, and all of a sudden the tables are turned with 55 minutes to go, and it's exactly the same situation, but the opposite way round.
Yeah, Charlie Rigo is going to be hoping that it's not a direct opposite way of how Loic Mounier got past on-off racing, because it took them 3 attempts to finally get it done and dusted with, and the first 2 ended up with them off into the grass. So Charlie Rigo is going to be hoping for a fairly easy affair to be able to get themselves up into 4th place. That's if/when they do catch, which is not too far-fetched of an assumption to make. It very well and truly could happen and might well happen. 5.5 seconds in the next 54 minutes, and based on the pace differential, gaining about 0.3 of a second on that last lap was Charlie Rigo, so I think it is going to be close, and he might just need that a little bit more to make it a bit more comfortable.
Maybe. I don't think either of them are going to be comfortable until the end of the race, really. Meanwhile, in the battle for 4th, Dennis Duna, I believe, does owe us a pit stop, and maybe he's lighter on fuel right now, which is why he's closing in on Jair Barbosa, but he is still bringing that gap down to the closest one that we have in all of the circuit right now. Out onto the banking again. The Simframe go past in their chase of Benjamin Gilsinski. 22.5 seconds there. That's still a fight to be decided. But Duna here, only 3.5 seconds away. Let's see if he pits now. He will pit now. So that settles that battle finally. And now the closest battle on the circuit will remain to be Rigo versus Meunier for quite some time, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think the on-off racing car, I mean, you can just see it going through the West Horseshoe now as Loic Meunier enters into turn 6. So fairly close indeed, and we'll have to wait and see how this one transpires. Also very close on track somehow, the GTC Race Centre versus Arnage competition, and both of these cars have been really through the wars today, so the fact that they've been able to join each other despite everything that's gone their way, so close, separated by just under a second between the pair of them, fighting for P9 and P10. I mean, it's something. It's a competition they can focus on. They're not completely driving around at the back. They've at least got each other for company in the final hour.
They certainly have. So, Cardoso, moment 9th place, and just a second ahead of Arnaud's competition. I think these two have made their last stops of the day as well. I think they made them at very similar times. So maybe that's the closest battle on the circuit. Probably is at this stage. And Cardoso was quicker than Wöhler on that last lap, so maybe there's not too much hope for us as we see Blackhawk Racing already into the pit lane for their final stop. Well, no, it's not a drive-through. He's making a stop here, is Alex Broughtingham. I can't actually see the numbers on the front of his windscreen. I think it's just taking up to 20 seconds in the box now. I would expect not a long stop here, really. He is going to change tyres by the looks of it. But this is with 52 minutes to go. This is the last stop of the day for Alex Broughtingham. And he might well have to hope that Christian Mikel needs to splash and dash here, because the NeedRacing.com Ferrari is gone.
I mean, it's close to a full stop in terms of a tank of fuel. I mean, 52 minutes isn't far off the normal stint length for a GT car. So, yeah, I think that he is going to be hoping that Christian Mikel has to take a fairly sizable splash and dash, or it's just a case of anchoring down for the podium, which, to be fair, for Blackhawk, I think second or third, a podium's a podium.
Well, absolutely. Blackhawk's still there in the pit lane. They're finally on their way out now. That's a longer stop than I was expecting. Thought it would be a lot closer there. Kevin Yeager gets in as well for the final 50 minutes. It's very rare you see a driver change for a final 50 minutes like that. I can't remember the last time I saw that. I don't know whether they were actually going to infringe on drive time rules, maybe, and that's maybe the only reason I would think of changing driver at this stage. But that seems very odd to me.
Yeah, it seems a bit too late for those sorts of things, but at least he can now push for the final hour. Not really much that he can do in terms of those fresh tyres, because he's not actually got that long left to use them. But yeah, I mean, I think it is just going to be a case of bringing the car home as quickly as possible in third place, because any chance of advancing up to NeedRacing.com for second and any chance of falling behind the Juices Motorsport 73 car in behind is quite unlikely. So yeah, Kevin Yeager and Blackwell Racing sort of just in no man's land in third there.
They are. Oh dear. Bus stop chicane. It is the 58. The 58 is off at the bus stop. That's Cardoso. We were just saying that he might be safe in 9th place, or I was anyway. And all of a sudden, he's come unstuck at the Le Mans chicane. He's going at a really fast pace, though, around the banking here. He's on the apron, of course, as you can see, but he's going at a pace, so it looks like he's all right, but he has clearly been off.
Yeah, not really optimal for Miguel Cardoso, and of course GTC Race Centre, as we say. Been through the wars, a crash at turn number 1, and just generally a couple of incidents going their way also. And I'm sure the checker flag is going to be a sight for sore eyes for the GTC Race Centre guys. And well, to bring an end to what has been, I mean, still a top 10, of course, still some fairly decent points, I suppose. And I'll round it off with a nice little slide through the international horseshoe for good measure, but no damage. I think probably just a bit of a spin, maybe through the Le Mans chicane, which is not all surprising considering how many people have fallen victim to it.
It's not surprising at all. As Charlie Rigo gets within 3 seconds now of Loic Meunier. We're just about 10 seconds away from the prototype. Sorry, not 10 seconds. 10 minutes away from the prototypes being able to make their last stop of the day. And the chase is still on for second overall. Chase still on here for fourth in LMP2, second in LMP2, maybe the win as well. at the moment. Daniel Visner still has 35 seconds. I'm not 100% convinced he's got older tyres. I'm pretty sure he has, but it's not really appearing like that right now.
It's not, particularly at this stage. I mean, yeah, it's deceiving. The gap only 3.3 seconds between the pair of them. It's close. It closed by about 2 seconds or about a second and a half between the pair of them. But I don't know. Is he closing enough to not only catch but pass by the end of the race?
Well, that tyre graphic might just give you the answer. Charlie Rigo on the softer tyres. Team Iris on the medium ones right now. Maybe looking to go a little bit longer, whereas On-Off Racing just looking to push as hard as they possibly can for the remainder of this one. Not really gained on this lap as Rigo. And gap stays at 2.8. As you can see, a lap in front to that battle for second place right now, which is probably going to be the closest in LMP2. As long as those two can make it without a splash and dash, it's going to be pretty close. And it's going to be close here for fourth as well. It's great to see, though, that over 11 hours in, we do still have some positions to be settled, even if I don't think anymore that any of the race leading positions are going to be settled or have to be argued about any longer.
A race is a race at the end of the day. It doesn't matter what position it's for. The fact that they're close after such a long time on circuit is a phenomenal feat. So, yeah, I definitely will take it. And, yeah, I mean, you know, a couple of things go differently, and well, we could have definitely seen close fights for the race lead. We certainly had some sketchy moments with all three of them having their own little incidences within sort of the span of 20 seconds. So, I mean, yeah, I think it's been a fantastic race, and you know, while it might not be the showstopper finale of all three classes having fights for the race lead in the final half an hour, I think it's still been a pretty good last couple of hours. I mean, that fight for second that we're still seeing. I mean, Simfreem, 18 seconds now is the gap with 46 minutes left to go. I think that's going to be very, very close.
Well, there are a number of ones that are going to be quite close. Although Charlie Rigo, since we've been looking at him, has just stalled his progress a little bit here. As Ricky Monsters make what's going to be a penultimate stop at the with the time remaining we have. That surely can't be a final stop of the race. So, we're going to have one more. Through on the GTC Race Centre car went Luc Mounier. Mounier's been in that God, for quite a long time now, and will probably remain so until the end of the race. But it's quite a long stint to end this one out. It's going to be a big battle for Team Iris to stay in front of On-Off Racing. Iris down in 15th in the standings. But two back-to-back Division 2 victories in the last two races has gotten them into Division 1. Ahead of the actual best point scoring Division 2 team so far in the season. Which is Red Archer VRT. We might see them in Division 1 at some point. Team Iris have managed to get 2 wins in a row. And now they are here on the main stage. On-Off Racing in 5th place right now in the championship standings. Best result was a 3rd place last time out at Laguna Seca. They got their first podium of the season. And their second top 5 as well. Looking like a 3rd top 5 right now. Podium too far away. But a respectable result for On-Off Racing. I do hope we'll get this battle to the line. 45 minutes to go. And hoping they can go at least 5 more minutes. So that their next stop will be their last of the day.
Yeah, they've just got to stretch it out so close to making it on just one more stop. So they are going to be lifting and coasting probably just to try and make it. I mean, the gap sort of, again, stopped moving much past the 4-second dead mark between Luc Mounier and Charlie Rigo. So probably both of them may be in conservation mode, trying to either get to the 40-minute mark or just to ensure that their little smash and dash is as short as possible. But when there's only 4 seconds in it, there's still definitely a lot to play for. Only 13 seconds in that fight for 6th as well, though I doubt that it's going to be much differential between that. Only 7.2 seconds between 2nd and 3rd also. So it's still fairly close in the LMP2, closest of really all the classes in terms of the intervals between a couple of positions, and 43 minutes left to go, and still that strategical element left to play. I don't know, are people going to make it to that 40-minute mark to be able to make their final stint in the last one? I don't actually know as to who. Maybe there could be a split down the middle.
Yeah, maybe one makes it, one doesn't. That would be a disappointment. But for one, of course, satellite racing, one of the satellite racing DPIs makes their way through. Disappointing day for them, really. They do have the pace to compete with the big names here in the Virtual Endurance Championship, but they've had issues well early on in this race, and now Team Irish come in with 43 minutes to go. That seems like a stretch to me. They might be able to do it, but I think it's going to be a stretch, and On-Off Racing might well get fourth place by default here.
It's tough. It's a tough one. They're going to need slipstream. They're going to need to lift and coast, and they're going to need to hope that they can conserve some fuel. But Charlie Rigo going that one extra lap might have just secured him fourth place in the LMP2s for sure, because, well, regardless of whether they both have to take a splash and dash or Charlie Rigo is able to extend all the way to the 40-minute mark, either way, On-Off Racing are going to gain a ton of time in the pit lane. Whether it's one more stop or two more, that is sensational stuff. That On-Off have been able to conserve more fuel than Loic Mounier. But wow, this is, I mean, again, still very much could be close, still wide open for sure. And well, I mean, it's an interesting one. A couple of teams as well. Go Team also in just before the 40-minute mark. Some teams coming in, some teams stretching it out on fuel. I think we've got a split decision.
Well, I think this is going to be close for some, especially Go Team Racing as well, as we've got the two off. The DX Droids are off. Ilias Fernandez went off there at turn 6. He's back underway again now, but Burst Esport just lapped in there and overtook him, Ilias Fernandez. But back out on the road again. Don't know what happened, and clearly no damage for Fernandez either, but that's important in the battle for 5th place as well, because Fabian Pala now only 41 seconds behind.
I mean, again, with 41 minutes, 41 seconds, again, it's tough, but Fabian Barley very, very quick, and maybe with a strategical upper hand. I don't know, this race is, again, even though maybe on paper the gaps are quite big, they're really not, and at moment's notice could very much switch all around again, and Fabian Barley very, very close to Fernandez not too long ago, actually, so I don't think that fight for 5th really is over, but 40 minutes left to go. You know, on paper, one more stint for the prototype classes. It's the thing of the fact that they've just been running just shy of a round-numbered stint that has caused this headache right now at the end of it.
Yeah, and it's caused it for On-Off Racing as well. Team Iris had to pit early, but so have On-Off Racing, so have Simfreem. They're not quite makes it to 40 minutes to go either. Through and over the line goes Mounier. On-Off Racing already rolling. There they are. There's the light blue car on the outside line. So we do have a battle. Charlie Rigo and Loic Mounier will fight it out. They might even both need a splash and dash towards the end of this race. But we find ourselves in a remarkable situation with a fight on there, and maybe for second as well. Let's see how this goes.
Oh, well, it might not be a calm finish after all. It still could very much be blown out as Remy Delorme for Go Team Racing is trying his absolute best to close the gap to the Simfreem car just ahead. This is a race against time and could well be very, very close. It depends as to how quickly Andrea Terzi can get back rolling again. Remy Delorme now across the line, 39 minutes and 53 seconds left to go. Are they rolling? I think Remy Delorme has actually been able to get ahead. So once again, race is on for second.
It is. Terzi moves out the box. Less than 5 seconds. That gap's closed. That gap has closed for Simfreem. Maybe because they had to take one lap less of fuel, but I think they both will have brimmed the tanks there to try and get as much as they can out of it and try and maybe push themselves towards the end of this race. What I am pretty confident on, though, is that the top two overall are going to make it. I'm fairly sure in X-Droids as well. Valley Esports should have one more stop to go. And so does everybody inside the top 5 right now. Oh, that's a squeeze for Terzi. But I'm not sure whether the last pit stops have been made in LMP2. but I'm much more confident that these guys only have one more stop remaining in DPI.
Yeah, it's got to be the case. There's no other way about it. With under 40 minutes left, there's physically, well, I mean, there probably sounds right if you chose to come back into the pit lane, but in terms of fuel, there's no restraint stopping you from only making one more pit stop between now and to the end. But the only real people it will sort of affect is that fight for second. Benjamin Jolzinski hanging on in the balance on some very, very worn tyres, and chipping away at that gap is Simfream Esports' Christian Malguera at the wheel. And Christian Malguera driving the car right at the start, allowing Simfream to take quite a dominant stance in the first few hours of this race. Definitely incredibly quick. And on that last lap, a 1:27.0 for Jolzinski, a 1:26.0 for Christian Malguera. 15 seconds and a second a lap average differential between the two cars. Have they got 15 laps left in this race? Surely so, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, completely they have. They did 2-minute laps, they still would have 15 laps to go. So yeah, but and here's the other reason why I think Christian Malguera is going to close in. Well, I don't know whether he's going to overtake, but I think we are going to see a fight between these two, and I'll show you my working here, Zach, like I'm in a maths test or something.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I'll show you my working. Benjamin Jolzinski came out with a 40-second near enough advantage over Christian Malguera with 2 stints remaining in this race. We've not yet finished the first of those 2 stints, but it's already down by 26 seconds pretty much. The gap's now only 14 seconds, so Malguera has closed more than half of the gap in less than half of the remainder of the race. So I think Malguera is going to get there. Now, whether he gets through or not, that is up to the racing gods, that's up to racecraft, that's up to a whole load more factors. But in terms of an actual fight here, if this continues, I think we are going to get one.
Is Malguera's pace going to slow? Of course, those softs and how hard he's pushing them might burn them out a little bit sooner than he'd expect. Again, that's another factor, but the fact that he's done himself some favours and gotten 6 seconds into the second stint already in his first stint of catching has really done himself a world of favours. Into the pit lane then comes Jolzinski for their final pit stop in this race. Surely Christian Malguera will follow suit very shortly. Race clutch also in. 36 minutes left to go and 15 seconds between second and third. There is Ricardo Santos from Ardo Motorsport, once again showing their disdain for motorsport games clearly by cutting across the Le Mans chicane and bringing it back onto the circuit. That is, well, not the best way to close off, well, going into the final half an hour of this race.
Absolutely not. Ricardo Santos back going again, though. Benjamin Jolzinski, there he is, and there is Simfream. They pull into their box on the same lap. It's surely going to be fuel only till the end now for these two. And what is the gap going to be when they make their way out? Colin Spork has made his way out. That was just over a minute in the pit lane for him. Jolzinski will probably start rolling soon. And there he goes. Now, how long is it going to be for Malguera? Just in behind. We'll keep a note on these times. The gap to next is going to... the gap to the next car will continue to rise, but I think Malguera's stop may have even been a little bit shorter there. The advantage is definitely going to him. And I think we are going to see a fight. We're certainly going to see a tense final 35 minutes in the podium spots.
Yeah, it all comes down to this, and the race really is well and truly on. Michi Hoyer goes through into third, but I think does still owe us that splash and dash, though, is still at contention for that podium, and will drop back down to fourth. The fight, only the attention really in DPI is between Benjamin Jolzinski and Christian Malguera in, well, the Predator versus the Prey situation. Jolzinski stuck on some very old tyres by choice, of course, to try and get the track position ahead of Simfream after not really being able to find an avenue through. But the gap, 14 seconds between the second and fourth runnings cars so far in the DPIs. Of 34 minutes left to go. Well, we have to say, based off Ewan's very precise calculations, that very much is a matter of when as opposed to a matter of if.
Not very precise, it's a bit of a stretch. But just thinking about it logically, really, no real maths involved, just thinking about it logically more than anything else, as what I think is better. Christian Malguera looks like he is going to close in. I think part of the problem for him as well might be if he closes in and has to overtake Michi Hoyer as well. That could slow him down a little bit, and that could help Seawolf in this one. But I think Burst may end up having to do their final stop before that. Although I do think it will be in about 15 minutes' time. I don't think it's going to be any time soon. Maybe Malguera is just going to have his progress slowed by the reigning champions.
how hard is Mitchie going to fight though? Is the question. I mean,
Yeah,
surely not very.
Maybe not. No, you
He'll
think
be-
so, but like, what have they got to lose? Really, is the thing. Like,
Yes.
Hoyer might just do it anyway, just for a laugh, and you know,
Fair
it's
enough. Bit of banter,
no
isn't it?
laughing matter for Margera, of course. But you know, why would he care?
That's fair enough. It's not Mitchie Hoyer's problem, really. He's just up there in third and trying to chill, so he might want to have a bit of fun. But yeah, I mean, rationally thinking, Mitchie Hoyer's not
He's more
trying to be
sensible than
harsh.
me, so
Yeah,
maybe
exactly.
not.
I mean, you're the one that caused a massive pile up in your endurance races, and so am I. So we're
No,
not
I
definitely. We're
well-
not definitely. What was it that you said earlier? That you.
No, I haven't done any of that. I haven't done any of that. I don't.
You not?
No. I don't know what you're talking about. Why are you putting that on me?
I don't know. I thought I heard you say it earlier, to be honest, but
No. That's you, not me.
that is me. Yeah, that is me. That is. It wasn't great. I actually, instead of pressing the brake pedal, I just let myself roll off the circuit, and in doing so caused a lot of angry people. But it's all in banter in it. Or it was a community event, so no hard. No,
So it
no
doesn't
harm, no
matter?
foul. No, yeah, it's fine. You can throw all the.
Oh,
all
you
the
can
races
drive
down.
badly at community events. Did you know that?
Exactly. It's fine. Poor Tenek Rodrigo as well. He was my teammate. Poor dude, honestly, because I left him. I got called out by my family to go out, and I was meant to do a couple more hours in the car, and he ended up doing 5 hours of the 6-hour race, and my 1 hour since it might have actually been an hour and a half total in the car. About 45 minutes was spent in the pit lane after the damages of the lap 1 crash. So Tenek Rodrigo had to really wrestle that car around. Poor dude, and that's probably why I don't drive endurance races very often, and I actually sit up here and talk about Mitchie Hoyer potentially being a bit of a bum to Christian Margera in his pursuit for second place, but I doubt that's going to happen. And Mitchie Hoyer is probably a lot nicer than we are to Christian Margera, and it'll probably only be sort of a difference of maybe half a second or two, maybe at most, that'll slow down Margera. But that's again, that's another second or two that Margera will have to close, and that could be an extra couple of corners of freedom that Jasinski gets ahead of Margera.
Yeah, Hoyer's going to be more sensible than we are, certainly in this one. I would imagine he's actually pulling away from Margera, to be fair to him, so he might not even have to worry about that. Margera didn't really he closed in by 1.8 seconds on that last lap, so he is making an inroad or two there. Still waiting for 1 or 2 final stops, of course. Hoyer and Daniel Visner as well have to make their final stops of the day, and then we'll have our battles to the end, as long as Christian Mikel can make it. If he can't, then Kevin Yeager might be able to lurk and maybe get second, but I still think he's going to be third for Black Hawk Racing. So after all of that today, it looks like they may well preserve a 7-point championship lead in GTE at the end of all this at NeveRacing.com, which is, I'd say, very impressive given where they were 8 hours ago. They were fighting in the very low part of the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back 8 hours and tell NeveRacing.com you finished second in this race, they'd take that hands down. They would say, yeah, awesome, cool. I mean, second place to their championship rival, preserving the lead. I mean, finishing second and reducing the gap to only 7 points. Granted, yes, it's a loss, but it's a loss that could have been much worse had they sort of given up early on in this race. And NeveRacing.com are the epitome of perseverance through the Daytona 12-hour to move their way up the field slowly but surely. Granted, it was a long mountain to climb and a very grueling process in doing so, but they've managed to do it. And if all goes well for the final half an hour, because that is all that is left, they are a good over 80% of the way through this race so far. I didn't actually do the maths in my head, but around that point, final half an hour of this race, if it's second or third, even a third place, I think they would take, just to minimise the damage as much as possible, and speaks volumes really about the quality of NeveRacing.com, that today's been results-wise an off day, which be on the podium on an off day is not too bad at all.
Well, it's their second worst result of the season so far, so that's not bad at all. They've had 2 wins at Monza and Spa, and then a real disaster back at goodness me, why is why is Laguna Seca's name just gone? I can picture the circuit and everything, but yes, Laguna Seca, they had a real no, that was memory, that wasn't track knowledge. That's called getting old, that is. Anyway, enough about that. Enough about that. Yeah, into the pit lane for Serge Bakker here for Visceral. He's trying to catch Arm Cyber in the final moments of this race. Salvatore Zitiello has made his final pit stop, but it was significantly earlier than Visceral have had to make theirs, and so the battle for 6th place may still be on here as Daniel Wisner makes his final stop of the day as well with 30 minutes to go. That's going to release a nearly 3/4 of a minute lead, I think, for those guys. Looking very good indeed. Zitiello makes his way out of NASCAR 4 towards the tri-oval, towards the start-finish line, down towards turn 1. We cut to the inside of Sim Racing for Holland. It's going to be close with Visceral. There's the Visceral car. So Salvatore Zitiello manages to get into 7th place, but it's not by very much at all.
Races on once more for yet another duo in this race for position. Visceral Esports at some point leading the race fairly comfortably. So, I mean, yeah, it's sort of fallen down for them, but back to reality. And even to finish inside the top 10 is a good result for Visceral. To even be in a shout for 6th place, 3 seconds is the gap, 27 minutes left to go. Oh, it's going to be a close one, but slides like that certainly won't be helping. It's crunch time from now to the end for everyone, really, in their own little skirmishes.
Well, Daniel Wisner here has taken a longer stop than I was expecting, and this gap is going to be a lot shorter than I thought as well. Here it is, lower than 15 seconds. It's still pretty comfortable for Pescarolo Esport, especially considering Go Team Racing and also Simfream have maybe question marks over whether they can even make it, but well, that's closer than I was expecting.
Only 11 seconds, wow. That is, oh, I mean, one spin from Wisner and what felt to be like a comfortable win is it actually might go the way of Go Team. I mean, yeah, I mean, don't count anything out so far. I mean, Pescarolo have had a really good race, tarnished by a couple of drive-throughs, but in 26 minutes time, I mean, granted, maybe it might go the way of Wisner if he just keeps it tidy from now to the end. I mean, 11 seconds is a much finer margin than I think even they were expecting to be more comfortable than this.
Well, this is going to be Pescarolo Esports' first podium of the season, if things pan out the way that they hope so. Simfream Esports come into today with the championship lead, but they're going to lose 4 points of it, and it's going to be reduced and halved. Go Team Racing will be 4 points behind at the end of today. Black Hawk Sancho were third in the standings. They're going to fall away. John Lacey Esports as well. They are going to fall away in LMP2. I don't think they even took the start today, which is odd for them, but they didn't. A lot of sim racing going on this weekend, to be fair, so it's difficult to field cars sometimes. We'll also see On-Off Racing lose some points today. It's going to become maybe a little bit of a 2-horse race, but 2 very good horses. Only 4 points separating Simfream and Go Team into the next round.
I'm really looking forward to this championship. We've said it so many times over the last few hours, but this season is so well poised to bring us such a good championship, and I hope it lives up to said hype, because we've not stopped talking about it really, and if it doesn't, then we're going to look like pretty big idiots. But as it looks now, it's not looking too bad in terms of a championship fight. I mean, 5 cars, maybe even more potentially as the season progresses. Maybe obviously as the rounds go on, that might see other teams fall out of contention. We might end up dropping down to maybe 2 or 3 teams right towards the end of the season, but even that, I think it's going to be tremendously close amongst the DPIs, the LMP2s and the GTEs. All of them could well boast fantastic championship finales, and I mean, we're probably going to have the best headache of all trying to work it all out at Le Mans, because, well, yes, it's going to be frustrating trying to keep on top of all the calculations, who's where in the championship. I think that the season as a whole, it'll definitely be worth it.
It certainly will. Go Team Racing finally getting their elusive race win at the last round at Laguna Seca. Going to be that first win of the season for Pescarolo Esport. A first win in their team's history, their young team's history, admittedly. But it has included a Le Mans virtual appearance, is the word I was looking for there. Coming to Lorme. Down towards turn 1, 24 minutes to go. He's got 5.5 seconds over Andrea Terzi. That's the closest battle right now. With Gilsinski holding on well in second in DPI. Not sure. Well, it's not a given anymore at all that any of these battles or these gaps develop into battles.
I mean, it might well not, but the fact that it is this close and sort of suspending us into said anticipation, while whether or not they do sort of materialize into battles or not, I mean, just the suspense is enough to build tension. But I mean, I do hope that they do, particularly in LMP2. I mean, 12.5 seconds between the race leaders, 5.5 seconds between Go Team and Simframe. It's very close. It's scarily close. Also scarily close. 10 seconds now. Brzezinski versus Christian Malguera for second place in the DPIs. That progress, I think, starting to slow down a little bit going into the final 23 minutes.
It is. I wasn't expecting it to, but it certainly is. Gilsinski, I would put that more down to the German actually increasing his pace towards the end here, rather than Malguera slowing down, because he still did a 26.9 on that last lap, which is fastest of anyone on that in this field on that lap. Fastest lap of anyone, and it's only 1.1 seconds off his best lap time of the entire race. And you can be sure he had at least one car to negotiate on that one as well. So I'm not going to put that down to Malguera slowing down at all. Over the line again, 27.8 from Gilsinski. It's very solid. It's another second taken out of him by Malguera, but Gilsinski's got very solid pace considering those tyres are now more than 90 minutes old.
Yeah, very impressive, and probably saving as much of the tyre as possible to use all of it now in the final 22 minutes of the race. He's using whatever little tyre is left to best sort of stretch the gap. I mean, it's still scarily close, and I mean, if he can maintain, I don't know. It's scary, because still about a second quicker is Malguera versus Jolinski, 27.8, 26.8 for the Simframe Esports, and is a second dead. It's going to be so close. Jozinski just needs to hope that he doesn't burn up too much of the tyre, so much so that he's got nothing left to defend with. He's going to need to make that Seawolf net race car very, very wide indeed, and do his utmost to try and defend. But we saw in the initial scrap between these two, where Simframe were ahead, they had the better straight line speed, so maybe they could just leave Seawolf net race in the dust.
Well, I think it's going to be another second at the end of this lap. A second a lap being caught right now, and that would still be enough for Malguera. He passes one of his teammates. I'm going to presume that's the one running in third, because there was two Simframe LMP2s that started the day. There isn't two still remaining, is there? Roland Zoops retired hours ago. That really was hours ago as well. So that is the one running third. Malguera over the line again, and he gains 1.2 seconds this time. Another 26.8. It's very consistently strong pace from Malguera, but Gilsinski so far is standing up to the challenge. If at least he knows that he won't be able to completely deny Malguera a chance at overtaking, he can at least reduce the amount of time that he spends right behind him and reduce the amount of overtaking opportunities that he has.
Exactly. With each minute gone, each lap gone, is one less opportunity Christian Malguera will have to attempt to overtake Benjamin Brzezinski. So yes, it's delaying the inevitable. Yes, that is a fact. Brzezinski is just postponing his fate, but it is buying himself time that is going to be absolutely vital, because defending such a fast car is going to be so difficult, particularly when Christian Malguera has been pushing for the last stint or two, actually trying to close this gap. It's been a mega job, and Malguera is going to want to see all of his hard work pay off. So I mean, this is going to be a showdown definitely to remember, because both of them are expecting to finish this race in second, but only one of them can do it.
Certainly. Doesn't look like there's been a real gain here from Malguera on this lap. Less than 20 minutes to go now. Still too far out to calculate quite how many laps he's going to get, but it's not many. Benjamin Gilsinski at 26.8 on that lap. Half a second faster than Malguera. That is really astonishing. And, well, that's just denied Malguera a lap of closing there. He's even put half a second back into him there. So impressive. And the German is putting up a great fight.
Well, this is very much an underdog story of sorts. The fact the old tyres for the Seawolf Net Race car versus the Simframe, he's doing his absolute best to postpone the offensive from Christian Margera and to put any amount of time back into that, to delay him even more, to set back his progress is, well, sensational really from Brzezinski to show how fast that is and what a driver can do once you put them under this much pressure.
Well, Valor Esports in for the final pit stop of their day today. Elias Fernandez should get back in front. Well, he is miles behind, isn't he, actually? Got more than a minute to catch up. And I don't think Valor Esports are going to need that much fuel, so they should be all right for 5th position here in this race, should Valor Esports. We'll see, though. Remains at 8 seconds with 18 minutes to go. The battles in LMP2 are staying very, very similar in terms of the margins. The lead one down to 13 seconds from 15. The battle for second up to 7 seconds. That was for 4th and 6th, staying at 5 and 4 seconds respectively as well. It's close margins, but no battles just yet, as Margera takes out another 3 attempts from Gilsinski, but it's another 26 from the German. So strong, and you've got to wonder that the cooler nighttime temperatures are helping the tyres here. The medium compound also helping those at this stage as well. The softs of Margera just not making the inroads he was hoping for.
Burnt out, I think, is Margera. I mean, the softs can last for 2 stints, but Margera, you have to think, has been putting 100% of his effort into each and every single lap, and the softs can only make a 2 stint if you're, you know, conserving them at least a little bit. But Margera is like, no, sod that, I am going as fast as I physically can to close that gap. And it gets to a point where they lose their initial sort of freshness and their initial advantage, and as I was saying, just burnt out a little bit. That progress is starting to slow, whereas Brzezinski's tyres, I think, are still far away from that cliff, able to still churn out some pretty good lap times. And Margera's wants sort of 1 to 1.5 seconds delta per lap quicker than Brzezinski. Starting to slow down now. It's only a couple of attempts a lap. I think it's actually looking more favourable that Brzezinski could take second.
Wow. I really wasn't expecting that, I have to be honest. 7.9, well, we're not going to know what Gilsinski's time was that time around, because it was a cut track one, but I'm going to guess it was about 8 attempts slower than Margera's, which was very strong, a 26.6 from Margera. 7.5 seconds the gap will change to just over 7 seconds now. Well, I said earlier on, Zach, that time was on his side for Margera, but it's really not anymore. It is now a bit of a race against time, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can see it. Goodness me.
He knows it.
See, it's a race against time. Yeah, absolutely. He knows it.
He's not got long left, and well, what, 16 minutes with 8 seconds of a gap. I mean, half a second each minute is going to mean it's going to be tough. He's going to need around about 7 tenths of a second a lap, I reckon, to be able to close, and that's, you know, that he's going to catch him on the last lap, and that's provided that he gets the job done on that last lap also. So Margera, he needs to push like crazy and use whatever little bit of that tyre he's got left, but I'm not convinced there's much of it. That soft tyre has been pushed to absolute shreds, whereas Brzezinski's been able to keep at least some of that alive. And yeah, I mean, it's hovering around 8 seconds, where once the sector would have seen at least a few tenths taken out. I mean, 7.4. I think he's going to need to be hoping that Brzezinski gets caught in traffic.
They will have gained another 4 attempts there. Margera lost the time as Daniel Visner puts in the fastest lap of the race so far. Nearly 12 hours into an endurance race. Absolutely unbelievable from Daniel Visner and Pescarolo Eatsport. They look on their way to victory. They could be abseiling into championship contention. Started the day at 27 points from Simframe Esports. Admittedly, they're only going to gain 9 with this, and they'll still be 18 points back, but they could well be right in the mix from here on in. You're not going to be able to count them out for the rest of the season. Daniel Visner, previous virtual endurance champion, is looking to win it for a second time in LMP2.
Yeah, well, I mean, they certainly know their way around, and 9 points gained is 9 points gained at the end of the day for a race win like this, and the form then carrying into the second half of the season, they're going to, bounce off this win, use it as a stepping stone for the following races to come. The Final Four, of course, and 4 very fantastic venues as well. I think it's Road America, Fuji, Bahrain, and then of course Le Mans to round off in June. So yeah, a stacked second half of the calendar, and very, very close, of course. 1 race a month all the way to the end of the season. And well, to see the championships develop and grow, and well, this kind of racing action all the way through, well, yeah, sign me up.
Certainly, 13.5 minutes remaining. And Colin Spork certainly will be signing himself up for the rest of this season, because it's been fantastic for Race Clutch here today. They look on their way to race victory, and as things stand, they would reduce SimFrame Esports Championship margin to just 1 point. Seawolf Net Race would also jump up a little bit in the standings. They would be at 11 points back from SimFrame. While Burst Esport would lose out, and they would be at 13 points as things stand right now. So it's not a big margin between the top 4. To have 13 points separating them after the first half of the season is very impressive. Race Clutch will only be 1 point off the top, and I'll be honest, I didn't think they would have quite the longevity in this season to be able to be up there, but we're now halfway through, and they absolutely are up there. So maybe Race Clutch are ones to be really reckoned with in this season.
Oh yeah, I mean, the confidence, as we were speaking about a little bit earlier on with Colin Spork and his teammate as well, who, I mean, debut at Daytona and already really impressing. They've got a fantastic lineup in terms of drivers, and throughout the rest of the season, the confidence of this win is going to, again, propel them all the way through. So Race Clutch really are a force to be reckoned with. I mean, they've got the likes of SimFrame, Seawolf Net Race, Burst Esports and Valet all to contend with in the top 5 of the championship. But I mean, someone's got to rise to the occasion, and if that's Race Clutch, then fair play to prove that they can do it at the top flight of rFactor 2 Endurance Championships is very much a good way to sort of put their name on the map, and well, to go from strength to strength. Colin Spork done it in single seaters, and if he can do it in hypercars as well, it just goes to show what a fantastic young driver that he is shaping himself into.
Yeah, certainly. He is only going from strength to strength here on rFactor 2 right now, and it really would be a major title, this one, to add to his FSR World Championship, but still a very, very long way to go before then. Now, Serge Bakker wasn't really gaining anything when he immediately came out the pit lane, but now he is. He's within 3 seconds of the driver in front. We may well be denied our battle for second overall. Benjamin Gilsinski might well have done enough there, but I don't think Salvatore Zittiello has done quite enough to hold on to 6th place in LMP2 just yet.
Yeah, no, definitely not. 2.5 seconds separating the fight for 6th, with, well, now 11 minutes on the clock. It's all come down to this, really. The last 11 hours and, well, 49 minutes of racing action boiling down to now this sprint to the finish. Only a handful of laps left to go, and they've done, well, countless laps of the Daytona International Raceway and pressing on even more. Sergei Bakker is pushing as hard as possible, trying to close that gap, but with a number of the hunters, time not on his side. He's going to need to get a move on, close the gap and find a way through, and with a bit of traffic just in front of him either, it's really not helping him. Lapping the Jean Lacey Esports Ferrari to the Western Horseshoe is probably a good step forward, but again, he can see his target, but I mean, I guess that's got to spark something in him. He can see it now. It's so close. So he knows at least what he's pushing for. He can visually see the time gains that he's making. It's not just numbers on a screen. It's visuals. He knows that he's gaining a couple of car lengths here and there. So he's got to use that as motivation to really close that gap. And as soon as he's in the slipstream range, it's going to be an exponential close from there. And hopefully, actually, he's not going to hit the same stalemate that we saw a little bit earlier on, where as soon as you get within half a second, you actually really struggle to make much in terms of inroads to the rest of the way to make that overtake.
Okay, Daniel Visner's losing time here. Oh, well, he's just behind a bit of traffic. Sorry, his last lap was a 1:38.3, which is about 4 seconds slower than where he should be. You can see that he's lost 4 seconds now. He's now 11 seconds in the lead. So that's going to be nervy for Visner. I'm not sure what happened, and hopefully he hasn't got damage, because then that would be an exceptionally painful end to this race for Daniel Visner here. all of a sudden that leading gap really not looking very large at all. And at the end of a 12-hour race, we have 3 drivers separated by less than 20 seconds. It really is unbelievable in LMP2. These past 2 seasons in the VEC have really delivered in this class.
Yeah, wow, phenomenal stuff. And wow, only only onwards and upwards really is the way to go with the promise and potential of the championship. 11.3 seconds, not much in it at all. And Daniel Wisner is going to be, it's probably going to be the longest 8 minutes and 40 seconds of his life.
It really is. And Serge Bakker also closing in now. Oh, there it is, up the inside of DX Droids as round the outside goes Valley Esports. And now out onto the banking again. The gap 1 second for the first time in a long time. And well, we are at least going to get one fight in this final portion of the race. We are at least going to get one between these drivers. It looks like Bakker is going to provide it for us, but is he going to be able to get through? 8 minutes, still a second and a half. The job's not done just yet.
Just needs a little bit more, doesn't he? Just something, just a tiny bit more, just a couple attempts each lap now to the end. 1.6 seconds. You can see it right there. It's just turning into turn 1 as he's braking for it. It's so close, but yet so fast. Still a lot of hard work for Sergej Bakker to do, but he's been pushing like an absolute madman for the last stint, trying to close that gap since the Arm Cyber car left the pit lane. So close, but 1.5 seconds is just enough for Zitiello to keep Bakker at bay, and well, just enough is good enough in that fight for 6th.
Yeah, he is. Well, 1.6 as we got Rookie Monsters in for their splash and dash. That was expected. But who in LMP2 needs one? If anyone. Still 7 minutes to... And Christian Mikel needs one. Christian Mikel needs one in GTE. So there it is. He's just stopped in his box right now. And where's Kevin Yeager? He's about 30 seconds back. Should be at the bus stop right now. There he is. Coming out of the bus stop as things stand. Is Christian Mikel going to have enough fuel to put in here to make this interesting? It's going to be easy for Christian Mikel. He's already rolling, and it looks like NeedRacing.com will preserve most of their championship lead. It will still be 7 points at the end of the day. It looks like it will still be second.
I mean, a sigh of relief for Christian Mikel. I mean, visually now, there was no doubt they were going to get ahead, but when we saw them come into the pit lane, we didn't actually know what the race against time was going to look like. 14 seconds clear of Kevin Yeager in 3rd, and with 6 minutes left to go, Christian Mikel, I mean, he just has to hope he's put actually enough fuel in that splash and dash, because it's easy to mess up, and well, I mean, it's better to be safe than sorry. Probably put an extra couple of litres more than he needed just to get to the end to make sure to secure it. But second place, Christian Mikel, NeedRacing.com as a team. Give themselves a good old pat on the back. There's a lot to be proud of today.
There definitely is. Look at some of the gaps in GTE though. 1 lap winners for the Deuces Motorsport Club team. And 13 seconds, then more than a minute, nearly a minute for the next 2, then more than a minute for the next 2. We've got some huge gaps in GTE here today, but some really small ones in prototype. The last time we were at Daytona, of course, season 4, it was back at the time. It was an 8-hour race. The margin of victory was 2 laps between 1 and 2. Eric Schmeider and Adam Baldwin were the overall winners on the day. But it doesn't... well, they're not going to win overall today, of course. Obviously, the winning margin here looks like it's going to be half of that. Just 1 lap. But still a big one for Colin Spork. Be able to take the race win. The winning margin, by the way, in LMP2 was 4 laps. That's certainly not going to be the case this time. And the only leaders to finish on the same lap were in GT all those years ago. Back last 12-hour race was won by just over a minute, so it's not quite going to be like that. We're a little bit more spread out this year than that one, but this is the DPI era of the Virtual Endurance Championship, of course, over the last 2 seasons. That was very much the LMP2 era that we had back at the time, where the LMP2 was the fastest class. 1 second between Serge Bakker and Salvatore Zitiello. 4 minutes to go. And it doesn't look like it's quite going to be enough for Serge Bakker. He's running out of time.
He is, with each passing lap, with each passing second, and he's only making a couple attempts of an inroad. He needs to get under a second, needs to get in that slipstream range, and then needs to get onto the back of Seibra just in front. But yeah, it's going to be a case of, it's going to be a desperate lunge, I think. He's not really got time to learn his opponent and get familiar with where he isn't quicker, and he just needs to see a gap and completely go for it. And that's if he can even get the gap under a second, because I think that Zitiello is doing enough just to keep Sergio Bakker at arm's length away, 1.3 seconds, and that just so happens to be enough to breathe and have that composure. I'm sure it's a very intense situation for the pair of them, not one that, you know, they're going to be completely stress-free. Probably a lot of pressure on the shoulders of the pair of them, but Zitiello, he's not under a world of pressure. Sergio Bakker still, you know, still sort of a faint dot in the rearview mirror of the 6th place car at the moment.
Yeah, it's 1.5. 3 laps to go should be for these guys as well, unless they get lapped again. Colin Spork is coming around NASCAR 3 and 4 right now to start 2 laps to go in this race. And it might well be 2 for these two as well, if they get lapped, but it's going to be close. Bakker low, more than 2 seconds behind, in a bit of GTE traffic. That might well be it. And a word on Benjamin Gilsinski as well here. I know we've talked about him quite a lot so far in this race, but the gap's holding at 7 seconds. I think it's been less of a case of Christian Marguerite losing pace and more of a case of Benjamin Gilsinski just having the answers to the questions that were being asked.
Yeah, Gilsinski not overdriving the car, not underdriving the car, doing exactly what he needs to in response of what Christian Marguerite does. If Marguerite speeds up, Gilsinski speeds up, and able to maintain the gap at a sustainable level. Yes, Marguerite has still been able to gain a couple of seconds over the last few laps, but nothing really to phase Benjamin Gilsinski at all over the last sort of while. And again, Gilsinski is going to have to be held up quite a bit, have a bit of a spin, which understandably so on very worn tyres. It could well happen, but it's just an easy drive to the end with only a couple of laps left to go. Gilsinski is just in cruise mode to the end, 6 seconds. He's got the margin just to chill a little bit, drop back by a few tenths a lap, and make sure that car gets to the end.
He certainly will. Meanwhile, Colin Spork is making his way around the banking for the penultimate time. He's coming up towards the line, and he's going to begin the final lap of the 12 hours of Daytona. 80 seconds remaining. It's a lap of honour for Colin Spork and Race Clutch as they make their way down towards turn number 1. He's not turned the pace off. Despite the fact the race is won, he's got a lap's lead over the rest. He's on the final lap. He's not turning down the aggression any of the notches.
What a race for Colin Spork, and he's still dragging the car around as if it's the opening moments of this race. What a phenomenal driver, what a phenomenal team, and what a phenomenal job it's been for the 4th round of this season. What a way to cross the milestone of the halfway mark of season 15 of the Virtual Endurance Championship here at the Daytona 12 hours. The fastest lap time of a 1:25.475 goes the way of Race Clutch as well. The number 14 machine who take a step forward in trying to mount a championship charge, and what we thought might have not actually been sort of the consistent run that we could have seen from Race Clutch has actually turned out to be at the halfway point, very much up there in a very competitive 5-way fight for the DPI Championship. Well, Colin Spork, Race Clutch, this season's going places.
It certainly is. Into the Le Mans chicane for the final time. They were winners at the 8 hours of Spa. The 6-hour races have not been so much to their liking. At least the results have not quite gone their way. But the results in the longer races have absolutely been to their liking. It's a 2nd race win of the season, and the first at Daytona for 11 years in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Race Clutch win the 12 hours of Daytona by more than a lap over Seawolf and Simpreme. As just behind, Daniel Visner makes his way through the final corners of this race. In the most interesting category of the day, once again, LMP2 delivers. Pescarolo Esports deliver their first Virtual Endurance Championship win we've seen in their short history. Over the line for them, and it's just 18 seconds at the line for the previous LMP2 champion Daniel Visner, but it's comfortable. for Pescarolo, and it's comfortable for Deuces Motorsport Club as well. Adam Baldwin getting closer in the championship.
Yeah, well, he's, again, Juice's Motorsport Club, that 74 machine has been on fire all the way through this race. Head and shoulders above the rest, of course. NeedRacing.com, let's give them a mention of praise as well, because from the back of the GTE field, working their way back towards the front, second place is the best they could have asked for today, on a day that was looking very, very good for Juices to take a big stride forward in terms of the championship. Second place now in for Juices, but only 7 points between the two of them heading into the second half of the season. What a fantastic first half that we've had, and well, bring it on for the second half. Final 4 races: Road America, Fuji, Bahrain, and of course Le Mans. It's going to be sensational.
It certainly is. Will it be a second championship for Adam Baldwin? He's already got one 4 years ago. He's trying to give the winningest team in virtual endurance championship history another championship. Over the line for Deuces Motorsport Club, up to second in the championship, but more importantly, they're 12 Hours at Daytona winners again. Adam Baldwin winning this race overall 11 years ago, has won this race in GTE once again at Daytona. One of the virtual endurance championships very greatest, showing his greatness again. Here it is though, 481 laps for Colin Spork and Race Clutch by the end. They beat Benjamin Gilsinski, Seawolf and Simfreem to the line. Mitty Hoyer picks up 4th. Valley Esports just beat out Dates Droid for a top 5. Team Rookie Monsters and the 2 satellite racing cars round out your DPI field, with Daniel Visner victorious in LMP2. Go Team Racing and Simfreem Esports rounding out the podium there, with Team Iris and On-Off Racing 4th and 5th. Arm Cyber just held off Visceral for 6th. And then it was Schubert Motorsport on the other Arm Cyber car rounding out the LMP2 field, followed by Adam Baldwin and Christian Mikel. This is Motorsport Club and NeedRacing.com, 1 and 2 in GTE. Blackhawk Racing rounding off the podium with the other Juices car in 4th. Dennis Dooner managed a top 5 for Sim Racing for Holland ahead of Scuderia Leon and P1 Esport. Then it was John Lacey Esports after their late problems to finish 8th. Arnold's Competition and GTC Race Centre rounding out the top 10. DX Droids from Arnold Motorsport and Go Team Racing's GTEs, all the final drivers to come across the line there and pick up points, even though Christian Patterson didn't quite make it to the end of the racing, crossed the line. And I believe Roland Zooks and Simfree will pick up points for their efforts today. They completed 50%, but Laura Disease Stars, Blackhawk, Sancho, Wanako and RAG Esports will all go home with no points, positional points, because of how many laps they completed today. The 6 Hours of Road America is coming up next. There's a virtual endurance championship race every 4 weeks now until June in 2023. We're halfway into season 15 of the virtual endurance championship, and it's only getting more exciting as we go along. For the second season in a row, we'll head to Road America in the midpoint of the season for another 6-hour race, exactly as we did around this time last year. So I hope you'll join us for that, and of course for Fuji, Bahrain and Le Mans to come as well. The Virtual Endurance Championship only getting more exciting as we go along with this one. For now though, from all of us here, we are going to bid our farewells. It's been a great 12 hours of Daytona, but from me, Ewan O'Leary, Zach Sweeney, Vidya Heatley and also Jimmy Harrison behind the cameras and in race control all afternoon, it's goodbye from us.